feed 100. So I know that this.
And I wanted you to just, still talk about it, but we'll still give you time to probably do this, do the song, and because I know that our viewers will want to hear you sing that particular song. So let's hear about what really inspired you in writing that particular song.
Okay. It's not a news. It's not a news anymore about what is happening in Nigeria. And me being somebody that have the spirit of activism in me. I wouldn't say I'm an activist, but like I told you, every single track I want to drop out there. I want to drop something that if you're listening and that thing will make you want to come back again. So music is lyrics to me. So it was last year. I was planning to drop an EP, which I'm yet to drop anyway. So I was working on my EP, and that thing just came. Like everything that is happening, the thing just came. And thank God I have a studio in my house. And immediately came, I just rushed down to my studio. Under 30 minutes, I have already made a revolutionary message. And that was how the music came. And what else? Everything I said is the reality of Nigeria. So the reason why the thing is unique is, how did you put them together and make it a music? And that is it. So like I said, I love, when you listen, I love the fact that people listen to my music and say, this guy. And from that day, it didn't take up to 30 minutes to put that together.
It didn't take up to 30
Like, wow.
Like, wow.
Okay, so you would agree with me that musicians are prophets?
Yeah.
Because your lyrics are literally playing out what is happening in the country.
Yeah, of course.
And I remember one of those songs in the early 90s that talked about Nigeria to come. And then when we were so small that we listened to that song, we're like, Nigeria is not that bad now.
Yeah.
But as times goes on, we're like, did he say vision? It stuck with me as a person. So no, looking very well that your music is all about passing the message. And you've shown that in every of the songs you've written and the ones you've had out there where you tend to pass the message at every. So are you saying now that if there is no lyrics, if there is no message, there is no music?
Of course. Let's forget about what is happening now. Everybody wants to, the reason why people like Bob Marley, Lucky Dube, even Fela, blessed memory. The reason why you cannot forget these people is because of all their lyrics. That is the reason why their song is evergreen. So, but the generation of these days, we are just doing music for fun.
Yeah.
And that is why you hear music today, tomorrow you listen to it, it's not interesting to you anymore.
Yeah.
But then, when you drop a song, when music is all about lyrics, then it's an evergreen song you don't do,
Yeah.
And something will be say, even if you listen in the next 50 years, it still makes sense. So that is what music is all. That is what music should be all about. In as much as for entertainment and all of that. But then, even though on a go like me, I even for club when they play my song, even as they dance, it still they get something while they talk.
Yes.
So that is, I don't use F word in my music. I don't use all those.
Yeah.
All those.
You're an upright citizen.
Yeah. So it's intentional. It's not. You cannot listen to any of my music. I sing about love and all, but so to me, music is lyrics, and I don't listen to everyday song like all these things where they ring.
Yeah.
So
you're talking about love. Sorry, I want to go that route.
This girl, that lover girl, we all know.
Wait now.
Yeah, talk about love. Your green was so wide.
Which one you say my green was so wide?
Is it not wide?
What is wide?
Talking about love. You're talking about love.
Wait, hey, Lord of Jesus. Una see what they do.
Nobody saw anything.
But may we ask us. May we ask you this question. Pardon me, no verse. But not true. Do you really love love? You get people where they talk about love. Just
they do. And they get like 20 baby mama.
Hey!
Now here we talk.
God, I beg. But trust me, there are some artists that actually love, they don't want to even get married or anything. They just want to have baby mama.
Remember that our tweet that time? Can I get a baby mama?
So, but for you, do you really love love? And
Yeah.
you love love.
I've always been. Most times the reason why people change their perspective is not because that is, say it gets when, just like you say, you go to plan life go to plan
Hey,
you. Most people,
That one shocked me.
the way they are now is not the way they were. Most of us believe in something, and at the end of the day, it can't be
Yes.
like say, they work for us, and then if people go just somehow bone love na scam, all those things. But that doesn't really mean that if you say love is scam, you get people where they work for. Majority of people where they work for, it may be probably it never work for you. No means say, and as it be life, and maybe everybody this particular thing go work for. And most times, be saying na so God plan am, but because say we ourselves we dey make mistakes. Because I believe say God know I believe say anything will happen to somebody now, a mistake where you do somewhere where you supposed to do this thing. So I don't.
Now
Sometimes when people
tease
say
me.
love is scam, I don't believe. I believe it's something that is life to me. Love is life to me. In fact. Just like that.
You get line when you drop now. Did you get that thing?
Like,
Is it-
inspired.
So maybe
I
because
can
they will
become a
never fall in
musician.
love.
I can become a musician with
Which
this.
music? Auntie, come back. Oh. I know they even support you. Never.
Okay, so has there been any of your songs that came from personal experience, especially the loved ones?
Why you still there? Shebi you say you don't want to talk about that. Why you can't they go the love?
No, I'm just supporting my baby girl.
You know they support me. Speak for yourself.
I'm for you and you're for me.
No, never.
Of course, many of almost.
No.
Yeah, when I sing about love, I don't. It's not something that is delusional to me.
Oh,
Precious
Jesus.
told me, don't let go, baby.
It's something that I speak something facts. If I now something where most times I sing out of something that can happen, or I even fit use wetin don't happen to you. Sing. If you use wetin happen to my brother, wetin happen to my sister, anybody. But when I pass it through message, I do it as if I'm the one telling the story. It's my story. So I love to personalize things. That is why my music is interesting, because I always have to come into it for me to make it look real.
And that's how you keep connecting with your audience, because
You know,
Yeah.
your style of songs has actually inspired a lot of people. I see people, singing the song almost all the time, and I see people on TikTok. A lot of people are just, vibing to your songs. Basically, because you do songs attached to things, basically the government, maybe Nigeria as a whole. But this question is like, why this particular genre of music? Why did you choose this style?
Okay. I think because I believe in being original. A lot of people always go out from there. This thing is the only thing that give me that comfort I want in music.
Yeah.
I don't have to sound like every other person. When at the early stage of my career, there was a time I was trying to, if now this thing they trend, make a adjust to this thing, if this thing. But I got to a point, especially when I went for one seminar about over 10 years ago, and then this man was speaking and he was talking about being yourself in what, just turn your feet. Even when this thing they trend, people they move like this. If not this thing where they do, people don't they applaud you, just stay there. You self even make those people where they come back to say this thing might be the main thing. So that is the reason why, as long from the time I started music, I connect to people, and it's okay. So I think that's what music is all about. I connect to people with my music, so I don't have to, do this. So this is what is working for me, and this is who I am, and this is the only way I can express myself. Because music is all about expression. This is the only way I can express and pass my message. Yeah. So I just keep to it, and that is Mr. Bob's. Because I have to create my own brand.
I'm telling you.
if you see now, somebody here agrees with me on my school of thoughts that music is about expressing yourself. So I don't know why Precious said that, because my voice is not sonorously
Moving on.
inclined.
Moving on.
Excuse you.
Excuse you too.
Because I can decide to come out and say,
Come out and say,
Shaba, Shaba, Shaba,
Which one
Shaba,
is Shaba?
Shaba, Shaba.
Nobody,
That's what is
you
on
know,
my mind.
you know,
I'm expressing myself that shabalala, 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 shabashaba. What's that? Who are you to be the judge? There are people that will connect to me.
Connect where? See, music, like Mr. Bobby has said, it is about originality and connection.
We
Better
agree.
connection. Not be all these songs.
We agree. It's originality.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we still have Mr. Bobsy with us. I know you're enjoying yourself, so please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the Evi premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowa Tebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People
TV.
television. Love ya.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Yes, and welcome back to the show. It's happening here on VOP TV, and it's the Spotlight Show. Every time on the Spotlight Show is always an amazing time with my darling angel.
Darling G.
No, they shout that darling G.
I'm not a
She go vex me
musician.
now.
Not to me precious won't tell me. I sing for a living now.
Eh?
Yes. Darling,
Hey.
darling, 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 darling.
Even
Is my voice not good?
If,
It's good.
Wait,
which good?
see,
Which
Okoya,
good?
take your time on my case.
Please, guys, we still have Mr. Babsy with us here on the show.
Yeah. Go, Bobsy, go, Bobsy, go.
Bobsy, make I talk to you. I know say you go support me. I know that you will go for the truth. And you can never allow anybody.
Truth, and let the truth set you free. Don't allow her bribe.
Until you leave him. Which one be set him free?
You don't allow her to talk the real truth.
I will come the drag for Bobsy talk truth. This is the way she dey sing like good.
Her voice is nice.
Hey, Jesus!
I am sonorously inclined.
Which inclined?
Wait, my love.
Now I know say Bobsy no dey for me.
Look at me. Anything precious is seen at the moment. Director, you can mute her.
Mute who?
Mute her. Because my shoulder pad they go 50 kg.
Director, you know what we have. If you do that, you know what's going to happen. Actually,
but trust me,
yes,
I am not the same that you know yesterday.
Okay.
I'm way better, and tomorrow I'm gonna exceed your expectations.
Moving on, we've been talking about Mr. Bobsy. So Bobsy, music has been a thing in Nigeria, and I love the fact that Nigerian musical artists, at least our musical artists, Nigerian especially, their songs are really evolving over time, and a lot of people outside abroad listen to our songs and they're always vibing.
Even when they cannot even understand our language, you see them dancing to it.
Yes, they're always vibing to it, and it has always been a thing that people are always happy for. But for you, what would I say? Would I say music is something you would want? Because a lot of people want to be like, oh, I've seen a lot of artists that do music and stop. After so many years.
Even when they blow. Even when they don't blow with the song, they see off. Let's not mention.
I don't know. I always ask people this question. I say, wait till happen. We're not going to see this person again when they sing. What's going on?
No, they buy car. They can't buy fuel. The fuel can't they leak. So the fuel is finished.
So I don't know, Bobsy. What do you think about music? Keep evolving and keep evolving, because a lot of people might do music and I don't know what's the issue. What happens that they do music one time and before you know it, maybe the ones that do music, that their songs are good, but after a while we can't see them again. They will just disappear.
Okay, in that aspect, I think one of the things is where too much of expectation. Should I say so? What I mean by that is most people, like me, when I started music, I if they tell me if I do music over 10 years and never blow, I no agree. Like blow, stay there. I no go believe, because I know how I started. If I started my career in Port Owerri, but in a short while I just moved to Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
So basically I go say na Port Harcourt why day. There was a time I was raining in Port Harcourt and I was just going up. But at the time, when it reached the time where I think say by now I go don't blow, I no blow. I know why people they mostly quit now, because I no do again. Too much expectation.
Yeah.
But most times, if you know the reason why you started, I don't think there's any need for you to quit. Because most of the people who even quit, if I say they no quit, maybe now the next year they for blow. So there's this my song where I talk as I use singer say then say I go quit, but they don't know say winners no they quit. You get as I use drum. So to me, the reason the only time these people, the reason why you no see them again then disappear and because they quit. Nobody say music quit them. They quit.
They quit music.
They quit music. So, and that is because of, like I said earlier, music depression. Music, they come with a lot of things. Because sometimes, even me, most times when I be loner. I feel there for hours 3 days, I never go anywhere.
Yeah.
The best place I feel visit now my system, my laptop. But I feel the house like this, like down, they press me. If I just keep out all day like this, I know how to think deep. And then that period, I feel don't get plenty things where if I open my laptop, I don't do, or I use my phone recording. But at the time, when you say all these things, then you can't reflect on more, see waiting, I don't do nothing. Now waiting they make, but me, like I said, to me personally, I'm not sure say music na something where I feel live, unless the day where I don't grow old to the extent where my voice no fit do again, which I know say they possible. Maybe the strength no they there again, but then I don't see myself quitting.
No quitting, no time for quitting,
No.
no space.
No availability for people.
You know, I saw your video with our area father, popularly known as Charlie Boy. So yes, I actually saw I saw a video with you and him, and I actually want to ask this question because basically people have people they are looking up to, maybe musically, people that resonates with their own mindset. So which people will I say that people that you have that has actually helped you build your musical career?
Personally, I don't think personally.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start from Charlie Boy. You know, the time I met Charlie Boy, that was last year.
Yeah.
You know, through the manager, even him, he messaged me himself. I was like, I would like to see you. You're the one that you're behind this revolution. I said, yes. So, okay, can you come to my place in Ajah? I said, yes. So the manager contacted me, we spoke, and then that was it. And he's a father, like he called himself area father. He talked to me like, and him, they speak English. He go tell you, leave that English. He always go with pidgin. You know, he said a lot of things and different from what we they see.
Actually,
Charlie Boy is actually different from what we they see. I think this is just his brand. So he spoke to me and said a lot of things. But apart from that one, back in Port Harcourt, I've met a lot of people who have. I think the reason why people always, try to. I just use them like this. I don't get a lot of people more like your colleagues, OAPs, I think.
Yes.
Now people where me and them don't work with, and now people where don't advise me where for music. No be people where they even do music. I get friends more, maybe presenter and radio, where me and them don't work for years, and they go like, boy, keep it up, because we know the reaction where they get when we play your song, and all of that. And then I think that is the people who I will say we don't
help you.
Yeah, because me, they always want to know. They like when I they do something. They like criticism. So they pick things. I know they too like when I love the fact that people they say, oh, now this kind of song where they're supposed to sing Nigeria. No. But the few people where they criticize me, they listen to them. Like there was a time somebody was saying, try to make your voice make they thick. I say, okay, sir.
Whether you go chop me am, no go console and finish, you go date the base of your voice.
So, but then, he got one time I go seminar.
Yeah.
Now still Ben 10 of Wazobia in Port Harcourt then.
Yes.
So he now told me, he said, that this is who I am. So people will criticize you and all of that. But you see that thing where they do, where don't carry you, come here. Will make people even notice you. That thing will take you to where you no expect.
Yes.
So so those things now can give me the confidence to build myself. So basically, what they try to people who don't help me, build. But personally, like this thing, I don't think. But these people now people will be say, a radio presenter,
OAPs, yeah.
And now people who don't build my confidence. And most times some producers.
We deserve our flowers.
Taking my love.
Which one be this one?
No, we all agree with that. The one who gives imaginary flowers the most in Nigeria, in the world, is Precious Agumanu. For the first time, I'm not giving her. You better take it.
Are you sure?
You better take it.
Are you sure? So, Bobsy, tell us, are there any songs you're working on right now? Any project you're working on?
Yeah, I think I wanted this month, but I think by next month I'll be dropping my EP.
Okay.
Titled Redefinition. I was working on it before this revolutionary message. So, but the thing came as a force. This revolutionary message came as a force.
Yeah.
So it's something I cannot ignore, because if I ignore, and as the thing comes, I just do, I'm dropper. And I was surprised. Boom.
Yeah.
So I had to withdraw on the project I was working on to focus on it. And like I just did the video. I just dropped the video last month.
Yes.
And then I'm working on my EP, which is going to be dropping by next month by special grace of God. So 6 tracks EP.
So which one should we pick? Is it the revolutionary should do or from the
Revolution.
Because I can hear and we can see clients, people out there, and they are so interested in the revolution. I mean, I'm thinking of the future, but the revolution is his future too.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Revolution is not the only one who enters street. Too. Revolution has actually started, but I think waiting the on and the revolution of the mind. A lot of people, especially the youth, most people don't they wake up. And that is the first revolution we will take place, revolution of the mind. Let people know, like, unlike before, they very youth, they engage in politics those days.
Yeah, then they leave it
collect money, but you can see, say, they don't send your money again. Because they don't they wake up. And that is the most important. And just like something like NSAS, if it happen again, and like I talked there, the day where the power of the people will triumph over the people in power, it will happen. So that message is not just an ordinary message.
Revolution of the mind. Precious mind is tilting towards the fact that I can do music now.
Bobsy, let's hear. Let's hear revolutionary message. Yes.
Like I should freestyle.
Yes, let's hear.
How would they know that Mr. Bobsy? Let me know AI will bring.
Please leave your imprint.
Okay. Nigeria don't enter one chance, I swear. Oh, now go we go so. Herdsmen, they kill us every day, but them busy, they campaign again. After they failed all the promises they made, them they praise themselves. Why the masses were supposed to give them the praises, we they rant. I blame it on the religious leaders. I blame it on the traditional rulers. People were supposed to fight for the people, them don't compromise. Shame on the rebellious brothers. People will cry with us during answers. Today, them don't join those oppressors. They eat jollof. Ebelebe, something on the smell. Very soon now, we go perceive them. The havoc where this government, they cause na time bomb. It go soon explode. Revolution, they come. It dey very close at the film. When the power of the people will triumph, the power of the people in power.
Wait.
You see what I'm saying?
I see
from
what
the
you're
very
saying.
first time, I am Precious are seeing from the same lens. Even though it's just for a brief moment, because it will soon depart. Now, Gbasgbos. But this is actually
if there's
nice.
any artist you want to collaborate with, who would that be? This smile.
There are many. I think if I want to work with any artist, I think I'll work with Fino.
Oh.
What?
Why? I love Fino. Like I told you, lyrics. I'm this the kind of people I listen is not the kind of everyday musician artists we see in Nigeria. Like where would they know? I listen to people. I listen to even today. I listen to Brimo. Have you listened to Brimo lately? Yeah, that's the kind of people I listen. I listen songs where they change my mental, where they scatter my head, and now that kind of songs they even give me inspiration. So, but now for the people where I think if I want to work, people like Fino, I love Fino. I love Fino because Fino is the kind of person when you work with him, and then he will give you what you want, like as expected. And then another person, I would love to work with Flavor. I would love to work with somebody like Davido. These guys are good. And another one, Kiss Daniel. Yeah, I love these guys.
When you talk about Fino, I remember that Igbo rap song.
Even though I don't know what she is saying.
There was one Fino's Igbo rap song now. I can't, even though I don't understand Igbo, I can't even speak. It plays on top of my head. The energy.
Which of the songs?
The only person who sing now.
What is this?
Trust me.
What is this? Wait.
I'll come back for Precious.
You will not. You cannot.
I'll come back for Precious.
Anyway, when I don't see what you do, I don't. In fact, I don't. Oh, let's say that Igbo man you go marry.
If people man come, maybe saying a man we get sense,
I talk
we get vicious.
Yeah.
I don't think I have an issue with tribe. Okay, so I have an issue with some tribe, but not Igbo. I don't have an issue with an Igbo guy.
You're
But
welcome, my sister. You're welcome.
I'll
We'll accept you with open arms. Oh. All right, guys. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Thank you, Bobby, for coming to share your light with us on the Spotlight Show. I actually enjoyed myself, and this one has just been playing all the time.
I'm a very serious girl. Please.
Which serious?
I'm serious. My face is serious.
Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Remember, it was a blast, and if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am Precious Akimano, and I didn't do this alone. I was here with my darling
Onyidamola Olukuton. And it was a good afternoon. We enjoyed ourselves.
Of course. See you next time. Thank you for staying.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People television, truly a voice for the people.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 09044732605. Now the news in detail. The Sudanese Rapid Support Forces, RSF, renewed its assaults on the city of Al Obeid on Wednesday, launching 8 drone attacks that killed 2 people and injured others, according to witnesses and medical sources. The strikes triggered army air defenses in the strategically important city in the Kordofan region. Drone strikes were also reported in the capital Khartoum, at Bara in the north, and Bari, where a drone crashed into a mosque courtyard. Now, these are the first such attacks reported since May. The escalation comes as the RSF faces setbacks in its war with the Sudanese army, a conflict that began in April 2023 and has created what the United Nations calls the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Elsewhere, Zambia's security agencies have arrested several suspects accused of plotting to interfere with the electoral system ahead of Thursday's election. The Interior Ministry says those held include 3 former senior government officials accused of providing technical services to disrupt the vote and a 56-year-old Kenyan national. Permanent Secretary Dixon Matembe said the 3 others were found with more than 7.3 million kwacha, about $388,000, and sensitive military misinformation on seized electronic devices. A journalist and former ambassador detained in the probe have been released. Zambians go to the polls Thursday to elect a president, members of parliament, and municipal councillors. Meanwhile, voting is underway in Zambia today in presidential, parliamentary, and local government elections. Polls opened at 6 a.m. local time and will close at 6 p.m. with results expected on Monday. President Hakainde Hichilema is seeking a second term after 5 years in office. He is campaigning on an economic rebound, debt restructuring, and recovery following Zambia's 2020 sovereign debt default. His main challenger is Brian Mundubile, his first-time presidential candidate leading an opposition alliance backed by supporters of the late former president Edgar Lungu. Despite improved economic indicators, many Zambians say the cost of living remains a major concern. In Kenya, government spokesperson Charles Owino says President William Ruto's biggest concern ahead of the 2027 general election is not losing, but who would take over if he does. Speaking on a radio program, Owino framed the president's position as confidence in his record, not anxiety about the vote. He added that Ruto is praying for Kenya's future leadership, regardless of who wins in 2027. He added that Kenya also needs a hardworking leader who is not confined to one region. While Owino did not name anyone, the remarks are being widely linked to Democracy for Citizens Party, DCP, leader Rigathi Gachagua, and Linda Wanachi, leader Edwin Sifuna, both prominent government critics. Moving on, Chad's Independent Anti-Corruption Authority, AILC, says security agents detained and assaulted its inspectors on Wednesday during an audit of the state-owned Chadian hydrocarbons company SHT. According to the ALC, the team was examining SHT's financial and oil skills records from 2024 to present to verify revenue from crude oil sales. The authority alleges that SHT's top officials refused to provide documents and that agents from the National State Security Agency (ANSE) arrived, handcuffed, hooded, and held AILC officials for several hours. Phones and computers were also seized. SHT and ANSE have not commented on the allegations. The AILC says it will continue monitoring SHT to establish the facts around management of Chad's petroleum resources. Elsewhere, France has opened disciplinary proceedings against its top diplomat in the Central African Republic, CAR, over misconduct allegations. The ambassador, Antoine Fouché, is accused of inviting about 30 women to his official residence in the capital Bangui and having sex with some of them. The French diplomats told newsmen that administrative procedures have been initiated and are ongoing. It is not yet clear what the proceedings against Fouché entail or how long they will last. 35 Mauritanian citizens have returned home after almost 3 weeks in detention in Mali. Government spokesman Houssine Oud Meadow said they were innocent and alleged they were subjected to mistreatment and torture by Malian authorities. The men were detained on suspension of being terrorists after traveling from Ivory Coast. They were released Friday following intervention by the Mauritanian embassy in Bamako and flew back to Nema on Wednesday. Mali has faced escalating attacks since April by a coalition of Tuareg separatists and jihadists from the Group of the Support of Islam and Muslims, JNIM, an Al-Qaeda affiliate. President Mohammed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani intervened to secure their release. Away from that, Spain says the status of the North African enclaves of Ceuta and Melilla is not up for discussion after Morocco's Justice Minister reiterated Rabat's sovereignty claims. Abdel Talif Obi told Ashkak TV on Tuesday that Morocco raises the issue in talks with Spain with the long-term goal of a resolution through dialogue. Morocco has claimed the cities since independence in 1956. Spain says Ceuta and Melilla have been part of its territory since the 15th and 17th centuries. Spanish Defense Minister Margarita Robles responded in Ceuta saying Ceuta and Melilla are super Spanish and cannot be touched, and that any attack on them is an attack on Spain. The comments follow a border crisis in July, where an estimated 72,000 migrants crossed into Ceuta and at least 96 people died. Well, with that, we're going to a very short break, and when we return, we'll come back with the analysis segment of the African news. Please do stay with us.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Welcome back to the African News on Voice of the People television. Now we move to the analysis segment of the news, and joining us for more insights on the African news stories is Dele Fanimo. He is a veteran journalist and public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Now we also, yes, good to have you again. Now we're also joined by Muyiwa Akintunde. He is a publisher and PR consultant. Thank you so much for joining, and good afternoon. I would love you to unmute your device as I establish communication with you.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you very much for joining.
This is my This is my long lost friend.
Oh, okay. I think this is going to be an interesting one. We have friends on the analysis segment today. Thank you very much.
The last time I saw him was when I was in The Guardian.
Oh, okay. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Seems like a reunion happening here.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll start with the studio as we talk about Zambia's election. Now, Zambia's election is getting quite interesting because some suspects, authorities say some suspects were found with more than 7.3 Zambian kwacha, which is about $388 million, and sensitive military information. What do you make of this? What do you think is going on here in the Zambia election? Do you think that this is heading towards rigging?
You see, the point is, every election in Africa, at least in most part of Africa, follow the same pattern.
Wow.
It is either there is clamp down on opposition, or there is moves. I mean, there are moves to make the election so cumbersome and allow for rigging and vote buying. But in this case, this one, Zambia is tilting towards, they have been hounding opposition, before now. But it's tilting towards, one, trying to induce voters. Again, those devices could mean two things. Either the opposition is trying to use technology to monitor the election beyond the provisions of the Zambian laws, to at least expose rigging, or those equipment were deployed towards uprising as a result of the outcome of the election, which may not resonate with the majority of Zambians. So, but the whole idea is, why must we go through this route? Leadership is about, this is what I have. And my opponent says, this is what he has. And then let the electorate compare and see who serves them better. Not you trying to impose yourself on the electorate. Not you trying to make sure that everything illegal you deploy to make sure that we emerge. And that's why election results are always subject of disputation in this part of the world. Unlike in other climes where democracy had been practiced for many years, where outcomes are the resultant effect of the position of the electorate. But it's quite unfortunate in Africa. And that's why we come up with bad leaders who rode on the crest of this illegality. And once they get to power, they want to sustain this process because they know that ordinarily they may not have access to governance and the government house if they are not opportune to use this illegal route.
Now, there have been speculations that this has been one of the more stable democracies in Africa. Do you agree with me? But in the 2021 election, it was also speculated that it was observed by President Hichilema, right? He really watched the election and made sure that it was fair and fair, and making sure that it was Edgar Lungu that he defeated, basically. Now, what would you say about this allegation? Would you say that if this particular election goes smoothly, free and fair, and the voting is quite smooth, do you say that this would be the president's handwork as well? Do you think that because he wants to go for another 5-year term, then he really wants to make sure that he will be in power?
You see, have you ever seen somebody? You see, leadership in Africa is such that once you taste the forbidden fruit, I can tell you, it will be difficult, if not impossible, except you are forced out, to want to give power in a way that will show transparency, accountability, and fairness. In the case of Zambia, somebody was there before the president came. And what would you have expected him to say? To tell you that the only person that is an exception here was when Yaradua, the late Yaradua, said the election that brought him to office was flawed. And that was un-African. But an average African will tell you that he won the election squarely, without rigging, without any malfeasance and all that. But what we are saying now is the work of the current president will determine where the electorate will want to go. And unfortunately, where the electorate wants to go may not be the determining factor of the outcome of the election, because there are bases for rigging, manipulation, and all that. And that is what African leaders should eschew. If, in actual fact, the president had been up and doing in the last 4 years, because now they are going into election for another 5 years term, then he should have relaxed. Just tell the people that, look, I'm offering myself again for this office. And then the Mo Ibrahim Leadership Award that had been lying there, he should have won it. But it's not even anywhere near that award. Mo Ibrahim has been keeping his $1 million every year in the last 12 years with no African leaders winning that award, any African leader winning that award. So how could he now say that he has done so well for his country? But this is Africa.
This is Africa. Well, quite interesting. Let's take this conversation to our virtual guest, Muyiwa. This particular election happening in Zambia now, as it has been alleged that there has been arrests over the election plots. Now, the people involved in this that were suspected are 3 former senior government officials. Now, would you say this is a dent on public confidence, or would you say that this is the work of an opposition?
Just like my colleague Dele said earlier, Africa is bedeviled with all kinds of crises, particularly political crisis, because we have leaders who are always very eager to get to power, and when they get to power, they don't want to leave. I am not saying that the allegation that is being made against the opposition is correct, but I cannot also say it is true or false until the process is followed through. That's when we know whether that is true or not. But we all know what happens in election time across Africa, or let me say most parts of Africa. I mean, Nigeria is in election mode regarding the off-season election in Osula State that's holding in 2 days' time. And we've had all kind of conversation around that. So it's not peculiar to Zambia. In case of Zambia, I don't know whether it is also possible that the opposition also try to put as much, let me say, hurdles as possible against the incumbent president. President Chelema has been there for 5 years now, and he has the right to seek for a second term, and he's seeking for it. His government has been canvassing that the economy has had some improvement since he got there. He has also tried to work on ensuring that human rights are guaranteed to some level, and it's on the basis of that and other things that is promising, that is hoping that he'll get the second term. This opposition would naturally not sit down, hold their arms, and just expect him to have a free ride to winning this election that is holding, in Zambia. So what I'm saying in a sense is that both sides, the government in power, the president that is trying to seek a second term, the opposition themselves too, we cannot be sure whether they are stating the facts until investigation further proves so. But like my colleague has said, what is important is to ask yourself, why are you doing what you are doing? Is it for yourself, or is it for the people who are voting you into power? African leaders generally, except for a few of them, like Yaradua that my colleague mentioned, can also talk about Goodluck Jonathan, who, when the election in Nigeria happened, when he was seeking for his second term, and he knew that the result was against him. Many people advised him, many people in his cabinet close to him advised him to contest it. We all knew what happened with Olubebe coming in to, create a scene at the election collation center. But the president at that time, Jonathan, said, look, I'm not going to do anything contrary. And he considered defeat and called the winner of the election, Muhammad Buhari, and congratulated him. So that's the thing that I think African leaders should emulate. This thing is not a birthright. If you have been there for 5 years and you have done well, the people will vote for you. But if you haven't, you have a right to say, we want to try something else.
All right, fairness should be in play here. Now, let's look at another dimension to this. His biggest challenger, I'm talking about President Chilima now, his biggest challenger is Brian Mundubile, if I'm not mistaken. Now, this particular challenger is backed by supporters of the late Edgar Lungu. Now, do you think this is a political play? Could this be a test of the present, the incumbent president? Could this be a test of what he has done in the last 5 years? Or could this be a political play in the part of the last political camp?
Well, every election is a referendum on what you have done in office or what you have failed to do. So for the supporters of the late president to be backing the main opposition leader means that they have assessed and have felt that the Chelema has not delivered on certain things. Or they can even say that he has failed totally, and they have a right to their opinion and to their decision. And if they are able to canvass and get the majority of Zambians to keep behind their position, so be it. That means that we will have another president in Zambia running for 8 years, and it will not be Chelema to be in power. But Chelema's responsibility is to also come up and let the people of Zambia know that this is what we've done. Where we are facing challenges, these are challenges we are facing, and we are fixing them. We are making sure that we'll do it. Governance is not a sprint; it's a marathon. So show the fact that there are milestones of winnings that you are getting as the party in power, and thereafter you leave the decision to the people. Like we've been saying, everything has to do about the people. The people have the power. The people have the decision to make. It is for you in government, it's for you in the opposition party, or whatever interest that you have to canvass your own position. And if you are able to convince and persuade the electorate, yes, you are lucky. But if you are not able to, what I don't want is what I think Africa should try to avoid is a situation where we begin to have violence in our election. It's a situation where we begin to have imposition in our election. But that will no longer be election. It will just be some other form of that will be autocracy actually, and that's not what Africa needs. We need a civil system where we can freely elect those we want in power. If the person is not doing well this time, you remove the person and go to someone. After all, some people are already canvassing for Goodluck Jonathan to come back in Nigeria. It means that they feel, whether rightly or wrongly, they feel that he did well while he was in power. And so why don't we have him come back? So I just feel generally that election should not be warfare. But that's what it has become in Africa, unfortunately.
Election should not be warfare. Now, let's bring this conversation to the studio. We are still talking about election, but this time around, in terms of Kenya, upcoming elections. Now, President Ruto, through his spokesperson, said something about him not being bothered about losing the election, but he's bothered about who will take over instead. Now, knowing that the upcoming election he still has more than a year, are you insinuating, or would you say that this is as a result of lots of confidence in the aspects of the incumbent president, or would you say that there is already a heat-up moment happening as regards to the upcoming election in Kenya?
There have been a lot of uprisings against Ruto, and he had to quell some violently. And so that is an indication that is not that popular in that country. Don't forget there was a dynasty of Jomo Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta, and all that had ruled. Why should he even bother? Why should he even bother about his successor? With or without him, would Kenya not exist? I think it's just a way of creating unnecessary distraction and probably whipping up sentiment for him. Of course, it's natural for his aides to talk about that. That if he's concerned about who succeeds him, then he should have gotten a successor from within his party and then step down from contesting. That way, you are sure that you have a protege, somebody who will take off from where you stopped. But in an election that you are fighting tooth and nail, struggling, clamping down on opposition, and you are still telling us that it doesn't bother you if you lose the election. But what bothers you is if the person that is taking over from you will be able to continue. What service did you offer Kenya that is so out of this world that you think somebody else cannot take over from you? I worked in places, and when I left, in some places I will tell the company that, look, if you feel you are satisfied with my job while I was here, and you want continuity without much innovations that could cause a lot of harm to the company, then I will recommend these three people. So choose one out of the three. When I became the MD of Leadership Newspaper, the current MD, as at then, Mr. Obi Azuru, behind me was the one that recommended me when he was about leaving, that I know that this guy is capable to take charge of this organization after leaving. And I took over, and he was happy about it because I made some strides. So what we are saying is, if this man wanted a successor that he can trust, since he has now made Kenya his vast estate, then he should look for somebody within his party, somebody who he can vouch for, who will be loyal, and then step down from the race, sponsor that person, let that person win, so that he can continue. You can't tell me that you are afraid of a successor that will deviate from what you are doing to Kenya when you are in the race. It also shows that he's not sure if he's going to win that election.
You know, it appears that that statement was actually pointing to his critics. I'm talking about Edwin Sifuna and Rigathi Gachagua. Now, I think that he's pointing these statements over to them. Now, him bringing something like this early, does it mean that he is trying to distract and divert the attention from governance to political survival?
You see, the point is very clear. He is not saying that he's not interested in that office. Now, what he's trying to say technically is, I know, I may not know those who succeed me, but I will tell you that I know those who will not succeed me. And it's a way of indirectly, through psychological warfare, telling Kenyans that these two people are not good enough to take over. So discrediting them, demarketing them. But unfortunately, if it were to be some other countries where democracy works, that work in those climes, what would have happened is, yes, you said you are tired, but you don't know have a successor. Okay, let's look at the profile of these two people that are contesting against you, and let's choose one, and then see how far we can move with this. But you can see a build up to this election has shown that Ruto, in spite of all the hues and cries, wants to return to that government house at all costs.
At all costs. Now, let's take this conversation to our virtual guest, Muyiwa. Now, President Ruto once described his return back into power as national interests, right? He described his return as a national interest. Now, do you think he's trying to protect his political legacy, or he's really still in the interest of the country?
Well, I'm not surprised that he's describing his return as national interest. What else will you say about yourself except nice things that people would clap for you when they hear? So he's saying national interest, but it all boils down to what he has done within the period that he has been president. And if indeed he had done the right thing as president of Kenya, then he shouldn't be so much afraid about the election coming up, really, because I would expect that people would have seen the reality will be there, as they say, and everybody would now know that, Ruto is a blessing to our country. After all of the struggle we've had in Kenya, with the hegemony of the Kenyatta, that were in power for donkey years. So Ruto is saying to opposition, Ruto is contesting election, which is going to hold in about a year's time. And you're also saying that you are in the race, or you are saying if you are defeated, you want to be sure who is going to take over from you. I mean, you can't eat your cake and have it, as they say. So I would think that he should rather focus on his own political party and his own political campaign. And he still has 1 more year to go for the election. So he can still do things that will endear him to Kenyans, that will make them to consider him. If we do polling now in Kenya, if the rating is low, then he knows that he has to see how he can ensure that before the election comes up, he is in the good books of Kenya. Everything, they say that in war, all is fair in war. And that's the same thing they also say about politics. In politics, all is fair in politics. We had a situation in our country in the last election cycle when the current president was a candidate. And he says that you have to grab it and run with it. So what it means is that you don't have to play the gentleman. Anything that you need to do, even if it means you have to, pull down all the utensils in the kitchen just for you to have what you want, go ahead and get it. But I think that's not the policy that we should be canvassing, really, because that's what leads to violence that, happen. Violence of different types. Anyway, we have the one that that is very, 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 very unfortunate, where it becomes very physical and could lead to deaths, as we have witnessed in the in the about to be conducted Osun State election. There are another form of violence is to begin to, render speeches. It may not get to the level of hate speech, but you are demeaning or demarketing your position. All I think that Ruto should do, but again, it's very difficult to preach that to politicians. All I think that he should do is to, he's the one in power. He's the one who has all the means to be able to convince the electorate. Let him do the right thing for the people. Let him follow through what he promised when he first came into power, and let him also see how he can, make the average Kenyan happy. And the election will just be something that will be good for him if he does that, rather than him focusing attention on who succeeds him. When he is also a candidate, it's very laughable actually. You are a candidate in the election, and you are saying that if you don't win that election, you'll be interested in who succeeds you. Well, I don't know where that's done.
Well, we believe that things will definitely come into a position with time. Well, before we wrap up the analysis segment, let's touch Chad. Coming back to the studio, now Chad anti-corruption inspectors were allegedly detained. Now, they were detained when they were investigating the finances and oil sales of Chad's state-owned hydrocarbons company, when security agents just came and cuffed them, detained them, and took their phones, their computers, and all of that. Now, the question is, if an anti-corruption body cannot investigate a state-owned company without interference, what does that say of Chad's institution? What does it say about the strength of Chad's institutions?
It's not a clear deviation from what happens in other parts of Africa. There's always this peer review in Africa.
Especially because oil is one of Chad's most resources.
That's their mainstay. Now, you see, it's quite instructive to see that across Africa, oil has suddenly become a curse instead of blessing. Now, you imagine just the simple audit of finding out how much was made from the country's mainstay and how much was expended for what purpose. What is the level of commitment using that fund and all that? That's all. Why would, of course, you know that those that were detained, arrested, look at the way they were humiliated, as if they came to steal. They came to audit. You wounded them, manacled them, and took them like prisoners of war. Whereas you invited them for this audit. It shows that maybe they went beyond their brief to discover more than they wanted them to discover. So naturally, they felt these people are going to expose us. And Chadians are not known for exploration and for oil well drilling. So the multinationals and their agents, their expatriates, will be the one to call on the government and say, look, these guys are opening up cans of worm beyond what we expect. And then, so rather than recall them privately, they just wanted to humiliate them and say, go and arrest all of them. What was their offense?
What was their offense? Now, let me go to our virtual guest. We've seen this problem across Africa, how that they create anti-corruption agencies and systems, yet they cannot independently operate and make proper investigations. What's the point? What do you think is the point of creating anti-corruption agencies when they will not be allowed to independently operate and do their jobs? Do you think there is a political play to this, or this is in the aspect of the anti-corruption agencies not doing their proper duties?
I think there are two factors responsible for that. First is what we call symbolism. Every government wants to give the impression that we are accountable, we are above board. Whatever we do is something that we can defend. The other thing is that a lot of the donor countries and agencies also demand for accountability. But that is actually how you can ensure that whatever you give in terms of support for a country, for an institution, for anybody, is used for the purpose for which it is meant. And this is it's not only in government, it also happened in private organizations. I mean, across the world. I happen to be a Rotarian, and in Rotary, we get funds from across many platforms internationally and from many partners. And one of the things that you must do in the year that you serve as president or district governor or whatever position is to ensure that you give account of every kobo, every dollar that is given to you. So to have an anti-corruption agency is good. But again, like I said, it's more of symbolism for those who are running government in Nigeria. It's when I read the story about the child anti-corruption inspectors being treated in a very, very inhuman manner, I just kept asking myself, why would the Chadian government put that agency in place if all they want to do is also give the impression that they are accountable when indeed they are not?
Well,
because what would the inspector have done that would have warranted the kind of treatment that they will have been given?
Okay.
I think the Italian authority should look into this
They should
and
look
ensure
into
that
it.
those who have committed this are dealt with appropriately.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Africa demands accountability concerning this matter. Well, would love to continue, but unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you very much, Dele Fanimore, veteran journalist and public affairs analyst. We were also joined by Muyiwa Akintunde, a publisher, a PR consultant, and public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for being a part of the midday of the African News Analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, you're still watching the African News on Voice of the People television. When we return, UNICEF warns cholera spreading across West Central Africa. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Please do stay with us. Welcome back. But the World Health Organization, WHO, says the current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, could become the deadliest in history. Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says its current pace, the 2026 outbreak, will eclipse the 2014 to 2016 epidemic, which killed at least 11,000 people. Since it was declared on May 15th, there have been at least 4,300 cases and more than 2,000 deaths. The WHO says it hopes to bring transmission under control within 3 months, but warned that it will not end the outbreak entirely. In another development, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, says cholera is spreading rapidly across West and Central Africa, with active outbreaks in 6 countries. Nigeria has the largest outbreak with more than 50,000 cases and 338 deaths recorded since January. Borno State is the main hotspot. Other affected countries include the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, Republic of Congo, Chad, Cameroon, and the Central African Republic, CAR. UNICEF Regional Director Gilles Fagnino says children are bearing the brunt, and flooding and poor water access are driving the spread. The agency is calling for $15 million in funding to scale up water, sanitation, and vaccination campaigns over the next 6 months. Elsewhere, Zimbabwe is developing a national aftercare policy to support young people leaving orphanages and children's homes as they move into adulthood. Acting Director of Social Development in the Ministry of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare, Tata Morimpi Tivavi, says the policy will create a coordinated approach for caregivers who often face challenges after turning 18. Officials say consultations are now complete in all 9 provinces, with Harare hosting the final meeting. They say the policy will include the voices and lived experience of young people with care experience in both its development and implementation. We will take another quick break and the African news returns with business and other stories. Please stay with us. Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. Now in the world of business, India and the Southern African Customs Union, SACO, have signed terms of reference to launch negotiations for a preferential trade agreement. SACO comprises South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, and Eswatini. Talks, which stalled after 5 rounds between 2002 and 2010, will focus on tariff relief for Indian exports, including automobiles and pharmaceuticals. In company news, Africa's largest supermarket group, Shoprite Holdings, expects annual headline earnings per share (HEPS) to rise by up to 14.7%. The retailer reported merchandise sales up 7.2% to 270.8 billion rand, or about $16.7 billion, supported by growth in its core South African grocery business. Shoprite shares were up 5.19% in morning trade. Now in the world of sports, Malawi continued their giant-killing run at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations, beating Algeria 3-1 on Wednesday to reach the final against Cameroon. First-time finalist Malawi had Tabitha Chawinga score twice, and Temwa Chawinga had one. Ikram Ajabi got Algeria's goal. In the other semi-final, Cameroon upset hosts Morocco 3-1 on penalties after a goalless draw following extra time. Morocco had a late penalty saved after a video assistant referee VAR review. Malawi, Cameroon, Algeria and Morocco have all qualified for next year's Women's World Cup in Brazil. Meanwhile, Malawi is backing embattled FIFA President Gianni Infantino, crediting his leadership with its historical qualification for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. Football Association of Malawi President Fleetwood Haya told newsmen the Scorchers reached the Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON semi-finals in Morocco thanks to investment in African football by FIFA under Infantino. Malawi qualified for the World Cup for the first time after reaching the last 4 of WAFCON. And that's all on the African news today. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues Your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People television, don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello and welcome. My name is Precious Agumanu, and we are here for the Wafidel Pro Seminar 2026 happening here at Iruka. And we all know Iruka is the Nigerian sole authorized product distributors here in Nigeria. And yes, today we have international experts, industry stakeholders who are here to elevate, teach, and we are here to also experience what professional audio sound is all about. Stay with us, don't go anywhere.
It was a day of sound, technology, and innovation in Lagos as Wafidel Pro hosted a professional audio seminar at Iruka Towers. The event, organized by Iruka, the Nigerian sole authorized distributor of Wafidel Pro products, brought together sound professionals and industry stakeholders to explore the latest developments in professional audio technology. With experts' presentations, product demonstrations, and interactive sessions, the seminar highlighted the future of professional sound in Nigeria.
Wafidel Pro is one very old and respectful audio brand originating from UK, which is now spread into a large number of countries. We have more than 60 distributors and covering more than 80 territories, basically all over the world. And Nigeria is one of our dearest and oldest and the biggest clients we have. So we took the opportunity to come to this seminar to help present our brand, to present our products, to do some teaching, some training, some explanation of our new lines, of our new developments, and things like this.
Well, we talked about how to give back to the people, how to impact knowledge in people, and we said, why not we bring together as enthusiasts, sound engineers, pastors, DJs, and equip them with today's knowledge when you talk about audio, and we decided to come up with the Wafidel Pro Seminar 2026. If you talk about quality sound, you talk about Wafidel Pro. If you talk about professional loudspeakers for any entry level, for the mid-range, the high range, the full range, any range you want, depending on the class you find yourself, the Wafidel Pro got you covered in terms of sound. So we want to make sure that at every point in time, anyone has a speaker to pick from us.
Wafidel Pro has always been a brand in the industry. Like, I've used it for like more than a decade because I used to be a live sound engineer, but now I'm not on field again. And during that time, I've been using Wafidel products, and it has been something notable in the industry. As in, it's very sound. When you want something of high class, if you want something that will perform, that is strong, durable, Wafidel is just one of the best options in the industry.
Number one, the aim of the event is to showcase what we have and to train so many engineers so that the mistake will be minimal. Wafidel has been in the front of the brand. The brand has been established since 1932, almost 80 years in the business. It's not easy to survive revolution and devolution. That's the reason why Wafidel is still on the front page of the brand. So they expect to see a lot of new innovations. So we are here to celebrate the brightness of the Wafidel. We are here to rejoice and celebrate and show the world what we can do and to train so many engineers for free of charge.
Wafidel Pro has shown so far that it is not just about sound. It's about innovation. It's about technology. It's about the future of professional sound audio. I am Precious Agumanu, reporting for VOP TV.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz. from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People Television, don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
So let us pray. Father, in Jesus' name, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, Almighty God, we come to honor you and to thank you. You are the builder of all things. When the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the deep, your spirit moved upon the waters, and you spoke, and it came to be. Thank you, Father. We dedicate this building into your hand, and we commission it in the name of the Father, Amen, and of the Son, Amen, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We'll go with the spelling of Jesus in one voice. J-E-S-U-S. Jesus! A round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you, sir. Yes. Then we move to the showroom also. So we quote also with the spelling of Iruka. It is I-R-U-K-K-A. So let's all do it in one voice. I-R-U-K-K-A. Iruka. Round of applause. Thank you so much. Then we move now for the cocktail, then we move to the hall. Thank you. A round of applause. You're all welcome. The hall has been officially opened.
The opening of Iruka Towers brought together business leaders, celebrities, and entertainment personalities for an evening of celebration and networking. Adding color to the event was Nigerian singer Jody, who took guests on a nostalgic experience with a performance of her hit song, Kuchi Kuchi. The crowd sang along as the singer delivered an energetic performance, reminding guests of the timeless appeal of the song. Before her performance, Jody spoke about her music journey, her inspiration, and the connection she shares with her fans. The singer also highlighted the importance of creating music that connects with audience and stands the test of time.
Wake up in the morning. I see your lovely face. You make me cry. Laughter is not enough. I sing tribute because you make me cry. Laughter is not enough. I sing tribute because, yeah. Baby, I love you, baby. You make me cry. Laughter is not enough. I see true beauty because I see you. Thank you.
Oh baby, I see me in your eyes.
Okay, speaking about music, what has been happening with Jody for a while now? Talking about your musical journey, the musics you have there, the ones you're trying to remake, the evergreen one which still stayed for decades.
Yes.
Ah.
Well, I have more in store. I had a little break, trying to find myself, and now I'm back. I'm revisiting most of the songs I did in my debut album, like African Woman, Akmona, Igbonu, and live and available for events. I'm just rediscovering myself and intensively pursuing my passion.
It's the intensity for me. Okay, so talking about music, knowing very well, how long have you seen yourself being this person that you are today?
Well, I had my dream, but I just wasn't actualizing it until they say fire makes the gold shine. Until I went through my own form of fire. And it's in phases. We all experience fire to get to the next step, the next level. So having gone through certain, friction and all that, I think that gave me the boldness to step into what I had vaguely imagined me to be.
For guests at Iruka Towers, the evening was a blend of business, lifestyle, and entertainment. Oyindamola Olukuto, Voice of the People TV.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
4, 3, 2,
Call me happy baby superstar.
Hello, we are live at the movie premiere of Evie, and yes, this movie was produced by an UyoU film, and yes, we are here at the event, and we have a lot of cast here already. So yes, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. Don't go anywhere. Stay put.
You can't go around the industry being all nice. Otherwise, the industry is going to eat you up and spit you out whenever it wants.
I don't think you're that talented. All you these women, all of one of they sound the same for my ear.
All you had to do was show up.
When no one else wanted you, I got you into that room. Evie, me.
You look amazing, by the way.
Thank you. And I'm supposed to tell you say you look.
Don't worry, don't worry. Leave this one. Don't worry.
All right, Odogu, can you sing? Tell us.
They say I can. I don't know. I haven't sang in a long time,
All right,
professionally.
let's try this. I feel good. Woo, so good. So good. Oh my God, that's amazing. All right, we'd like to know you, please.
My name is Osula. I play the character Kola on the movie Evie, and we're here for the premiere of Evie. Super excited to be here. I'm stoked, actually. The environment is charged up. I can't wait for us to see the movie.
Oh my God. So what did it feel like? What was it like for you to be in the movie?
Ooh, I mean, like, it was good. First off, like I said, you know, the director is my friend. Uyo, a lot of people call her Uyo. Uyo is my friend. Uyo is my friend. And when she told me about the movie a while ago, but I still had to audition. That's how Uyo. Anyway, so Uyo I auditioned for it. Yes, and I had to fight for the role. Literally, I did my chemistry test, you know, on-screen chemistry test and all of that. And then, you know, afterwards, I got the character, and then I read the story, and I was blown away. And I love the character that I played because he was very layered. He was very humane. So he was a struggling talent manager. I've never been a talent manager in my life, but I kind of, you know, I've been a talent. You kind of get it, you know. So a struggling talent manager who found his way to redemption through the lead character. It's very layered. He had a lot of ups and downs, and I really enjoyed it. He was drunk, by the way. So
wow. So what was your name on the movie?
My name was Kola, but a lot of people called me Uncle Kola. He was older than them. He was like in his 40s.
So tell me, was there any issues you were having on set?
Issues on set?
Yes.
Oh no. Apart from director making sure that we got the performances, we got the blocking, it was good because Judy Dawudu, who is the producer, is an amazing person. Hospitality, she's amazing. When it comes to passing information, she's incredible. So it was fun. It was all fun. And then we had a lot of my friends on set, you know. So Omobi Dada, who is also the EP, Ibrahim Suleiman, Michael, Ejo, a lot of people. It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
So tell me one memorable fun moment you had.
I mean, there were several, but I would say that there was this scene where it was one take. The director wanted to make it one take. It was one of the promotional scenes, you know, and it was one take, and we had to do that several times. It was crazy. And Uyi kept pushing us until we got it, but it was good.
Hi, good evening. You're crazy. Hi, everyone. All right, you know that song? I feel good. Energy. So good. I love that. Oh my God. So I would like to know you, please.
My name is Yvonne, and I'm an actor.
So what are your expectations for this evening? We are here at the movie premiere of Evie. So what are your expectations for this movie?
Oh, I want to see talent. I want to see talent on talent. I want to see double talent. So I want people to wow me. I like people who can sing, people who have good singing voices.
Okay.
So I want to be entertained. Yeah.
So can you sing?
No.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me rephrase. I can sing, but I don't have a good singing voice. Let me just leave it like that.
All right, that's nice. All right, thank you so much.
You think you're a star? You are not as big as you think you are.
I'm done, Olame. There's nothing left for me here.
Rest your head, sweet child. Maybe the stars are not for you.
I feel like for the very first time, I have found someone who truly inspires me.
Hi.
I try me to but
hey, I have a bad voice, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, you look amazing.
Thank you, I try. Thank you.
All right, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
This evening?
Yeah, how do you
I feel good. I feel very excited, very happy because I'm about to see something that is going to excite me. So yes.
Okay. So can you sing?
I can. I'm a very good singer, guys, but I have a bad cold, so I really can't do anything.
Okay.
I'm literally struggling to talk, but I sing.
Okay.
Yes.
What about you?
No.
Wow.
I sing, but I don't have a good voice, but I love to sing. So I just sing in my bathroom, in my room, on my bed, you know, in my car, in the private place, not publicly.
So what are your expectations this evening? Tell me.
Honestly, a good film, a good watch, fantastic acting and great storytelling.
Nice. What about you?
Same thing he said. What he said, darling, just here to have fun and to enjoy every bit of whatever magic they have cooked for us to enjoy.
So tell me, how was it like for you to be in the movie?
It was exciting. I won't even lie. Well, cameo roles are not that deep in terms of executing it. But what I think excited me the most is just the work ethics of the people that put the film together. Judy Laudu, Uyo, Damia Shikoya, Omomi Dada. She played, I can't remember her character name, but she's EP on the film as well. And Osaz, the lady that played the lead character, she auditioned for this. She wasn't handpicked, you know what I'm saying? So, and I think all of those things adds up to what makes films like this exciting.
Nice. And this movie talked about second chance. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
I mean, I think in life generally, you have to give yourself a second chance. Because if you work long enough and you invest in yourself, you'll get it wrong sometimes. You've got to take the learnings and give yourself a second chance to actually go back and win for yourself.
Right. So you also talk about music. Do you love music?
Absolutely. I mean, I've worked in entertainment for over 19 years. I've curated and created music. So I love music. I love how it can inspire people and how it can maybe sometimes get you out of depression, change your mood for good. But like everything else, it's got its downsides as well, depending on how you use it.
So tell us, what was the fun moment you had on set?
I think just generally with the cast and crew, it's one of those sets where when you're on set, people are gisting. They're like, we're about to roll, everybody keep quiet, that kind of thing. You're not whispering, you're still gisting type. It was great energy. Even while we're filming, the content for it as well was just always beautiful. Matter of fact, we filmed the rollout materials for the movie while I was fasting, and I didn't even feel like I was fasting. That's how good it was. Great energy, great people.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Oh my God, you guys look amazing.
Thank you.
You look beautiful.
Okay, so how do you feel? Tell me.
Amazing. Like, I'm super happy.
What about you?
I feel excited.
Oh, you know the song I Feel Good. So good. So good.
I got you.
Oh my God. All right. Please would like to know your name.
Okay, my name is Yo-Yo Ovi. I'm a singer and a songwriter, and I'm in the movie.
Oh my God. Clock it. So what about you?
My name is Papa, and I'm your Yovi's manager.
Oh. Please, very important. All right, and we are here at the movie premiere of Ivy. So tell us about this movie. We would like to know things that we are going to expect.
So I've been seeing trailers. I'm looking forward to watching the movie. I've been seeing trailers of the film, and I'm in the movie, and I'm excited. It's a music movie, and
I'm looking forward to it. Uyoyo Adia is such an excellent writer and director. Judith Audu, they all do excellent work. So trust me, this project is already a bang. We already saw it from the trailers, but like I'm excited to see the movie. I'm super excited. Like, hey, congratulations to them, by the way.
So tell me, what was it like for you to be in the movie?
It was very exciting when I got the call that, oh, you get to be in the movie. I'm like, oh, my first time in a movie. I'm like, yay!
Oh my God, were there any challenging times?
Not for me though, I enjoyed this. I was having fun on set.
So what about you? What are we going to expect in this movie?
Well, for me, this is the first time a movie like this has been shown or produced in Nigeria, whereby showcasing the struggles of female artists, female musicians in Nigeria. Nobody talks about it, but it's real. Yeah, it's true. They go up and they face challenges nobody talks about, because when a woman speaks out, everybody wants to shut her up. So this movie is about to expose a lot of things, so watch out.
All right. So tell me, do you like to sing?
I love singing.
Do you love music?
I love music. I was born singing.
Oh my God. All these are, I be like, I will go learn my own skill. Now I know whether I go sabi sing. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Thank you. Bye.
And you too.
We can do so many great things together.
Evie, you're special. You deserve a second chance. Sing.
Good evening.
How's it going?
Fine, thank you. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm happy, really happy for Omomi Dada, for Judith Audu, for Miss Uyi. Miss Uyi is my girl, always pulling my toes up every time. So I'm really happy for them and happy for Evie. I kind of like knew when it was in the production phase, and here we are today for the premiere. Yeah.
So tell me, can you sing?
Yes, I can.
Okay, let's do this. I feel good. Da 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 da. Ooh, so good. So good.
I got you. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
All right, so we are at the movie premiere of Evie. So what are your expectations for this evening?
From the trailer, you can just tell that it's action-packed. You know, it's the story of a young lady, Evie. The good, the bad, the ugly of the music industry. She's going to go through it all. And I'm pretty sure she's going to come out victorious. So it's that journey that we're here to see. And I can't wait to see that, yeah.
Okay, so tell me, how do you see the movies in the future? Like movie or films?
Nollywood can only get better. You know, we've really evolved. If you check movies from now and then compare them to movies from 10 years ago, there's been a huge, improvement. So I'm really, really happy for Nollywood, and it can only get better from here.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
E for the what?
E for Evie.
So tell us, we'd love to meet you. Who are you?
My name is Kenechukwu Presh Alma, aka Ugebo Igbo.
If you don't know,
you don't know. Just ask well.
All right, we are here live at the movie premiere of Evie. So what are your anticipation for this movie? Tell me.
I got a sniper and I know Evie is going to be power-packed. I'm expecting to see like a superstar-studded kind of film, and we're going to have an amazing time. I know Evie is a wonderful film. I've seen like the trailer, and it's a superstar shit. Look at me now. Look at me now. Oh, and I'm at work.
All right, you love music, right?
Absolutely. Who doesn't love?
And what kind of genre do you like doing?
Okay, I do a lot. I think I love
hip hop.
No, I'm a reggae person. Ooh. That's why I vibe more with Rihanna. Yes, I'm a reggae person. But I have just discovered one new music. I don't know if he or she is new. I don't even know who. But I know that the name is Zion Ray. Okay. They drive me crazy. I play them all the time. Yes.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. You look amazing.
Thank you so much.
Tell me, who styled it?
Oh my goodness, Fit Couture by Essence. This outfit was made in 3 days, guys. I kid you not.
Oh my God.
In just 3 days. Rashida is the babe. Honestly, killed it. Like when she brought it this evening, I'm just like, I'm just gonna enter this closet and move.
Oh my God, so please, we'd love to meet you.
My name is Arike Owolagba, also known as Arike Dimples or Risky Baby.
So, if you don't have dimples, sorry.
Sorry.
All right, so we are live at the movie premiere of Ave. So what is your expectations for this evening? Tell me.
My expectation is, first of all, to see myself on the screen, to see everyone's reaction to my music, and to see everyone's reaction to the magic that we created, because this is a lot of hard work. This is a lot of, sweat, blood, passion, and I'm just honestly looking forward to a really great, warm reception from the audience, honestly.
So tell me, what was it like for you to be in the movie?
It was, I would call it alignment. It was just perfect. It was like a full circle moment. The first time I'm getting to do 3 things I love at the same time. I'm getting to write, which I do, songwriter. I'm getting to sing, and I'm also getting to act. I'm not doing it separately, because usually I'm always having to do them separately, but this time around I'm doing them on one project, and it's just so beautiful. I'm grateful for the opportunity. So, thank you.
So what should we expect, we the watching? Tell us.
Expect great storytelling. Expect great acting, expect great casting, expect great cinematography, expect great storytelling. Like I said, the story is amazing. Expect good music that you can also go get across all platforms, because we do have an album. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. So we are here live at the movie premiere of Eva. So what are your expectations for this evening?
The thrill, the old glamour. I can't wait to see the movie. Yes.
So tell me, who would you love to see this evening? Tell me.
Everybody, because everybody is my friend, so I don't want to pick a particular person, so I'll say everybody.
Okay, you love to sing, right?
Oh my God.
Tell me, just tell us.
But I will sing for you. If that's what you want.
All right, let's try this. I feel good. So good. Bam, bam. Oh my God.
You.
All right, thank you so much, and do have an amazing evening. Bye. Oh my God, you look amazing. Come on, can you do a 360 for us? Ooh, clock it. So tell me, how do you feel this evening?
Oh, I feel excited. It's like a dream come true. So I'm pretty excited to be here today.
Oh my God. So tell me, can you sing?
Yes.
And you love music?
Yes, I do.
All right. So we are here live at the movie premiere of Ava. So what is your expectations for this evening?
This is my first time seeing the movie in its full form, and I'm so excited to see what we have worked so hard to achieve come to life. And I started off a bit emotional today, because I was like, yeah, it's finally here, and all the hard work of everyone is finally going to be seen by most of us today.
So tell me, what was it like for you to be in the movie?
It was a dream come true. I keep saying that because I've only been a short time in the industry, and this almost came to me on a platter. So I'm very, very excited. It was a fun experience. Judith Audu Productions, lovely production company. It was very, very exciting working with them, and easy. That's a very, very important thing.
So tell me, were there any challenges you had in the movie?
I didn't have any challenges. I was asked, but I personally didn't have any challenges in the film. It was a breeze for me, so I absolutely enjoyed myself.
So tell me one memorable fun moment you had.
Not to give too much away, but we had a club scene. I'm not very much the clubby type, so it was very exciting to do something out of my comfort zone for once.
So tell me, we are here live at the movie premiere of AV. So what are your expectations for this evening? Tell me.
Because I know who is in the film, that's my husband and a couple of friends, and I read the script. I can't wait to see how he executed the character Dayo. I just can't wait to see it. That's my expectation. I can't wait to see him. And when I watched the trailer, I saw him singing. I was like, wow, I'm super proud of you. Look at you. You're singing and you're even doing the face and everything. So yeah.
So with everything happening this evening, how do you see movies in the future?
I've been asked this question so many times on red carpets and premiere, and I'm hoping that the movies get better. Our stories are getting better, our cinematography is getting better. I hope that it gets better so that globally people can appreciate us and watch our movies.
Oh, Bukola. Like say, Mom, pray I don't they work for you.
You and I know you won't be here if there's nothing in it for you. That girl has a bad character. Stop that up!
Fine.
What deal do you have with her?
Talent could get you in the room, but your attitude, that's what keeps you in there.
The universe will always give you a star. See you banning back. The entire world is going to finally respect you.
You look amazing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'd love to meet you. What's your name?
Luca.
Luca, where are you from?
I'm from Italy, but I live between Switzerland, Lugano, Italy, center of Italy, Perugia, and Nigeria. Nigeria is my second home.
Oh my God. So tell me, how do you see Nigeria?
I love Nigeria. I love Nigerian people, Nigerian citizens. I spend a lot of time in Nigeria. And so I'm happy to be here, to enjoy.
Okay. So we are here live at the movie premiere of Eve. So what are your expectations? What do you love to see in the movie?
Believe me, I don't know. You know, in Italy there is a culture of the movie. So I would like to see the different approach between a movie in Italy and culture in Italy and what happened in Nigeria in the same market. Okay?
Yes. So tell me, do you love music?
I love so much music. I love pop music and I love also, obviously, Italian singers.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Good evening. So please would like to meet you.
My name is Hakim Mogora. I'm an actress, you already know, and I'm live here at the premiere for Elvie.
Ooh. So what are your expectations this evening? Tell me.
Greatness, you know, because this film was written by Oyi, directed by Oyi. Great actors like Uzo, like Omaomi, like Ibro, like Michael Lejo. So what else to expect? Greatness.
So tell me, this movie was talking about music. It talked about second chance.
Right.
So tell us a little bit of the second chance part. That's the part I want to really know.
This is not advice for everybody to take. It's personal. Everybody deserves a second and a third chance. You know, at the end of the day, for me, is to ask yourself a question. What is the degree of what was done to you? You know, what is the degree? What is the level of what? And what was the degree? You know, how painful was it? So if you find it very painful, then ask yourself the next question. Do you want to lose this person or not? If you think you can do without person, then let them go. But if you cannot, another chance, okay. I mean, as kids, we did a lot of stuff to our parents.
Yeah, that's true.
And they gave us several other chances. And we are here today. We are great. You know, what if they throw us away and say, oh, no. I mean, that's what I'm saying, that it depends on what the person represents to you. If you think you can do without person, let them go. But if you think that person is someone who is dear to you, they deserve many other chances. We don't offend God now. So what's in the end?
Good evening.
Good evening to you. How you doing?
I'm good. So what's your energy for us?
My energy. Ginger the ginger. Swagger the swagger.
So can you sing, tell me?
No, I can't sing to save my life.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You need to go for classes, actually.
I'll think about it, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
All right, no problem. We'll wait for that. Yeah. All right, we'd like to meet you, please.
Wale Ojo, actor.
That's Wale Ojo, actor. Wow.
Very simple.
Steez and composure.
Very simple.
All right, we're here live at the movie premiere of Eve. So what are your anticipations for this movie? Tell us.
It's an ambitious project, and I like that fact. I like the fact that, you know, producers are expanding the horizon when it comes to the kind of movies we're making. I love the crop of cast. Particularly here, you know, I'm supporting everybody, of course, but I have a bias towards Omomi Dada. She's family to me. We've known her since our days in uni. We studied in the same department, and we've been family since then. So I'm proud of her, that she's one of the execs of this, and I'm looking forward to see something really amazing.
Okay, so tell me, which particular character would you love or you're anticipating to see again, apart from
Dada's character.
Oh.
Okay, apart from
Yes.
They're kind of full. Literally everybody. I enjoy watching Femi Branch. Bubemi is an exceptional actor. Ibrahim, the whole crop of guys. YJ, Arike, come on, the lineup is Uzo is in the movie too, so come on. The cast lineup is wonderful. I love the ensemble, so yes, I'm looking forward to seeing everybody.
What do you need?
Can you see the stars aligning? Can you feel the heat in the room? Can you hear the voices cheering? Can you feel the groove? The vibe is so electric. It's exactly what you need. Oh, what you need. Yeah. But you said I got no fire, but the devil is a liar. You go hear my voice, you go tired. You better keep your eyes on me. Oh, you better keep.
Could you have in mind?
Amazing. Can you do a 360 for us? It's very important. Oh, Jesus. Are you seeing this? You look like a star. You've heard it. Clock it. Ooh. All right, please tell us. Who styled you?
Myself.
So there's this hidden skill that you didn't know about.
I mean, this is from a Nigerian designer. Oh. I'm so proud of it, my friend.
Beautiful. So please, would like to meet you.
My name is Osula. I'm a filmmaker, and I'm the executive producer and co-producer for the film Heavy.
Ooh, oh my God! So what should we expect in this movie? Tell us.
Nothing like you've never seen before. Yeah, it is a female representation film, and it's female representation in music industry. It's a film that combines Afrobeat, like a musical drama. So, I mean, it's nothing like you've seen before.
So, was it easy putting all this work together?
Of course it's not.
So tell us, what?
Do it. We're happy to do it over and over again. Making a film is not a small feat, and this is like work of collaboration with a lot of people and crew. And the actors, everybody was hands on deck, and this beautiful film has not come.
Can you tell me some of the least challenges you had on set?
I said one question.
Just this one.
There was a lot of challenges, that's expected, and there isn't one in particular. There was a lot, but the good thing is that the team was always working together to get things resolved, and the film was made.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
I feel good. Ta la 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 la. So good. Da, da. So good evening. So we'd love to know your name. Who are you?
My name is Juliana Okereke. I'm an actress and a model and ex-beauty queen. So here I am.
Well, nice. Clock it. So yes, we are live at the movie premiere of The AV. So what are your expectations for this movie? Tell me.
I swear I have no expectations whatsoever because I didn't really pay attention to the trailer because I just wanted to be surprised.
So tell me, who would you love to see this evening? The cast you love?
Adogo, please. Okay, I'm here to see Osula, and then I'm here to support my friends. Rex, he's one of the stylists for the film. So I'm here to support every one of them.
Tell me, you love music, right?
I love music.
Nice. So do you do hip hop, reggae?
No, sadly I do opera.
Ooh, nice. That's lovely.
Thank you.
Okay, do have an amazing evening. You know that word, clock it? Clock
it. Is it? Are we clocking?
Nice. So can you sing? I would like to know.
I sing in my shower. In my shower, I'm a phenomenal singer.
You know, there are some people that know how to sing in the shower. So me, I can too. So let's try this. I feel good.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
So good.
That I would now. I feel good. So good. I knew that I would. Bow, 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 bow. Woo! Sorry.
Actually, they've left me, but I come back.
Shower time, girl. You activated it. What's up?
All right, please, would like to know you.
My name is Foley Storms. I'm a dynamic actor, voiceover artist, and host and lawyer.
So we are here at the movie premiere of Eva. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Evie, this evening I expect to be very entertaining. We have some incredibly talented actors. Big shout out to Amomi Dada, Ibrahim Suleiman, Gubamia J. It's an entirely phenomenal cast, and I'm out here to support all of them. Also, big shout out to Ui, who I believe is the director as well on this project. So I'm out here to support her as well. These are some talented individuals that have put in a lot of work, and I want to see it.
Oh my God. So you want to have fun?
Yeah.
Of course. All right, thank you so much. What are your expectations this evening?
So I'm expecting to see a good film. I have a few of my friends in it. My very good friend Omomi Dada is an executive producer as well as, you know, one of the cast in the film. It's also made with Judith Audu and Uyoyo, who, you know, we're all connected. So I'm really rooting for them to have a good outing at the box office, number one. And I hope that, you know, I know that they've made a good film. I want us all to go out and see it. And also there's the music. There's the music, there's a whole OST and an album. They already did an album listing. I'm excited about, you know, how that translates across the universe of just that entire thing that they're doing right now. You know, it's very ambitious and really brave.
So we are here live at the movie premiere of Evie. So you've been in the movie. How was it like for you?
Amazing, to be honest. It was a breeze showing up on sets with these amazing cast members, amazing filmmakers who are dedicated to their work, super talented people. It was just really amazing. Also coming to set with familiar faces, people that I've worked with in the industry before. There was just so much love, and we all understood the vision of the project. So it was just really super easy to just get into it and put in our best.
So were there any challenging moments you had in the movie?
Honestly, not just the typical challenges that we face as filmmakers, as actors, you know, on almost every production. There was nothing crazy, you know. We really had an amazing time, to be honest. We are troopers, so we're taking everything with
So this movie talked about survival. Can you just give us a little bit of it, what it meant?
So it means, in a nutshell, in the context of this movie, hitting rock bottom and rising out of rock bottom and triumphing over your enemies and flying like a phoenix.
So in as much as you know how to sing, do you love music?
I love music. Yeah, I grew up on music. I grew up on a lot of radio. Yeah, I really love music. Afrobeat, rap, hip hop, rock, pop, a little bit of R&B.
So which would you say you love the most?
Right now, it's got to be Afrobeats, to be honest. Yeah, it's got to be Afrobeats.
All right, thank you so much, and do have an amazing evening. Yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere of Evie, and yes, it was really amazing. We had a lot of cast, and we had an amazing time to see this movie. And yes, do not forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kule people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, they vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya. Anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so make you.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on Voice of Television, Western Stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting the major conversation that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Tinubu under fire, ADC links into Osun kill comments, right? And of course, Serap demands he declare assets. Join the conversation with experts, insight, and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into our news stories with details. That attributes a Lagos waste crisis to a truck shortage and, of course, a higher waste output. Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat says the state of waste crisis is actually caused by a rise in daily refuse to about 17,000 tons and truck breakdowns and challenges facing private waste operators. Speaking at a particular media party, is said many operators are shut down due to high diesel costs. The state has ordered 214 new trucks, but delivery is now expected in September instead of July. Hamzat also added that it is unfair to blame Aloma alone, as government is working to improve waste collection. And of course, away from that particular one, INEC reprint Osun ballots. Adeleke declares Friday work free. INEC says it is reprinted ballot papers and result sheets for Saturday's Osun governorship election to include SDP candidate Dr. Francis Ajala follow a federal high court order. The new ballot arrived today and will be distributed to local government. And of course, the race now has 15 parties. Governor Demola Adeleke has declared Friday, August 14, work free for public workers to prepare for the poll. Essential workers are exempted. IGP Olatunji Diso has also deployed DIG Ishaku Muhammad to oversee security in that particular state. All right, before we move on from this particular portal, I'd like to also mention that we'll be bringing in some vox pop from what the deputy governor talked about as regards to the Loma conversation. And not only that, we'll also go to the streets to hear what the people have to say as regards to that particular conversation. But in the meantime, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 0813-871-4129. Follow us on social media at VOB TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOB TV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. And as we return, we dissect the conversation here. Tinubu under fire. ADC links him to Osun kill comments as Serap demands he declare assets. Don't go nowhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, From the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of Television. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came under fire on two fronts. Of course, on Wednesday, as the ADC linked him to rising tension in Osun. And of course, as Serap demanded he declare his assets ahead of 2027. ADC spokesman Bolaji Abdullahi accused Tinubu of giving premature for violence after Senator Francis Fadamsi was accused over a viral video allegedly urging attacks on Accord party members. Abdullahi said Fadamsi likely took Tinubu's July 28th remark, "All is fair in politics," as a prover to do whatever it takes to win. Fadamsi has denied the claim, calling the clip edited. Of course, AI. The ADC also described heavy security in Osun as militarization ahead of the Saturday's governorship poll in Abuja. Of course, a governorship poll in Osun, but separately in Abuja, Serap called on Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi to publicly declare their assets before 2027. The group said it is required by the Constitution and Anti-Corruption Convention. And of course, the voter deserves to know candidates' integrity. And with Osun's elections in 2 days and 2027 politicking eating up both ADC and Serap, said transparency and restraint are needed to protect democracy. We're now being joined by Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, a PDP governorship candidate of Lagos State. Good afternoon to you, Doctor. You're welcome on board, sir. All right, joining us virtually, we have Dr. Moshood Wasiu Abiola, project management professional, and of course, a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon to you, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being part of the program. I'm so blessed to have two doctors joining the program today. All right, quickly, I want to take a particular, Vox Pop as regards to that particular, Loma situation, the death in Lagos. And Doctor, the reason why I'm bringing this first is because you are also campaigning and you're also vying for that same position that Obafemi Hamzat is also vying for. He is the current deputy governor, but he is the governorship candidate of the APC. You are the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So I'd like to hear what the people have to say, and afterwards you will respond to that before we move into the main conversation. I believe that's fine, Doctor.
That's okay.
All right, my team, I'd like you to put off that particular video. Let's have it.
Because we can blame the Lagos residents, because me as a person, and if I should use anything, like maybe I'm going on my way, I should drink a sachet of water, I usually keep them. Sometimes if you check my bag, you'll see by the side, I will keep some sachets there. So I get to where I can trash it easily. So, because I don't like just dropping my sachet water around. So if everybody should keep on these habits, by when you finish eating your granules, the nylon, to find a way to trash it, that not just dropping it around the road. So I think this one is going to be a better decision. And this thing I can just say is that the government should provide where you can trash things easily, maybe like a trash bin around. So I think that one is going to be a betterment for both the government and the citizen.
There's no how citizens will know how waste product, whether it's in excess or not excess. But it's left for the government to bring a suitable management that will be capable to do it. But the normal is not capable. So it goes on. People who bring waste product on the street, and it's them that will be responsible to do away with it, but they will not come. They will not. You will not even see them. Even in my place, we pay for it. We don't see them. So people will continue to bring them outside. Some throw it on the streets. But those who are sleeping on the street, it is too arrogant. It's not good. But what can they do? If the thing annoys the government, they can do something.
I would say we'll blame the lawma. In another way around, I will still say the people in Lagos. You know, in other states, let me use for example, like Cross River State, you can't find somebody dropping a waste bin on the road. If they caught you, you'll be fined. But here in Lagos, you see somebody walking on the road, you drink the sachet water, you drop it anyhow. And another thing is the lawma they didn't usually come on time to pick up the waste bin where the people always drop them.
It's the lawman, because of they're supposed to bring out their trucks and pack all the whole duties in Lagos State. If you employ a maid and a maid is not doing any work, there's no need of you employing a maid. So likewise, lawman in this Lagos State, what they're supposed to do, people will pay their bills and they pack all the duties in Lagos State. And that is what I am sure of.
If I may say, I will blame both of them. Though on the other hand, lawma failed in their duty. They stopped to some extent, they stopped carrying as they do. Because unlike this our streets, they do come once a week, Tuesdays. But before you know it, they stopped. Now knowing, I say I blame the two, knowing the nature of Nigerians, instead of looking for a way to package it and wait for them, they started throwing it on the road. So that is why I say we blame both. But that throwing on the road, I don't buy it. That is the truth. It's hazard. It's environmental hazard. Whenever I'm passing, I saw it. It's an eyesore. I don't like it.
Fault of the people at that environment, because if you put your bin well, they won't come out to lock shops. They make time for like every Thursday for cleanup, to clean up your environment, your marketplace, your business place. If you do that, if your environment is clean, that will not happen.
If they are carrying their debts as when due, if they are carrying their debris, they have the right to shut it. Yes, they have the right. On my own opinion, they have. But if you are not carrying and you come to shut, no, that is not cheating.
All right, it's so nice to hear from the people, and of course, Dr. Adetokunbo, I would like to pick it up from you. Before we move into the main conversation of the Osun, I'd like to respond to this. Who should we blame? Lagos is unnecessarily dirty now. What do we have to do about it?
Management crisis in Lagos State.
Okay.
There is filth everywhere, and it is impacting the health of the people, the health of the environment. It's impacting cost of buildings, properties. It's impacting businesses. We are losing in every way possible. And what Dr. Hamza said shows how incompetent he is, how bereft of ideas he is, how outdated he is, how insensitive he is. This man should be going to Lagos State. This is a good example of how he will manage.
He said he doesn't want to throw the lawman under the bus.
If your department is committing a crime, if they have failed, you throw them under the bus. They need to be thrown under the bus. He himself needs to be thrown under the bus.
How do you mean?
As the deputy governor. He is in charge. Everything ends with the leader. He is the one, his administration is the one, under his administration, that we have this crisis. Let me tell you what I will do. I'll tell you what I do. And I pray that people listen to this. We live in a city of over 20 million people. Everywhere in the world where you have big cities, mega cities like this, you don't deal with waste the way they're dealing with waste. Well, how many trucks are you going to get? In the first place, traffic, a great block. Where are the trucks going to go? When the trucks have come, I mean, the man is saying they wanted trucks in July, they're not coming to September. How irresponsible, how incompetent is that? This is the problem we had in Lagos. Now, this day and age, you don't take garbage to waste sites. You recycle garbage, turn it into productive issues like energy. That is what I would do as the governor of Lagos State. The first week we get in government, the first week in my administration.
So, Doctor, are you saying that 214 trucks is not enough?
No.
The Lagos government wants to
You do not use trucks. That is outdated. It is not responsible. It cannot work. First place, I just told you, where the trucks going to apply. We have bad roads, we have congestion, we have problems. It is not about trucks now. No matter how many trucks they have, where will the trucks take the garbage? Answer that question. The governor doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. People of Lagos know. Listen to this. In every state of the size of Lagos, where we have to generate waste, every day you go to the toilet, don't you? That is your own waste. Imagine if we are not managing that waste. We all be in excrement all over the country, right? Look, we have to manage waste. You don't manage waste in this day and age. The magnitude of waste in Lagos State cannot be managed by trucks going to a waste dump. It has to be managed. You get the trash and you burn it into productive use. That is what they do in big cities nowadays. I don't know where Hamzat comes from with this kind of suggestion. It just shows you that total failure. Let me tell you, within 6 months, the whole garbage issue will be over because you recycle the waste. You take the waste and you put it into the system and it's recycled into energy.
All right.
That is what is done in contemporary world.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that particular one. Let me take it to Dr. Moshood now, Abiola. Dr. Moshood, are you there? I'd like you to unmute your device if you can hear me.
I'm with you.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear now. Okay, so I might not be, asking you to the situation, in Lagos, because that's just Lagos, but Lagos is not the center, of the conversation today. This is about state of the nation and, of course, Osun State as we speak. So let's talk about...
But I grew up in Lagos.
It's okay.
I grew up in Makuriki. So I've grown up in Makuriki.
When you want to respond, when you want to respond to your question, you can actually just put in one or two. But of course, we just have to, manage the conversation properly. Now, let's talk about the Osun election, of course, the security. With INEC reprinting, ballot papers 2 days to the Osun election, how credible can Saturday polls be? And now, NDC has actually called, the heavy security deployment in Osun a militarization. Is it a genuine concern or just political strategy? And I would like to go back to that conversation. You know, I remembered when you joined the program, was it on Monday or Tuesday? The spokesperson for Rauf Aregbesola, is said that there was no issue in the States as at the time. But it was that particular same day, that evening, that Senator Fadaunsi, made that, heavy, inciting statement of Kill Accord members. How do you assess, Senator Fadaunsi's alleged Kill Accord members' comments? And of course, I'd like to talk about the impact on voters' confidence. Over to you, please.
All right, thank you very much. Before I go into Osun, let me quickly say something. That I agree with Doctor about the recycling of waste in Lagos. But however, what I've seen, for somebody like me that have traveled across Europe, I was in Berlin, I visited a renewable energy bio center in one of the villages in very close to Berlin, whereby these waste are collected and recycled. But one thing I have to tell you that, notwithstanding the idea of recycling waste, which is laudable, which is the right way to go, I think Lagos State are doing that, but maybe they need to upscale it and also make it more, encourage investors to come into this sector and open small-scale recycling centers. But the attitude of Nigerians is also a factor in this, I must tell you. Because when you go to advanced countries, they do not rely on government putting trucks on the road for them to have this waste. What the citizens do is that they drive into these centers and volunteer their waste for them. Though the center I visited, they have a ticket which they give to citizens that bring their waste there, like a kind of an encouragement for them. So it is a kind of the effort is not for government alone. It's for citizens too. When government is ready to do something, we as citizens, we should be able to help by also manage waste at our own level. If you have a kiosk, if you have a shop, if you have a center, whatever it is, or you have a market, a shopping mall, you should have a small, a particular place designated for collection of waste, whereby you manage it before the evacuation will come. Having said that, Osun election, I must say that initially when I heard the comment of Senator Fadaunsi about killing of accord with whatever, so I felt bad. But when the clarification came that he said they should kill accord with their votes, so I thought, okay, fine. Maybe if that is what he meant, fine. I think that is not bad. But if that is not what he meant, what he intended, actually, that is a very bad comment. It's not something that we should encourage. I am also into politics. I participated as a governorship aspirant in Oyo State in this recently concluded primary party. I just put myself in the shoe. If, for instance, Governor Seyi Makinde of my state makes such a statement, or one of his followers makes that kind of a statement to me or to my party, I'll feel bad. But the police has actually gone in there and gone into the matter. He was invited and he made that clarification of what he said. I think for me, that matter remains as he said it. We should have to take it that way. He said he didn't mean any violence. He just for the APC people or for Osun people to use their vote to kill accord, to kill accord, so that they'll be able to come out en masse to vote. So if that is what they said, I think fine and good. I think I think that matter should not be overflowed. But looking at what ADC said, ADC for me, ADC is not in this election. ADC over time they've adopted exaggeration, escalation as their own mode of operation, a kind of our own strategy in engaging the APC as the incumbent power in the country. So they tend to escalate issues. They tend to, I don't know what to say. So, but looking at Osun, for me, the election is between APC and Accord. ADC is not into, they are not into this matter.
Okay.
When you look at, if you have ever been to Osun, if you ever interact with Osun people, you know that the election is between APC and Accord Party. And these are the people that I think people should listen to.
Okay.
People should to pay attention to. So you don't really need to escalate issues.
All right,
Dr.
Mashood.
Accuse
Dr. Mashood.
Of
Dr. Mashood.
Of being
Dr. Mashood. I would like you to just respond to this before I bring it back to the studio now. Can this particular statement, can all is fair in politics be used to justify, the political violence? And what does that say about, our political culture? The president is saying all is fair in politics, and their people are saying a different, a statement. Dr. Adetokunbo, I'll be coming to you shortly with that same, question. So can that particular statement, all is fair, be used in justifying this particular political violence and what is going on with the ruling party and anyone who is actually pushing for this particular Muslim ticket in a broader, picture? I'd like to respond to that in just 20 seconds, please.
All right. Well, I think we should not isolate what Mr. President said. What he said was not in isolation. He said it, the statement he made, talking about what the opposition accused him of and what he was saying in defense of that all is fair, that they are accusing him of not giving them level playing ground and also accusing INEC of not being fair. And he was saying that all is fair. That everybody can do anything, but he will not help his opposition. He will not help the opposition party. That he will not give them rope to tie on his neck and drag him. I think this is what Mr. President said. All is fair. It should not be taken in isolation. We should listen to what he said before that and what he said after that. And then when you take what he said in the context of the question of the speech made by the bishops, the Catholic bishops that visited him, we should know that that statement was not meant to be a violent statement. Saying that the opposition can accuse him of what they like because they have been accusing him of not being fair. And like, all is fair. Whatever you say, you are entitled to it. If you accuse me, you are entitled to it. But I will not give you, I will not roll up carpet for you. I will not put carpet. I will not give you tools for you to fight me. I will not put my neck for you to put rope there and drag me. All is fair. And that's what Mr. President said. He never meant that. I don't think that's meant to be a violent.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mashood, for that particular one. Let me bring it to you, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce. You've actually heard a lot, and I would like to bring you up to speed as regards to what has been said in the past. The late President Muhammadu Buhari, he used this particular statement. He said that if this election is rigged in 2015, that they would get more dead bodies beyond the 800 plus.
The blood and the baboon will be soaked in blood.
He mentioned
Listen to
that.
me.
Yes.
This is what the President Mohammed said.
Now,
the dog and the baboon will be soaked in blood.
Yes. Okay,
translated means there will be bloodshed.
So now
everywhere.
he said it will be more than the 800 plus people that died in 2011. He used that particular statement. Now, that being said, we have also heard where the former governor of Kaduna, Nasir El-Rufai, he said that if the international observers, interfere in politics, this was in 2019,
they will end up in body bags.
They will end up in body bags
and be sent home in body bags.
Sent home in body bags. Yes, that particular statement.
Kill them.
Now, that was in 2019. Now, on Sunday, we also heard something from a particular, religious head, Sheikh Jingara, in Kano, while preaching to his, the Muslim faithful. He said that let them know that we are the majority in this country and they are infidels. The Muslim ticket must stand. No press release, no press statement. The president has not addressed us on that statement. Nobody from the presidency, nobody. Everybody just, including the president of the Senate, nothing has happened. Everybody just move on like nothing happened on Sunday he never heard anything. In short, Nigerians were talking. Now, I remember when Bishop Onaikon said, talked about the state of the nation, the presidency came after him. But I'm surprised that Sheikh Jingar made such incitements and nothing has been said. In the criminal panel, code about section 97, it talked about how incitement and inciting violence can actually cost you about 3 years in prison.
You want to put the president in prison?
And no, that's whosoever that actually, makes such assertion and incites the people.
Yes.
Now, doctor, I'm surprised that another senator just mentioned such statement again. And he was invited. He strolled into the station and he strolled out afterwards. We've not heard anything after that. And someone else, Atikiri, another APC chieftain, mentioned that if you know you're not going to vote for the APC, don't bother coming out to vote. The video has also made rounds. Dr. Adetukumbo, I'd like you to take it up.
Look, everything starts and ends with the head. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is known to be a man who has no scruples when it comes to politics. What is said now is not new. This is why he's alleged to be a drug baron. Anybody who's in that business can do anything, kill anybody. When Tinubu was governor of Lagos State, he had a reputation, rightly or wrongly, he had that reputation that he had a group of people called Team Lagos, that if you don't do what he was in their favor, they'll get rid of you. We know that when he was governor of Lagos, every election had questionable issues regarding violence. We know how they go to terrorize Igbo voters, make sure they don't come out. When they come out, they threaten to kill them. These are things that have happened in the past. When the president says politics is not, you don't win election, but the election is not won by a la carte. In other words, it's not given to you. Now I'm quoting him years back, not this year. This is what Tinubu has said on record. Politics is, you do whatever you have to do. What did he say about the ballot? You take it, you grab it, you run with it. That is his politics. And we have seen it in action. We saw it in Edo last year. We saw it in Ondo. We've seen it in every election. The national chairman of the party, Ganduje, said, we will use the template we used in Edo, which is to grab it by any means. And when you talk about people threatening to kill people and the president is not saying anything, are you not aware of the fact that his main man who is trying to destroy my party, the People's Democratic Party, is on wicked threatening to kill people on television? What did the president do? Nothing. So therefore, when you talk about this party, this APC government, and violence, they are synonymous. Synonymous. And the president is the man who is encouraging it and enabling it. He is part and parcel of it. He is not going to stop it. It works in his favor to scare people from voting, to discourage them from voting, to attack them if they come to vote, if it's not going to be in his favor. Therefore, it is all consistent with the president's history and record. Actions speak louder than words. Simple as that. This is the country we are in now. What Pastor Bakare called political banditry of the motor park variety. And Tinubu is the head of it. Did you see that video? It is very current and it speaks to what is going on now. Don't be surprised by what is going on. We expect it. We pray that it will end. And whatever means we have to do by the ballot, legally, we are going to get rid of this notorious administration in 2027 at every level. No matter how much they try to rig the election, we will come back and we will get back our mandate because the people will speak. You cannot scare the people forever. But some people all the time. You cannot speak all the people all the time. We are going to get back our mandate as a people in Nigeria. And that's why the People's Democratic Party is the alternative. And that's why they're scared of us.
Now, Doctor, let's talk about INEC, the umpire. We've actually had several situations, coming from the INEC. Of course, we heard what happened, last year, the Anambra election. We also had the Abuja municipal election. We just saw the Ekiti election. And now this is, of course, we had several by-elections, and now we have, the Osun State election. Do you think INEC can actually conduct a credible election on Saturday?
This is, by the way, the issue of politics is a fair game. Violence is fair in politics. Is part of what the president's response was when they asked him about INEC. They asked him, they said, will INEC be fair? And he said, INEC is always fair. On record, we have it that INEC has been partial in favor of the APC. In 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not win the election. INEC gave it to him. And the INEC chairman was duly rewarded as an ambassador. Yakubu is the ambassador to where? He got ambassadorship. Everything is clear. INEC is working for the president. I've always said, though, that I don't blame him. I don't blame President Tinubu. We have to review our constitution, because until we don't have a situation where the president is the one appointing the INEC chairman and the INEC commissioners, we are not likely to have a credible INEC that will obey the law of the land. Everything that has been done, for instance, look at INEC has been deregulating everybody, destabilizing every political party except the APC. Everybody is under threat. And the People's Democratic Party, till today, my party has not been put on the INEC portal. And why? Because the president doesn't want us on the ballot. His main man, his spokesperson, Wike, the FCT minister, is determined that we do not have, he said it publicly, we must not have a presidential candidate. Can you imagine that? But we do have one. Goodluck Jonathan is the presidential candidate of my People's Democratic Party. And as long as he is the candidate of our party, he is the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Doctor, in as much as we're still, open that the former president, would actually make this official and make it.
It is official. Okay. The only thing that is left is for INEC to put us on the party, on the portal.
We've not really heard him say anything.
He doesn't have to say anything.
Okay, no problem.
We gave him. He applied for the nomination.
Okay.
We don't give people nomination.
Okay.
If you want nomination, you come. You say, give me the form. You pay for the form.
But it was told that some people got it for him.
If your wife bought this suit for you, is it your own or not?
She actually got it.
Did you take it?
It is our own.
Exactly. So if they bought it for him and he didn't want it, he would have rejected it.
Okay.
But when we gave him the nomination, because it was by consensus, all of us I got my nomination as governor of Lagos State by consensus.
Okay.
But you go, you fill the forms, you supply all the information they want, including.
Are you sure it was one that supplied all the information, or you all have it already and you just put it in and that's it?
No. It has to be updated. It has to be up to date.
Okay. Now let's talk about the situation that Serap talked about. Serap has also cited constitution and of course the AU and UN convention as regards to a declaration of assets. Serap said both the president in as much as he is already a president, but of course he will be contesting again, next year 2027, and your presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, Donald Duke, anybody at all who wants to contest, for that particular position, should, declare their assets again. And it's been a while we've actually heard that before you actually contest, in politics, that Code of Conduct Bureau would actually make this thing official. It's been a while I heard it. And sometimes, even after, politicians leave office, after their 8 years, we don't hear anything from Conduct Bureaus saying that, oh, you have to declare your assets again. after leaving office. Who should be hold accountable when it comes to that? And do you think that this men, this is not about one person now, they would actually declare their assets before the 2027 general election?
Well, you see, in a politically sane and fair climate where they obey the rule of the law, they should declare their assets. As indeed, they should declare their state of health. In every country, before you become president, you have to show that you are healthy enough for the job. If that was the case, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not qualified to be president of Nigeria. Never has been.
But you don't have his health record.
Pardon?
You don't have his health record.
No, we don't need his health record. We can see his health. A man that cannot walk, a man that is peeing in his pants,
Doctor,
a man that is
doctor, all
shaking.
of these particular situations.
This is not. These
are just rumors. You don't have evidence.
Have you ever seen him?
You don't have
evidence.
I have seen him. But regardless,
That
even if
is
you
the
feel you have
evidence.
seen anybody, you need evidence to show that this is his medical record.
That is the evidence.
No, I wouldn't want to make assumptions that you don't have evidence.
Okay.
So you would have to put it here and tell me, Savior,
let
please
him
read it out,
show
or let my
his-
team actually
his
put it out.
health record.
Okay.
He won't show it because he knows that he will fail. Bola Ahmed Tinubu cannot declare his assets because his assets are mostly stolen assets.
Why do you think so?
Well,
do you have evidence to that?
I know so.
Do you have evidence to that, doctor?
Yes. First and foremost, the allegation of money laundering and drug pushing, drug selling. That is part of it. Then we also have evidence of the many years that he's been governor, and after being governor, what he has acquired in Lagos State. He has stolen all our properties. Government property here, I can give you his own asset, by the way. I will publish Bola Ahmed Tinubu's assets, the ones that we know.
Okay, so doctor, this is it.
And it will show that a lot of it, it's in the billions.
Doctor,
in the hundreds
please,
of, in the trillions.
This is what we'll do. Before I need to go to Dr. Moshood now. This is what we'll do. The next time you be coming, on the set, you have to come with all of these particular, evidences you're talking about.
Which one?
Because the assets you're talking about.
The assets.
Now, no, Doc, because I wouldn't want you to make wrong assertions here. I wouldn't want you to make, such statement that you don't have anything backing here.
We have
this is okay. So if you feel you have it,
we have enough.
I would like you to come with it next time.
Sure.
So that you can actually put it out there to show that this is what you're saying. And the statement is actually clear that you said that the president, the then governor of Lagos State, actually stole a lot of assets from Lagos State.
Lagos State properties.
All right. So that's on record.
Land,
no problem. So we would actually come back to that particular statement. Now let me come to you, Dr. Moshood. Are you there? We'll press for time. So.
Yes, I'm with you. Can hear you.
I want to respond to everything we've been talking about, and of course, as regards to the code of conduct, as the asset declaration. How do incident like the declaration of assets affect a particular candidate? In your view, what role should Code of Conduct Bureau play to enforce transparency before 2027?
All right, thank you. I think the framer of Nigerian Constitution frame it in a way that we are constitutional democracy. Constitutional democracy in the sense that all constitutional organs, be it INEC, be it Bureau for Code of Conduct, the tribunal itself, and all other constitutional bodies will do their job without being told, because they have been mandated to do so by the Constitution. So the Bureau of Code of Conduct, Bureau is starting with this responsibility. And I want to believe that all elected officials in the country still this form must be filled when they were assuming office, and also to be filled when they are leaving office. And these are forms that can be requested under Freedom of Information Act, whereby anyone that feel like you want to have access to the form filled by a particular public office holder, you can actually approach the Bureau, and then such will be made available to you, which I believe Mr. President, the Vice President, the Senate President, the Speaker, and all ministers of the Federation fill this form. and they're available for anyone that tend to seek to look at them. So it's a standard procedure, which I think we don't really need to make any issue out of it. It's not left for you. If you feel aggrieved that the information after you must have requested for the form, maybe what Mr. President feels or what the Senate, what the Vice President feels is not something that you think is in tandem with what you know, you can approach court of competent jurisdiction to compel the person in question to prove what he has filled. I think that's just the standard.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr.
There is no
Moshood.
code of conduct because the code of conduct chairman and staff are under control of the president.
Okay. Now,
they will not do anything that the president is not in the favor of the president. If you ask them for, even if they say, I only have 2 houses, there's nothing anybody can do about it because the chairman of the code of conduct is also under control by the presidency. It's just like INEC, or what the doctor is saying. All of these bodies, yes, they're supposed to obey the law. They're supposed to follow the constitution and do what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
But they cannot do what they're supposed to do if the boss, the president, is interfering and compelling them. They are all under control and they are used by the presidency for his own benefit.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Aletokunbo Pierce, for being part of the program today. You know, it's been a wonderful ride. And of course, I thank you so much, Dr. Moshood, for being part of the program. This is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like to stay put to enjoy that particular one from my team. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
We can blame the Lagos residents.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light sef, we no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg sef, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Chokoloko Bango ṣe.
ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya anyị achọrọsị ọchịchị nchigbu.
ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television.
All right, another beautiful day to talk of football on the locker room on Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Arpelon, and here are today's biggest football headlines as we take a look at what's happening at the WAFCON 2026, where it looks like the underdog makes it to the final, while the unexpected happened as the host nation lost its semi-final game. And we're going to be seeing two unusual faces playing in this edition's final of the WAFCON 2026. I'm not alone. I'll be having Maiwa joining us virtually as we x-ray all what happened as far as the semi-finals is concerned, and also look at there's going to be the World Cup playoffs, talking about the teams who will be joining the semi-finalists to represent Africa at the Women's World Cup
which comes up later on next year, 2027. Maiwa, it's great to have you join us. And of course, so much to look forward to on this edition, this very auspicious day on the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I mean, when the WAFCON started, we never expected that we'll be struggling via the playoff route to even get to the intercontinental playoff before we even know if we are going to qualify. Even the playoff we want to play, we are not even sure if after we have probably scaled through, we'll be able to scale through the intercontinental playoff. But it is what it is. The Chawinga sisters, a whole lot of people, there was a whole lot of rave about them. And, they've lived up to expectation. The same Malawian side, they've been together for the past 5 years. The coach of the Malawian side was formerly in the PSL. The head of their technical team used to be in the PSL too, used to feature on one of these cable TV. And they've been together for the past 5 years. The same set of girls won the COSAFA Cup in 2023. And if you see the progression, that's a nation that is trying to build something, and they've been able to build something fantastic. I'm not surprised that Malawi is in the final, and I will not be surprised if they win, because the only thing that could stop them was Morocco, and Morocco did not get to the final. So I think the final is more of Malawi to lose than that of Cameroon.
All right, the final is Malawi to lose, and of course, you're already making predictions ahead of that one, which comes up later on this weekend, talking about the final of the Women African Cup of Nations 2026. A lot of us were all thinking it was going to be Morocco's tournament. Even when the Super Falcons crashed out, we all thought this was going to be Morocco's tournament to win. But they say man proposes, God disposes. And it looks like after all the editions they've hosted, I said that Morocco can host 10 WAFCON. With the way they are going, they will not win anyone. It looks like my predictions is coming true.
I think you said this 3 months ago when the issue of the overseas about the postponement and the rest of that, when we were talking about it and on the locker room. And to be honest with you, when that happened yesterday, my mind went to your prediction, and I was smiling. But the big question is this: how can you not score penalty? It seems the spirit of Brian Diaz has infected everybody. The same thing happened against Ghana. If I'm not mistaken, they had 2 penalties saved. How do you know penalty at that critical time? And to be honest with you, I think kudos has to go to the goalkeeper of Cameroon, saving 4 penalties, practically getting them to the penalty, saving 3 of the spot kick. I think it's no small feat that he plays for Benfica. He's very talented, and he's a very, very good goalkeeper. He was also one of the reasons why the Super Falcons were knocked out. He made over 9 saves in that game against the Super Falcons. And to be honest, I think Cameroon, they are going to that particular tournament, into the final with a great asset. But Morocco, they have themselves to blame. If I'm part of the board, I'll probably be firing the coach, because there's no excuse. You wasted 3 times, you could not win it. There's nothing you want to tell us. It seems you cannot get Morocco over the line. All right,
it is what it is. But let's start off with the sad occurrence in Nigerian Professional Football League, where Katsina United have clarified the circumstances surrounding the medical emergency involving their player, talking about Chinedu Ozo, after he collapsed during a preseason game in Katsina on Tuesday. Ozo was said to have collapsed during the Katsina United's match, the friendly game against Niger Tornadoes at the Goso Alan preseason cup in Katsina, and was subsequently rushed to a nearby hospital where a doctor pronounced him dead. The club announced his passing through its official communication channels, but his former club, Heartland of Owerri, later reported that Ozo had been moved from the morgue and placed on oxygen after medical personnel noticed movement in parts of his body. And the development was later verified by Katsina United media officer Naseru Gide, who confirmed that the player was moved back to the intensive care unit at Katsina General Hospital after initially being taken to the morgue The club, however, returned with another statement on Wednesday seeking to clarify the circumstances surrounding the incident and insisting that report that Ozo had regained consciousness were inaccurate. Mayowa, even some of us were praying that that report that he was moving would be true, that the man will eventually make it. But it looks like, in spite of all of the permutations, Ozo has left us. May so rest in peace. But this is a somber reflection of the situation we face in the NPFL when it comes to even serious games. The medical attention is really poor, and not to talk of a friendly game, for that matter, a preseason game before the competition starts proper in the NPFL, and the player is already gone.
So sad. When I first saw the news, I was trying to reach out and see exactly what was going on. Then I saw another update that he was alive. I was very happy. I was hoping that would have that would have been the case. However, I think he has finally left off, and the confusion that came out from both the club and his previous club is an indication of how poor our medical our medical facilities when it comes to responding to emergencies. I mean, if Katsina United would have come out and say he has passed away, there is no reason for them to release another competition report later and say he was twitching and the rest of it. That's number one. Number two, what is the status? What is the level of preparedness of the medical team that we have around? That's number two. Number three, how many of these clubs actually allow their player to go through medical tests to ensure that they are medically fit before they start training? I don't think that is in place. And this goes to show that, yes, the NPFL, the LMC, they might be worried about, delivering on the cash prize. They've been doing that very well in terms of delivering on the cash prize. However, the health and the health of the players who are playing the games needs to be taken very, very seriously. I don't think any of the players, none of them have comprehensive insurance. I was talking to our next player a couple of weeks ago, and we're talking about, health insurance, HMO, and the rest of that. He came out and said they don't have, comprehensive health insurance. They do not have it. That aside, the players don't have comprehensive insurance, and they're supposed to be playing for a club. The medical facilities in the stadium that they play in, how upgraded are they? There were cases of, some of these, their first aid box having expired drugs. The same people who get injured, they will just use a block and rub it and just put fluid and say, let's quickly tie it up. And I think, to be honest with you, it's just so sad. It's the kind of state that we are in. And the NMC, they need to do better. Yes, they've come out to say your stadium must meet a particular standard. However, this has to go more than that. If the stadium is up to date and the facility to keep people alive when there's an emergency situation is not there, we'll be losing players. Let me take you back to the last 2 Euros before the one Spain won. There was a particular Ericsson, that slumped. If not for the intervention of the kind of medical facility they have around in that particular stadium, Ericsson would have passed away. So it's just so sad that after about 35, 36 years of the inception of the league, of the new NPFL league, we are still talking about this. I'm 100% sure if they were adequate medical facility on ground, if they were adequate, medical staff and medical equipment on ground, I'm 100% sure they would have been able to revive Ozo. It's just unfortunate that another great, another upcoming Nigeria player had to go through this before we're able to fix it. It's just so sad.
Yeah, it's just so sad, and of course, even the family were actually worried, and the report was that the family came to see him in the morgue, and they said he was moving. They had to take him back to the hospital to actually confirm if he was dead or still breathing. Yes, the issue of medical emergency, it's a very, very difficult situation in Africa. Nigeria has one of the poorest medical, talking about emergency, facilities. Even when you are even right there in the hospital, yes, we don't have emergency facilities to take care of somebody who suddenly goes into coma
who suddenly needs oxygen. Yes, I, for one, has experienced one recently, even this year, talking about even as much as defibrillators are not even available in our hospitals. Talking about oxygen is quite expensive. It's not readily available at some point in time. Those that are available, sometimes you hear that there's power outage to use the oxygen. Talking about human life is not taken seriously in our medical setup. It's pretty serious. Yes. In a country where we can't guarantee power supply, even when you're on band A, it's a really difficult situation to find yourself. Imagine, yes, a really difficult situation. And I can tell you for free that in that stadium, there's no readily available oxygen that would have at least taken care of his breathing situation. Is there a defibrillator available even when he is rushed to the hospital? And in Katsina, even in Lagos, states where you expect the medical facilities to be available, then talking about Katsina, are we going to be sure that there's going to be medical facilities that will be available? Not to talk of the main MPFL, and now we're talking about a friendly game. So it's a difficult situation to really find yourself. Yes, I've always said that there's a series that says in 1,000 ways to die, Nigeria should be included in one of those features, because it's a really difficult situation to find yourself. But may so rest in peace. I will hope that we will learn from this situation and do better in the nearest future. But you know, Nigeria, it's one man down, more to go. It's really a very difficult situation. But it is what it is. Yes, until it happens to someone you know, then you understand what is actually really at stake. But let's go to the WAFCON this time around, where it looks like Michaeli Bihina. Yes, that's the name. You must remember that name, because when WAFCON 2026 is going to be talked about in the future, that name, Bihina, will be on the spotlight, because she was the heroine of the Cameroon goalkeeper, Cameroon Indomitable Lionesses. The goalkeeper saved an extra time penalty and that went on to stop 3 more spot kicks in the shootout to send her side through to the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations final at the expense of the host nation, Morocco. She did not just do it, she did it convincingly. The 9 minutes of that game, Morocco was given a penalty, Brahim Diaz, similar situation. But they say this is not luck. This is talking about a top player who is just 19 years of age. To be able to withstand the pressure of the home side and went on to stop 3 spot kicks. Such a beautiful young lady. Chiamaka used to be my #1 goalkeeper in the world, but I think I might be considering Bihina right now. Maiwa, it's good to have. Let's talk about Bihina. She's on the spotlight and she's deservedly getting it right now.
Well, I mean, at 19, I mean, you know, it goes a long way to show how talented she is. I mean, she's the #1 of Benfica, and I mean, for her to be #1 for Benfica, it's not a small feat. It's an African goalkeeper playing in one of the top women leagues in Europe. I mean, and it brings that experience to the national team. I was not surprised. Cameroon has largely gotten here because of her. If you look at their group stage, some of their games they struggled. But because Michaela was, was on her feet, and she was pulling out the stage, and that's the reason why Cameroon has been able to be here. And one thing Cameroon has done well was that remember it used to be Nigeria Cameroon almost all the time in the WAFCON final, and over the 6-7 years ago they've dropped off that pedestal. They've gone back to the drawing board and rebuild, and you are seeing younger players come up. And for a 19-year-old to be able to hold her own, that's the kind of talent that she possesses. To be honest with you, if Cameroon ends up winning that particular title, you cannot take away the importance and what Michaela has been able to contribute so far. In that particular game, she deserves the woman of the match because of the kind of saves he pulled off. Yes, you might want to blame the Moroccans for not taking their chances because, I mean, how do you get a penalty at that particular point and decide not to score? And you've seen this goalkeeper, you know what she can do. I think kudos to the goalkeeper. He did so well, read everything correctly, was an additional stress to the Moroccans, and he delivered. So I'm not surprised at 19 playing for Benfica. You would expect a player that plays in the very top club to deliver for their country. Unfortunately, our owners today could not do that, but Michaela of Benfica could do that.
All right, Michaela, that's the name, Bihina. She is on the spotlight. She's doing great things for Cameroon. And if Cameroon wins the WAFCON, definitely she would be one of the major, if not the major reason why Cameroon would be winning this tournament. And of course, she's on the spotlight for the most valuable player of the tournament. And for a goalkeeper, it's quite a very interesting feat to really put on eventually, if Cameroon Indomitable Lionesses wins this competition.
Well, definitely. I mean, the performance has been very, very fantastic. To be honest with you, it's just that, most of this competition, they have bias for players because they score and stuff like that. I think player of the tournament, apart from the fact that they want to give me goalkeeper of the tournament, I think the performance she has put up so far, for that young age, I think she'll probably be in contention, but we all know because they will score a lot of goals, they'll probably be biased towards that. But to be honest, if you want to look at it objectively, I think Michaela deserves to be woman of the tournament because of the kind of performance she has put in so far. I mean, yes, the Cameroonians, they were fantastic. They know how to win games. They know how to put in all the power to get ball. However, in defense, Michaela taught everybody, and she has been the one marshalling the defense of Cameroon to be able to get them to the final of the WAFCON 2026.
All right, taking a look at Cameroon's run to the final is all the more remarkable, given they were knocked out in the qualifying and only progressed to the finals on the strength of their world ranking after the Confederation of African Football decided to expand the tournament to 16 teams midway through the preliminary process. Yes, these are the things I always say. Yes, I know. Yes, in the competition now, they look like they deserve to be there because they eventually turn up in the competition, but undue advantage given to some teams at times. Yes, it annoys me when I know that you didn't qualify on merit. You just made it through because some rules were changed so as to accommodate you. That cheats those teams who have made a lot of effort to be in the competition. Maiwa.
No, well, you might be right, but I won't agree with that. The reason is this: they put themselves in that particular situation, and that's the reason for that. If they have performed so poorly, that wouldn't have happened. I think they put themselves in that particular situation, and to be honest, that decision did not only favor them; it favored a couple of countries. Cape Verde was there, Cameroon was there, even Algeria was also among, even Egypt. Egypt also benefited. So it's not a matter of Cameroon alone. If they had finished, below the position they finished, the expansion wouldn't have favored them. So they put themselves in that position, and that's the reason why they are there. Let me take you back to Euro 92. Denmark did not qualify. A team was dumped out, and because they came second, they decided to come in, and they won that particular tournament. So yes, because of how they got there, they put themselves in that position, and that was the reason why I can't consider them. So I think, in as much as I want to agree with you, I think it's an undue advantage. But it's not only them. There were 4 other teams in that particular tournament that came via that same expansion. So if that's the case, they took their opportunity very well, and they're in the final. So I will not blame them for that.
So do you think the expansion actually eventually made the competition more remarkable and more interesting as well as competitive?
Well, I think the expansion is what we have been looking at. I think it gives the competition a boost. Honest with you, the likes of Cameroon coming in, the likes of Egypt coming in, yes, they've been there. The likes of Cape Verde coming in, it's a form of encouragement for them to be able to do better and see that, okay, there is room for them to be able to qualify more. There's more opportunity for them to be able to qualify more. Also, we have more games. We have other players showcasing themselves. A typical example, the 19-year-old goalkeeper from Cameroon that we're talking about, if they had not gotten the second chance to be able to be part of this tournament, nobody will be talking about Michaela. I'm 100%. So when we're previewing this particular tournament, before it started, you and I did not mention any goalkeeper named Michaela. but now it's in the competition, it's on the lips of everybody, and that's giving her more exposure. So for me, I think it's on the positive side that we have more teams. And to be honest, I think the next tournament, CAF should be looking at expanding, because that would, bring a whole lot of African players that do not value, that not put their interest in female football, to probably look at female football and see what they can do in terms of developing the football.
All right, it is what it is. And of course, in the other game, Malawi's remarkable debut campaign at the CAF Women's African Cup of Nations in Morocco continued on Wednesday as the Scorchers defeated Algeria 3-1 to secure his historic place in the finale. The Chawinga sisters once again proved decisive as Tabita and Temwa combined for all 3 goals to send Malawi into their first ever CAF WAFCON final. What a debut for this team. They have been dubbed the underdogs. Will the underdogs this time around win the WAFCON, the first edition they are appearing in, and they go straight to the final, and they might eventually win it, Maiwa?
I will not be surprised. This is not the first time that's happening. Remember in 2008 when Equatorial Guinea, the team that consists of about 5-6 Nigerians, hosted that particular tournament, they ended up winning it. And they ended up winning it again in 2012. So I will not be surprised. And if you look at that Equatorial Guinea side of the 2008, they did the same thing that the Malawians have done. They were able to bring those girls together for about 3-4 years before hosting that particular tournament in 2008. And in 2008 they won it on home soil. The same thing has happened with the Malawian side. The FA was very intentional in terms of growing that particular team. It will shock you that the COSAFA Cup that they won in 2023, Chawinga scored 9 goals in that particular tournament. She was the highest goal scorer. That is Temiwa Chawinga, scored 9 goals in that particular tournament. And, and it shows the kind of growth they've been able to experience. These girls, they were gotten together as teenagers and they progressed together. They've been together for over 5 years. And for the past 5 years, the Malawian FA, they're very intentional about growing their football. And we are seeing the results. Those girls, they were exceptional. The moment they were able to get out from our group, which is tagged in quote, the group of death. There's an established Banda Zambia that was in that particular group. There's a 10-time African champion in that particular group, and Malawi came first. That was an indication that they were not here to count bridge. They were not there to count bridge. They were there for serious business, and we could see that as they progressed. And I was not surprised that they are in the final and they might probably win it.
All right, they are in the final and they might probably win it. And of course, it means that we're seeing an unusual team eventually picking up the Women African Cup of Nations 2026. There's been celebration all around Malawi. These guys are rewriting history. They are making their country happy once again. And what a way to do it through women's football. Malawi, when it comes to men's football, will never dream of making it to the final, not talk of even qualifying for the African Cup of Nations when it comes to the men. But the women, they say, are doing what the men cannot do. They're even doing it better. The Chawinga sisters, they've come with the charm and they're doing very well for Malawi out there at the WAFCON 2026. But there's something happening in Morocco. The Super Falcons are going to be busy tonight while teams are planning for the final and preparing for next edition of the World Cup. The Super Falcons are going through playoffs like a thief in the night. But anyway, it is what it is. Super Falcons captain Rasheedat Ajibade has urged her teammates to put the disappointing defeat against Cameroon behind them and focus on their next challenge. The 10-time African champions missed out on automatic qualification for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup after losing to the indomitable Lionesses in the quarterfinals of the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations. And of course, they take on Ivory Coast tonight. And Maiwa is going to be a very crucial one for the girls. They have to win if they want to be a part of the World Cup.
Well, I think our girls face off against South Africans, and it's going to be a very difficult game for us. To be honest with you, when we started the show, I said nobody would have expected that Nigeria will be going via the playoff, for the World Cup. But it is what it is. If we are being honest, I think if you look at the games we have played so far, the Nigerian team was a shadow of themselves. The team that played in the last competition is not the same team. And I've said it consistently, if you fail to prepare, your failures to prepare will catch up with you. The emphasis on how our female players are being treated is not fantastic. Almost the same thing that happened in the last tournament happened at the same time. The NFF do not really care about the welfare of these players. And we are seeing it. Yes, Madugu has his own fault. The girls too, they failed to raise their game. But I think on the preparation front, I think our NFF dropped the ball. We cannot continue to play on vibes because we are the African champions and teams are supposed to cave to us. We cannot continue to ride on that glory that has passed. If you do not put in the work, you do not get the result. And in this particular tournament, we did not put in the work, and that is the reason why we are where we are now. To the game against South Africa, it's going to be a very difficult game. But I think we are a bit better than South Africans. South Africans are in the same boat as we are, and their team has not been done fantastic. I think we should have it in us to be able to, beat the South Africans. Yes, I know it's going to be a derby game, and there's a whole lot of rivalry there. But I think we should have it in our, we should have the ability to be able to dispatch the South Africans. Is it going to be an easy scoring game? Is it going to be a game with a lot of goals? I doubt it. But I think we have decent enough squad to be able to go past South Africa.
All right, and of course, hopefully we'll have what it takes to defeat the Bayern of South Africa. And of course, the WAFCON title may be beyond the reach of both South Africa and Nigeria, but the place in the 2027 Women's World Cup remains at stake. The two quarterfinal losers will face off in the World Cup qualification playoff, with the winner advancing to the Inter-Confederation playoff stage. Both former champions have fallen short of expectations, making this difficult fixture to predict. Nigeria have demonstrated greater attacking quality when at their best, while South Africa possesses enough experience and quality to make the contest highly competitive. And of course, if you look at head-to-head, as far as these two teams are concerned, Nigeria have the edge. In recent meetings, the Super Falcons defeated South Africa 2-1 in the 2024 WAFCON semi-final, and also hold a narrow advantage in their overall recent record with 5 victories compared to South Africa's 4. There is, however, very little separating the two sides, making another closely fought encounter likely. Neither team has been particularly consistent at the WAFCON 2026, making this a difficult result to call. However, Nigeria's stronger record in recent meetings and their attacking quality give the Super Falcons a slight advantage. Maiwa, do you think that the Super Falcons' advantage over the Super Banana will count tonight, and the fact that they are wounded?
Well, you have to beg our coach. I don't understand the reason why. I don't understand his obsession with playing Alozie as a left back. I don't understand it. I don't understand his obsession with bringing Asato Shuola in the second minute. I don't understand it. I think largely we've performed poorly because of how our coach has set up. To be honest with you, last competition, we're on this show together, and we praise the coach for being able to take tough decisions and being able to send messages to established players in the last tournament, and that actually worked. But this particular tournament, there's no plum tree, and he has decided to play Alozie out of position, and that has been a huge problem for us. Against Cameroon, that was a problem. The goal we considered came because of that particular issue of playing players out of position. I hope he doesn't do the same thing tonight. If he does the same thing, the South Africans should be able to exploit that. Yes, they can use our left, but defending wise, I don't think it's that suitable as a left back, and that has always been the problem. So if Madugu decides to play the players in their position and not play them out of position, I think we have a shot. That's number 2. I think the same method he adopted against Zambia will be the same method, playing a double pivot. Double pivot, kept Banda quiet in that particular game, and even with the red card, we were not under so much pressure in that particular game, and we were able to scale through. So I think against a South African side that is wounded, that wants to, get their pound of flesh and probably make it into the intercontinental playoff. I think he probably needs to rethink. I think a double pivot midfield will probably save us the stress of our defense being under a whole lot of pressure, just like we did against Malawi and against Cameroon.
All right, and of course, the time for that game is 9 p.m. Nigerian time, and the venue happens to be the Stade Mole Rachid Casablanca Stadium in Morocco. And of course, Casablanca was the last hotel they stole their money. Hope they will be keeping their money this time around. I hope the $100,000 is not in their bags. Anyway, watch out for any form of criminality. I understand that the sports cabal, they are all in Morocco. I beg your pardon. I saw the picture of the NFF president showing up eventually. He has been doing hide and seek, running for re-election in September. I also saw Ningi, who is the senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was also out there in Morocco, in Casablanca, talking to the girls, prepping them up. And of course, I also saw Shehu Diko, all in Morocco, trying as much as possible to encourage the girls to go all out against South Africa. And of course, I hope their appearance there will not distract the girls from what is at stake for tonight's game, 9 p.m. time. And of course, 9 p.m. Nigerian time. And of course, CAF's official schedule confirms that the WAFCON 2026 quarterfinals losers will meet in 2 playing matches on August 13, which is today. And we hope that Madugu, like you said, will do the right thing. And of course, we hope that Nnadozie will be at her best. Will shake off all the enjoyment she had before the WAFCON and get back to business, because her attention is fully needed. She should also borrow from what is happening with Mikale, a younger player for Cameroon, doing her country proud. I don't know whether Ikechukwu Loko might be starting a goal in this one, but I've said that this game is too crucial to test the back line of another goalkeeper. Anyway, you know what I mean, Maiwa.
Well, I mean, somebody that is not in the studio today will be very happy to see Fatima Oloko start. However, I think this is not the right game. However, I mentioned something about, I saw the videos and I saw the pictures of the NFF president, the sports commission and the rest of that. The big question is what are they doing in Morocco? What is their business there? Yes, I know they've come out to support Gianfantino with his move, and they are ready to back him when election comes up in 2027. But the big question is this: what are you doing in Morocco? Why are you spending taxpayers' money to go and watch a playoff? I do not understand. You were not there from the start of the tournament. You try to go now when it's time for playoff. What motivation do you want to give them that you cannot give them on the phone or via a Zoom call or via the internet? Why are you going there to spend money on Nigeria's taxpayers? It does not make any sense. And for those, the failures of the NFF president and the NLC continues to pile up. Our great teams, they are not qualifying for anything. They are all knocked out. They are not going anywhere. The male team, they are not doing well. They are retrogressing. Thank God for a child that is putting some things in place. No major competition. The female team, they are about to be knocked out of a major tournament, a tournament that we have not missed before. Under this particular administration, and what Gusau and his team they are worried about is to travel to Morocco on taxpayers' money. It does not make any sense. And I hope those that are sensible enough will find it in them to vote him out when the election will happen next month. The failures are there, over 13, 14, point agenda, and he failed on all of those. Why is Gusau still the president of the NFF?
Yeah, it is what it is. That's the big question Nigerians have been asking. Some have even said that Madugu should go, but we're not looking at those who really appointed him and those who prepared the team. Did they actually prepare very well for this competition? We already know that the WAFCON semi-finals were entertaining as ever, but before we continue to the third place and final match of the season, the knockout teams will battle it out for spots in the FIFA 2027 Women's World Cup. Ivory Coast and Ghana meet first, and as we speak, they're already preparing for that fixture. And any moment from now, that's less than 20 or 30 minutes from now, that game will kick start in Casablanca before the game between the Super Falcons and Bayana. And the lineup is already out. Ivory Coast will be disappointed with how the quarterfinal ended after they took the lead against Algeria before eventually losing by 2-1. And this one is going to be a close call as well. Ghana suffered a similar heartbreak against tournament debutants Malawi. The Black Queens took the lead in the quarterfinal but could not hold on to it, eventually losing 2-1 and missing out on automatic World Cup qualification. Of course, their tournament has not been as free-scoring as Ivory Coast, but Ghana have generally been difficult to beat and know exactly what this opponent can offer. They played together against each other in a pre-WAFCON tournament, a pre-WAFCON game, I beg your pardon, and Ghana won that one. So this one is going to be a very, very killing contested one. These teams met in the friendly. And Mayowa, what's your prediction? Ivory Coast, you've seen the lineup up against Ghana.
Well, it's going to be a difficult game. Ghana is still on the rebuilding process. They are beginning to go the route of Nigeria, importing players and foreign-born players in their team. There's a particular player, I think, Boake, if I'm not mistaken, the fair lady amongst them, played for the under-20s in England before joining the Ghanaian side. He also plays, in the WSL in England. And they are beginning to go that route. And, we are beginning to see improvement in Ghana. Ghana also dropped off, the table, gone are the days where Ghana used to compete. They were great competitors, but now, they're in the rebuilding process. And this is what you expect when you're trying to rebuild the team. So it's going to be very, very difficult. I think for the match of Ghana against Ivory Coast, I think Ghana, they have it in them. I hope their goalkeeper will not do the same mistake of baiting with the ball again, because the game against Algeria is their goalkeeper that killed them in that particular game. I don't understand the reason why he was allowing those goals to go in. Those goals were goals that she should have saved, but it happens probably because of the lack of experience on the very big stage, and that's the reason why that happened. But apart from the goalkeeper that has embodied the spirit of Nadoze, I think the Ghanaian side, they have what it takes in them to be able to go past the Ivory Coast. I think based on the experience and based on pound for pound, I think the Ghanaian side is much more suited and much more better than the Ivory Coast side. And I think they have the capability to be able to go past them. It's going to be a very difficult game. I'm predicting a slim margin win for Ghana.
A slim margin win for Ghana. Let's see how that pans out for both sides. In any moment from now, that game will kickstart. I'll be able to give you updates as far as that one is concerned on Sport Republic. That will be tomorrow morning, as well as on Locker Room when I will make a return. But let's talk about the Super Cup. UEFA Super Cup is done and dusted. Congratulations to Paris Saint-Germain. They became only the third team ever to win back-to-back UEFA Super Cup, as goals from Kvaratskhelia and Desire Doué were enough to defeat Europa League holders Aston Villa 2-1 in Salzburg on Wednesday night. There's also a certain young man who got a goal for talking about Aston Villa. He's been a talk of the moment as well, talking about Brian Maggio at 17 years and 212 days. Became the youngest player on record to start a Super Cup game, twice headed wide and hit the post from close range before his persistence finally paid off with a goal on the stroke of halftime. And of course, it's going to be difficult for them to hold on to that player, because I've heard that some club sides are beginning to show an interest in the 17-year-old. Mayowa, what a stage to show what the stuff you're made of at 17.
Well, if you want to make an announcement, make it as a 17-year-old. It reminds me of Owen when he was breaking into the team of Liverpool. He made this announcement by scoring goals against top teams. And I think doing that in the Super Final is an indication that, you can be ignored. At 17, scoring at that very big stage, scoring against a Champions League side, scoring against one of the top teams in Europe, is him announcing himself to the world. So I think Aston Villa will have to hold on tight to him. He's 17. a whole lot of teams will be interested in him. We've seen Madrid shell out over £100 million for a Yan Diomande. I will not be surprised if another top club wants to shell out that kind of amount of money. For PSG, I think Luis Enrique is not stopping. I'm thinking Luis Enrique might want to do a back-to-back Champions League. I mean, he has started it, and probably he might be able to do it. And fantastic performance. Kvaratskhelia was a good buy for them, and he has been delivering. The other players too. They're able to step up and score goals, and that is the hallmark of a team that is ready to to defend their title for the third time in a row. So I wasn't surprised about the result. It is expected. A Champions League side, a team that won Champions League back to back, it's a small team. They are beginning to build a reputation for themselves in Europe. And, winning the Super Cup is a statement to that, is a testament to that particular statement.
All right, it's a testament to that statement. Of course, Luis Enrique has been talking tough, but it was not business as usual. They will need to watch it. It was not like they were daylight ahead of Aston Villa in that game. They struggled from some part of that game. Maybe that could be due to fatigue. Most of the players went to the World Cup. They're still trying to get back and their rhythm. That could be the issue. But are we going to be worried about PSG continuing the winning formula going into the UEFA Champions League next season?
Well, I think I will not be worried about them. They have a way of turning things around. Remember the last Super Cup that they won? As at 81, 82 minutes, Tottenham was leading that particular game, and PSG came back and won, and won that particular game. The first Champions League that they won, they went through via the playoff. Even the second time that they won the Champions League, it was very, very difficult for them to be able to scale through and end up winning. They know how to turn things around. I'm not worried about, the performance. In many games, their road to the last Champions League that they won, starting from the round of 16 and going forward, they were decent. But in the earlier rounds, they were struggling. So, I mean, I'm not worried about them. Luis Enrique knows how to turn the result around, and I will not be surprised if they go the same route. They've done it 2 times in a row with the same coach. I think they can do it again if that happens to them. If they start poorly, I think they usually end, strongly, just like they've done the last 2 editions that they won. So I'm not worried about them.
All right, and of course, there was also something special about that game. Somali referee, talking about Omar Atan, who was denied entry to the United States for the World Cup, was on Thursday named to officiate that game. The European Football Governing Body made it happen through UEFA President Alexander Seferin's praising the young man for being young and enthusiastic. And of course, it was really exciting. What a way to make a statement. Definitely, UEFA is really showing that they're not really happy with FIFA. And making that statement was really, really awesome. Seeing an African officiating the UEFA Super Cup final.
Well, I think it does not make any sense. Let's be honest. Yes, they are trying to make a... See, the thing is this. My analysis is this. You cannot be using Africans to make political statements. We are not lab dogs. We are not lab rats. And that's just the honest. They are using the poor African guy to make a political statement. Remember the last CAF Awards that was held, that the girl that hosts this show with Thierry Henry and just of that was the host of the show. I was on this show and I was angry about it when there's a Julia Stewart who is an African that can probably, and also a good presenter that can host that particular show. It does not make any sense. This is an European competition. There is no reason to have an African referee officiating in that particular game. It does not make any sense. If I were the African referee, I would have rejected the offer, because the fact is they are using the guy as a lab rat to send a political message, and it does not make sense. It's not out of the goodness of their heart. Are we going to be happy if the WAFCON final or the AFCON final is officiated by Michael Oliver? Definitely not. We will not be happy. Why are you using Africa to send a political message? It does not make any sense. And it's also simple that, Africans will accept anything just to be on the world stage.
All right, definitely. Having a very different opinion is really, really allowed. And of course, congratulations to the young man. He's happy. And of course, Maiwa is not happy with that political statement made by UEFA. And of course, we have to wrap it up here. We understand that Leicester City is up for sale. Maiwa, you have £200 million somewhere that you're not using, so that we can purchase Leicester City and own a club side in England?
Well, there's a popular guy on the social media space. I'll probably look for investors. I'll probably turn myself to investor Mayowa and see if I can raise 200 million pounds.
All right, and of course, get Leicester City. It is what it is. And of course, the man who actually started the dream he has passed on. Talking about the man who actually bought the club side from the former Thai Prime Minister and went on to win the Premier League with Leicester City. And of course, lots of memories with that club side. And of course, what a sad way for the man to have died through an helicopter crash, I beg your pardon, in that one. And of course, the family says that it's time for them to hands up and they sell the club. 200 million pounds, quite a lot of money. But definitely you want to say Leicester City is worth it. But they currently play out there in the Championship. And even had even relegated from the Championship as well. Okay?
Yeah.
It's pretty a sad.
They relegated out of the Championship. They are not worth 200 million. 200 million would be a huge ask. If they can get a suitor for 50 million, they should be lucky. I don't think it's worth 200 million at the moment. Where they are playing, club was 50 million pounds in that particular league.
All right. Thank you very much, my wife. It's always awesome to have your insights on the locker room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I hope, by next time we meet again, Nigeria would have find their way into the Intercontinental. I hope they show up tonight and win against South Africa.
All right, we hope for their own good they show up tonight. And of course, big thanks to the guys who made sure the show is great, talking about the likes of Jerry and Alex, as well as Hassan. It's been great having you guys and making sure the program is to the delight of our viewers. Up next is Police Lens with Chukuma Okoro. My name remains Jerry Apelio saying, have a wonderful one.
Oburu na mbụ ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugo ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ
onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na mbụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee nnukwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nigeria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o, igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, There can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The political temperature is rising on several fronts in Osun. The APC has made a final show of strength ahead of the Saturday's governorship election, with senior party leaders rallying behind Bola Oyebamiji, also known as Ambo, as the campaign window closes. At the same time, the debate over religion and politics is gaining momentum following Sheikh Yahya Jingi's Muslim ticket comments and Sheikh Ahmad Gumi's qualified response. And beyond Nigeria's domestic policies, fresh security talks with the United States are unfolding alongside renewed American concerns over Nigeria's fiscal transparency. What do these developments mean for Nigeria's elections, political alliances, security partnerships, and democratic future? Well, those are the questions we examine tonight on Political Lens. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens, where we discuss the issues shaping Nigeria's political landscape. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now, let's bring in our guests. We have been joined in the studio here by Mr. Alwale Kundayo. He's a public affairs commentator. Good evening, Mr. Kundayo, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening.
And in the course of the show, we'll also be joined by Mr. Asim Adams. Mr. Adams is a constitutional lawyer, but he will appear here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. In the meantime, let's quickly run into it. Now, the APC held a major campaign rally in Osogbo on Thursday, that's today, the final day of the official campaign period, ahead of Saturday's Osun governorship election. Senate President Osula Akpabio, Governors Hope Uzodinma, Mondo Bebolo, Usman Ododo, and Loki Ayedatiwa, among other party leaders, arrived to support APC candidate Bola Oyebamiji. Well, the rally is part of the APC's final mobilization drive across Osun State local government areas aimed at consolidating support, reaching undecided voters, and strengthening grassroots structures. INEC set August 13 as the campaign deadline after the election was moved from August 8 to August 15. Mr. Kundayo, Senate President Osula and Party Chairman Ntawe Irwata led 10 APC governors to Osun for the grand finale of the campaign ahead of Saturday's Osun Goba election. Why the massive show of force? 10 APC governors, serving governors to one state in an off-cycle election. Why the massive show of force? Because we already have 15,000 policemen in Osun State, and we have NSCDs to complement that. We have DSS, we have soldiers in Osun State. Why the massive show of force in Osun?
Well, I'm worried about the security apparatus that's deployed to Osun State. It's worrisome because I keep saying that election is a civil program. It's a civil program. So being a civil program is something that people should enjoy, even have time to meet, interact with people, whatever. It's supposed to be very peaceful. It's civil, but deploying so much forces here every now and then shows that our electoral system is designed to be violent. So every time we have election, the first thing that comes to our mind is there will be violence. And then we are deploying, we are ready to deploy, spend so much money deploying forces there to prevent whatever we have anticipated. Have we ever anticipated that our election will be peaceful? We have never. And it's worrisome, especially in this new dispensation, and it keeps getting worse. Keep getting worse because these security apparatus are intimidation to the people. Because mere looking at them alone, what comes to your mind is there's instability. So how do voters, how would they feel? What about their attitude? They'll feel like they will shrink away from election. That is why our electoral system, has to be properly looked into. It's supposed to be peaceful. We are not the only country in the world doing election. And we don't see every now and then forces being deployed. If our election is made to be peaceful, it should be peaceful. For example, the use of electronic voting. Who will carry ballot box when you vote electronically? If somebody carry a ballot box away now, it doesn't affect anything because you have already voted. The vote is already going into the machine. So if you carry ballot box, it doesn't make any difference.
If there's electronic voting, you don't need the ballot box.
That's what I'm saying.
You just thumbprint that.
The whole thing is there. So you see that will have reduced this violence anticipation. Every now and then we want to have election. What about if it is now the national one? How many forces are we going to deploy? We should deal more with how to prevent crimes than kind of attacking crimes. We're supposed to do more about preventing it, and then preventing it means we have to put into measures the things that are necessary, such as our laws. Our laws should be geared towards prevention, other than attack every now and then. And then we have the Senate president and every other people deploying. It shows their level of uncertainty. It shows their level of uncertainty. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Even when it's a bit curious when
they feel uneasy. So they have to deploy everything.
The Osun State governor, who belongs to their court party, has already said, well, Mr. President, I support you. I'm going to give you support in 2027 at the presidential election. But the party chairman, the national chairman of the party, Nentawe, says, well, it doesn't matter. I won that state. And so when you have a national chairman say, despite the governor's support, he belongs to another party, an opposition party at the central level, despite his support, I still won that state because I needed to go to I need that party, I need that state, to be in my fold, especially when Nigerians hear that the president was originally from Osun State. And so you think that the APC is doing all of this because they don't feel, but their work at the central level should be able to work for them in terms of, well, if we have the party doing this good at the national level, then Osun people should be able to choose freely. So again, I go back to the massive show of force. Like you said, looks like the APC is not even sure of itself.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Because when you keep deploying like that, you spend a lot of resources. Where are you going to house them? You spend a lot of financial and security, whatever forces. Resources. When you have people deployed like that. So it's a level of uncertainty where you have all of these governors who are supposed to be in their states doing their normal administrative work, finding themselves in the state because they want to show a support. I don't know. The state can vote whichever direction they want. It's not a problem to me. As long as it is the will of the people.
Mr. Kundayo, please permit me to put you on the spotlight. I don't like to do this, but let me just do it. I mean, you are from the Southwest. Osun State was carved out from Oyo State, and so from what you understand about Osun State and what Adeleke has done in the past 4 years, what Oyotola did 4 years before him, what Areboshola did in 8 years, from the feelers that you have, what do you think will happen in a free and fair election in Osun State?
Well, the people who have to will decide. But on my own, I think Adeleke is doing better. You get it, because we rarely see complaint from the people, and we don't hear that it's owing anybody. So I think it's a good time with the people. If not, there will have been a lot of complaints, strikes here and there. I think he's able to manage the state.
Okay, he's able to manage. If you say you don't hear complaints, people are complaining that, he uses executive time to dance, that he's always dancing.
What's wrong about dancing?
Oh, there's nothing wrong.
Trump dance now. Oh, okay. What's wrong about dancing?
No, it's not me. I'm saying people like Okpebolo complained, the governor of Edo State.
I can't even pronounce a sentence. Anyway, what I'm saying is...
You say he cannot do what? You say he can.
No, let me just say, what I'm saying is this.
I think I heard what you said.
Dancing.
Okay.
I don't see anything wrong about that.
Okay. So long as he's able to deliver.
Dancing, he doesn't dance all over the street. People see him as a madman. He dances when there's a
program.
program.
When there's a program.
And there's always a song. And he will sing. And then he dances. So nothing is wrong about that.
He delivers. And after that.
So what is most important is his delivery compared to many other governors that have a lot of complaints.
Okay.
Some don't even stay in their state. They don't live in their state. They live somewhere else.
It's better to dance and deliver than not dance and not deliver.
Yes.
Okay, so that's choice that
and it's not having problem when anytime he's delivering, he's talking, he's presenting anything like budget to the house, the state house. His presentation is always smooth. It's not blabbering every now and then. It makes sense.
I see what they are trying to do there. Anyway, let's move away from that. I want us to talk about, now this same Jackson Ademola Adeleke had said, well, Osun workers and citizens, you need to mobilize people to go out and make your choice. Vote your choice. Vote and ensure that you protect your votes. Does this amount to, will that call amount to force for force? If APC is mobilizing 10 governors, the security is there, the national chairman is there, the Senate president is there, and the governor is calling citizens to mobilize, could that be described as or interpreted as force for force? Give them what they are giving back.
No, his own side is not force.
He's asking mobilize.
Yes, he's telling the people that everything is at stake. If they make the wrong decision now, it will affect them in future. So they have to stand out and do the right thing. The right thing is don't be intimidated. Don't be influenced by any financial whatever or material reward. Just go there, do the right thing, vote for your conscience, and then so that you can be happy in the end. If you sell your conscience now or you feel intimidated, it will affect you in future. You might lose your, I would say freedom. Because if you have a wrong leader, you will not feel free. And you will suffer. If you have the right leader, you will be free and then you will enjoy. So that's what I believe he is telling the people to go out and vote the right person they think can move the economy. Because I think he has that confidence that if it is a free and fair election, he will have it.
No,
so he is talking to the people while the candidate of APC is talking to the ruling party, for help. He is talking to the people, for help. You can see the difference between the two.
No,
one is for the people,
I
the other is
in
for...
the light of the fact that I was somewhere this afternoon, we were discussing it, and so someone said that word mobilize looks like, well, mobilize is for you to also gather like they have gathered. They are saying that he should have been more measured in using that word mobilize and come out and vote.
Mm-hmm. It's nothing wrong about that.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with the word
mobilize. There's nothing wrong now. Mobilize means you can talk to one another. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The way APC governors are talking to the citizens, that's what they say.
See, yes, you can do that as long as it is within the ambient of the law. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's force for force.
No, it's not force. It's not like force. Okay. It's like you are appealing to the conscience of the people. Mobilize. When you mobilize, that means you mobilize people who have the same ideology with you.
More like what APC is doing too.
Well, but my own is I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed with. I'm not always happy with the way they deploy forces every now and then. Security forces when we have election. I don't see it as normal. Because I keep saying it. Our political system. I mean, politics, voting is a civil program.
A lot of people think that, some people think that we have problems in this country, you know. I make that statement in reference to the fact that you say you don't normally like the way they mobilize, you know. Forces are mobilized during elections. And we'll go back to 2024, either 2024 or 2025. On top of my head, I can't be very exact, but I know when local government elections were conducted in Rivers State, and the IGP called the state police to withdraw all the policemen. And that election went hitch-free, without incident, without policemen, without the presence of policemen. Why is it that we don't learn lessons in this country? And so people are thinking, is it that the federal government deploys police to help it do some kind of dirty things or manipulate? I mean, in Rivers State, when they said, well, you cannot conduct this election, another court said conduct. The police said, well, in the event of this, then IGP, CP withdraw policemen. And policemen were withdrawn and the election went hit-free without one incident. And so why is it that we can't learn from that lesson? We can't learn a lesson.
It shows that it is this violent activities, these abnormal activities is orchestrated, is the design of our politicians. I said that they design it to be like that so that you can intimidate and influence whatever you want to do. I said election is a civil case. It's a civil program. So it's supposed to be free and fair. But they design it to be violent in order to be able to intimidate. That's what I see. That's why you see that election, local government election in Rivers, went well. Because some politicians withdrew, thinking that that election will be cancelled. So they withdrew, and it went well. No violence. I didn't mean they have been part of it. They will have orchestrated violence. So you can see that it is our politicians, that are engineering all this violence that you see. And when you have some kind of man-no-man type of government or godfatherism, you tend to have things like that. Violence. And there will always be protection because the godfather from somewhere will use the instrument of the state to give protection to those politicians who wants to use violence in that area. So they have the tendency to do that because there are godfathers somewhere that will give them political protection if they are caught.
Okay, now, Mr. Kunda, in all that you see, do you think that Osun State, that the APC wants to take Osun State at all costs? I ask this question in the light of the fact that we hear a major opposition party, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, raise alarm. They say, well, we have intelligence-driven report that they are planning, that APC is planning to arrest our national secretary, former governor of that state, Raouf Aregbesola, former minister of Interior, former commissioner for works in Lagos State. We have information that they are planning to arrest him ahead of the election so that he will not be able to mobilize for our party. Is this some kind of... But as we speak now, up until this moment, I have not heard that he's been arrested. Does this speak to some kind of desperation on the part of the ruling party? Or does it look like ADC is crying wolf? Or are they trying to act preemptively so that any of such thing, will not happen, and so that APC will be measured in trying to do that kind of thing, even if they had plans to do that? And by the way, do you think that ADC is a threat in this election to the extent that they want to take out Rauf Aregbesola so that he wouldn't be a problem to either the APC or Accord Party? What do you think?
You remember that before El-Rufai was arrested, he was already anticipating it. He said it even before he was picked. So if people are coming out to say that it might be real, it might be true, it might not be true. So now it depends on what is going to happen in the future. But all these things, to me, shows the desperation of the ruling party to remain in power. Because if you want to pick somebody for what he did in his former administration, maybe a former governor, you will have picked him, a month or 2 months after he finished his tenure. But now we will see them being picked towards the end of the end of this administration, after they've left office for many years, 2-3 years. So picking them towards the end of the tenure, where you have election coming up, speaks a lot. To me, it speaks a lot, because EFCC has the mandate, the law to investigate anybody in the background. So I expected them to have all their necessary informations, and the moment you are finishing your tenure, by the second month, you're already being invited and they start their process against you. But waiting for 2 years and waiting for 3 years when the election is coming up, and then such a person that are in the opposition are being picked, then you begin to wonder that what exactly is going on.
Okay, so you have a problem with the timing.
Yeah.
Just like the president had
the timing and the selection and the type of people, because you have 36 governors plus FCT minister, because he also has money, funds given to him.
And maybe they have not found anything.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
No, that's what now you have 37. And then all the people that you are picking are always in the opposition. They'll begin to wonder what exactly is going on. What about the others? At least they're supposed to be cleared by EFCC. But we don't see that. We keep saying, governors from the opposition party, being picked towards the end of when the election is coming. Another election cycle is coming.
You have a problem with the timing.
Timing and the selection, because I said that everybody, because I don't think all of them, are free. I don't think so. Some have borrowed a lot of money, fund. What did they use it for? And they got allocations. What did they use it for? And we see what is going on all around. And the people are groaning. So, you see, FC telling us that the other governors are, they are free of any allegations.
Okay, in the meantime, Aregbesola has not been arrested, not to my knowledge, except he was before I walked into the studio here. And so, Osun State is tension-soaked now. A certain Senator Father Hunsi, who represents one of the senatorial districts, he said, APC members, if you see Accord people, Accord supporters, kill them. And the man has been struggling, to defend himself. He said, I didn't mean that. I meant that you should kill them with your votes. Use their votes and kill them. And some people say that statement looks like an afterthought, because apparently he was not measured when he said it. Now he's been invited by security agencies and quizzed briefly and left to go. Now, that statement is inciting to the extent that, we see kill them. It's like, and these supporters, some of them act like, with all due respect, like a headless mob. They rely on the words of an influencer. If a senator says, kill somebody, at last count, as at yesterday, this morning, we heard that 30 plus 19, 49 people already dead. Just election-related violence in just Osun State in the past 2 weeks or so. So we hear that Accord Party members are killing the APC members. APC members are killing the Accord Party members. 2 questions. Number one is, if this man who was caught making incendiary statements, insightful statements, was just squeezed briefly, and he, laughed inside and out of the station the security station where he was squeezed, What kind of deterrents are we putting in place to ensure that other people don't do the same thing?
Now, that's why I said I'm not happy with this. It looks like some kind of selection, which aren't. You get, because what he said, this father is not different from what El Rufai said.
Okay.
Because it's a word of mouth. He said we tapped into the NSA's phone number.
But that was not insightful.
Yes, I'm good. It's a word. It was picked for his word.
I thought you wanted to reference.
No, I'm coming.
Okay.
It was picked for his word. I'm talking about your word.
Okay.
Not the afterthought, not what you say after. Because El Rufai said he didn't mean it, but it was quiz. Now, Nnamdi Kanu said the same thing. It was a word of mouth. They didn't find any. He wasn't caught in any place of violence. It was just a word of mouth. But all these people are facing.
El Rufai had also said at some point, well, international observers, you have to be very careful, except you want to go home in body bags. Nobody arrested him. There was no question.
But eventually he was arrested.
Not on that count, but on another count.
Word of mouth. Now, this person now, Father Amunsi, is still his word. He said it to a public and he has followers. He's an influencer. So he said it publicly. It's supposed to be his word against his word. It's against him. Not the afterthought. Because if you say it and it's captured and you are not telling us that is not what you meant, then what I will now say, is that the way it's supposed to go? No. And the police quiz him in order to keep people quiet. Is that the meaning? Is that the meaning? And then release him again?
Let me ask you. Now, let me ask you. This Senator Father Hansi says, Accord people have also killed my members. So does that build some kind of fence around his culpability? If his people had been killed and out of anger, out of frustration, out of provocation, he says, well, retaliate. Does it build some kind of fence around his being culpable?
No.
Morally speaking or legally speaking?
Both.
No,
why? Because
he was provoked. Provocation. He was provoked.
He said some of his members.
Is
he talking to the security operatives or he's talking to some people to go and attack? What about if they investigated and discovered that it wasn't true? Okay. What about that?
Now,
or is he supposed to tell them to go and retaliate instead of reporting?
Official records have it that Accord Party says 30 of our members have been killed. APC says 19 of our members have been killed. Official records from both parties. So if the other Accord says 30 of our members have been killed and 19 of APC members have been killed,
and they said kill more,
to establish some. So, and they say, okay, retaliate.
Go and
Probably
kill more.
his personal aides or people that were going to work for. I'm not trying to justify anything. I'm just looking at the moral and the legal perspective to this. In terms of, I was provoked.
How? Nobody attacked him physically now.
Okay, but his members were killed.
Okay, he could have gone to the security operative and report.
Okay.
He didn't do that now. So he's telling them to pick, or maybe he's even involved in the process of, in the activities of killing the other people of the other party. Because for you now to say retaliate, that means you are counting numbers. Kill me, I kill you. How many have we killed? How many has I killed from the other side? That means you are counting numbers. The whole senator, federal, telling his members to go and kill the other members. If you are wrongly, if something wrong is done to you, the law says you should go to the appropriate government agencies and report so that the law can take action.
Okay.
But he is saying it in the capacity of jungle justice.
Jungle justice.
Go and kill them too.
If you see them,
kill them too. Yeah.
Well, these are not things that we should be hearing from statesmen, So somebody that is supposed to be a statesman, a senator.
It's even a statesman. It's a senator. He's a statesman. He's a senator.
Okay.
Because he controls certain numbers of people in a geographical area.
Some people are saying he should be a statesman, but his action or his words are not statesmanly. He's a senator. That doesn't make him a statesman because apparently he has not acted in that character.
Okay.
Now, before we leave this conversation, I would like to ask you, do you think that Osun 2026 is going to serve as a litmus test for what we might see in 2027, the kind of desperation that we see that the APC pulled out, the kind of what INEC is doing in terms of mobilization, in terms of... We were told that Edo 2024 will be a litmus test for 2027. And after that, we saw what happened. We were also told that Ekiti 2026 will be a litmus test. Now we are hearing again that Osun will be a litmus test. Do you think that Osun, what we see happen now, does it open a little window into what might happen in 2027 at the national level?
Yes. Yes. That's why I said I'm not comfortable with this electoral system that we are running because it's prone to be violent. It's been like that.
Where is the violence coming from?
No, it's coming from the design. It's coming from the design. It's like you cook food and you put too much salt. Anybody who eats it will feel the pressure. That is it. So when you have added too much salt, you have designed it to be violent. So the after effect is the violence in the system. And that's what we've been trying to take out ever since that we are asking for electoral reform. But the electoral reform did not solve anything. It's to make it like that. I will keep coming across things like this. You get it? We keep coming across. When somebody said that his people have been killed, you to go ahead and retaliate. It shows an archaic system that we have been trying to remove since. It shows the way the system has been designed, because that is how we've been running our system, political system, ever since up to this present dispensation. And it has not changed with the electoral system. It still remains like that. Like a senator, a whole senator that makes law, do oversight, is telling his people to go and kill. And then he will speak briefly and let go. For God's sake. So you can see the way the system is designed to be violent. Now, it keeps showing, the litmus paper keeps showing us the wrong direction we are going. The litmus paper keeps telling us that, no, you need a reform, a proper, reform. That's what you keep coming across. So the Osun now is another litmus telling us that there are problems. There are problems that needs to be handled.
Inherent in the system.
Yes, which has not been taken out. This is what, he keeps giving us that same pointer. By the time we are through with this one, you see the next one that we are going to do will still be the same, the usual thing.
Okay.
Violence.
Now that sounds very scary, Mr. Kundayo. Now that we are talking about insightful statements, now let's go to Kano, where Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has backed with some qualifications Sheikh Yahya Jingi's controversial call for Muslims to support Muslim ticket. Well, and ahead of the 2027 elections, Gumi said Jingi may be excused for his personal views, arguing that he operates amid what he sees as strong anti-Islamic sentiment. However, Gumi warned against allowing religion to become a tool in Nigeria's political context. How do you react to this? Certain Sheikh Sheikh Jingi made incendiary statements like, well, we need to put these people where they belong to, the limits. Talking about infidels, talking about Christians and people who are not adherents of the Islamic religion. And we hear Gumi said, well, he can't be excused for his opinion, but he should have been more measured. How do you react to this?
You can't make, you can't make insightful opinions when you control some certain number of people. You can be in your own house and be making your opinion the way you like. You can be arguing with yourself in your room. But when you are talking to a large group of people, you have to be careful. That's why it's called incitement. Incitement means by your action or word, you are conditioning the minds of some certain number of people to go, against the law. So what Jingi has done, I expected him to have been invited, detained for some time, even charged, because of the fact that he's a religious leader. He's supposed not, to go any other way. He's supposed to remain neutral. You remember when Onainekan went to see the president and came and was talking, he didn't even talk religiously. He was just talking about the state of the nation. He was talking generally. See a lot of backlash. from the government people, and then from other religious organizations that are not Christian, speaking against it. But now we see this man now, this sheikh, and then we don't hear anything from the ruling party. We don't hear any spokesperson speaking against it, that this thing he's saying can be insightful, because he is already going biased, mention religion, putting religion as the basis for our leadership, selection of leadership. We are supposed to be secular, supposed to be based on competence and not based on your religion affiliate. But he's already speaking to a large number of people. And then we are now, and some people are coming out, and you see some people that are coming out and say people that normally say similar things, like Chegumi. He has said it many times. So you can come out and say yes.
Do you think that they keep coming out like this because there are no consequences?
Yes, there are no consequences. That's why I said the bishop, the Catholic bishop, when he came out and said, now he said it secularly. He didn't talk about any religion. He just said that, these are the situations Nigerians are going through, that they speak with the president. You see so many backlashes, people coming out to speak against you. You're supposed to be neutral. You are you're supposed to. But none of them from the presidency has come out to speak against what this sheikh said, because it favors them. Muslim ticket is a ticket that APC is presenting for the presidency. So when this man said it now, they didn't come out to say anything because it favored them. And if it didn't favor them, it comes from somewhere else, they will have come out to speak against it, just like they speak against that Bishop Onayekon. So you can see the way our political system is designed to be. It's designed to be violent. The politicians who are in custody of our political system have designed this system to be violent. That's why they are selective. Anybody you want to pick, you have to take orders from the ruling party. We are not supposed to, the security opposition is supposed to act, independently. You can even investigate the president. The most powerful nation in the world, the president faces lawsuits like any other thing, like any other person. He wins and he loses lawsuits. There are up to now, this president, there's I think a certain money, millions of dollars that they told Trump to pay, somebody for, I think, defamation of character or something like that. That's the president. He went to school and said, no, you have to pay it. But here, everything is influenced, because our political system is designed to be like that, and then become violent.
Mr. Kundayo, Gumi warned against allowing religion to become a tool in Nigeria's political contest. He said opposition parties also use religion to attract votes.
How? You should tell us now.
You don't share that idea?
Well, I've not come across that. And one thing is this. That is a duty of DSS, I guess, to maintain, this stability.
When opposition parties go to,
I think they pick them up.
Opposition parties go to churches, and mosques to pray and ask for votes and to talk to people, not just to campaign, but to sensitize people. Does that amount to using religion as a tool?
No, it's not. It's not. One, you have your faith before you contested. You have your faith. You didn't use it as a means of influencing anybody. And then when they go to maybe churches, other people from other religion have the right to go to the same church. You'll be welcome. Nobody will chase you out.
So religion,
and the president,
religion has become a tool.
See, yes. What I'm saying that it shouldn't be an avenue for it. But when you go there and then you speak to the people without talking about religion, when you are making your speech, that is a candidate aspirant, you are not making your speech based on religion. That, okay, if the people, I'm a Christian, you should vote for me because I'm a Christian. No, he said, vote for me because I'm capable. And he keeps talking about his capability in a general secular way. Anybody, that person can go there now. Whether you are Muslim, you are traditional worshiper, or maybe you don't have any religion. You can go there, and the leader of the church did not come out and say, you need to vote for this person because he's from your church, or you need to vote for this person because he's a Christian. No. So anybody has the right to go there. If a Muslim now say, I want to go there and talk, and then I say, no, you can't come because your religion, we are not in line with your religion. Then you cannot say that.
Sheikh Jingi has said, well, there's been this kind of outrage about what he said. Some people say he's entitled to his opinion about the Muslim ticket. They don't have a problem with that. It's his personal opinion.
No, you can't say that.
No, that he says he supports Muslim ticket. But he went further to say, well, in this country, we are the majority and we have to put the infidels where they belong. That is what is causing problem now. That is what a lot of people have problems with. Now, in the midst of all of this, they approached him and said, well, I stand by my words. Insightful statement. And in all of this, we have not heard the security agencies question him. We have not heard the president say, well, I'm utterly embarrassed because he is supporting Muslim ticket.
But do you know that Kwankwaso spoke against it?
Okay.
He came out and said that he's not against what he said.
Kwankwaso is on the other side.
That's why I'm saying that because he said this, is it ruling party say because what he said is in their favor, they have to let him go? That's the body language that I see.
Okay, that's the body language.
That's the body language of the ruling party. That's their body language. Even if you, as a religious leader, one type of religion leader, and then you are in such a midst, and it's not a religious meeting, it's a political meeting. You have to speak politically, not religiously. A political speaking means you have to talk generally to the public. You get what I'm saying? You have to speak generally, whether you are a traditional leader, maybe you are a religious leader. When you are in a political gathering, you have to speak politically, or else you can't be in that gathering. Because you control some certain number of people and you control their mind. You get, because whatever they say, what you say can influence them. You now come out and say something like this. Okay, now let me say the Muslim ticket did not win the presidency. Maybe another one, maybe the traditional rulers win it. What are you now going to say? If they now, did not, their body language towards you is not favorable, you now come out and speak against it. But you're already speaking against them now. That's why a leader, in such a capacity, when you are in a political gathering, you have to speak politically. That means you talk to the general populace. You don't separate them.
Okay, according to religion, tribe.
Yes, you vote for Muslim. No. Because you are in a political setting. You are not in your own,
religious space.
Yes, space.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Kundaya. Let's move on and get to our final topic of conversation. Nigeria and the United States have begun a fresh round of security talks in Washington, led by NSA National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu and U.S. Undersecretary of State Alison Hooker. Well, the discussions focus on counter-terrorism, bilateral security cooperation, and religious freedom, and human rights, with a separate defense meeting scheduled for Thursday, that's today. The talks follow the U.S. redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. The U.S. also criticized Nigeria's fiscal transparency, saying a budget document do not provide enough details on government revenues, spending, and procurement contracts. It raised concerns about discrepancies between approved and actual budgets and the independence of Nigeria's Supreme Audit Institution, while acknowledging progress in publishing debt information, natural resource licensing rules, and the legal framework for the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Why is the Security Summit, why is it holding in Washington? I mean, the problem is there in Nigeria. So why hold that summit in Washington?
Well, I think that's the arrangement.
I know that's the arrangement. It's on the way. So why is it not holding here where we feel the problem? Why are they in New York, in cozy offices and apartments, in Pentagon and in one kind of, high-scale restaurant?
You've forgotten to say that, enjoying security. Security.
Enjoying security
in that
so
place.
Why is that summit holding in Washington? I think that summit should have held whether somewhere in Sambisa Forest or maybe in Benue Plateau, so that the people that are making contributions will see that they will drive past the IDP camps. I'm not trying to answer the question. Why is it holding in Washington?
Well, maybe we'll still need more information on who decided where the venue was supposed to be.
Is it a case of he who pays the piper dictates the tune? Is that a case of because America is trying to help us and so they should decide? Why?
No, that's why I said maybe we need more information on who actually decided where the meeting will take place. We need more clarification. It may not be the US, it may be the US, because I know the US is not afraid to come here. They've been here many times. So I don't think they are, maybe it's our own people, but I'm not sure. You get it? And it speaks volume, truly, as you said. It speaks volume, truly.
Okay.
It speaks volume, seriously. Because it's good that you hold such a crucial meeting, especially when it comes to security in an area where you have insecurity, so that everybody, can feel what the people in that area are feeling. Everybody can feel it. Now, to have speak more volume, they will have seen first-hand information of what they want to discuss. Not somebody bringing up videos and pictures and speaking verbally in a nice-looking place where security is, is very.
In all of this, Mr. Kundayo, we have the highest echelon of our security apparatchik, in Washington as we speak. The National Security Advisor is there. The Chief of Defense is there. The Attorney General of the Federation is there. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is there. The IGP is there.
Seriously, I don't know why that number. I don't know. Because to me, it's tilting towards the political aspect than the real thing. Because the number is so, the whole thing is diluted. And I don't really understand what you want to go there to discuss.
Cooperation. We need support.
Two people could have done it. Minister for Foreign Affairs, and maybe Defense or maybe NSA could have just gone to do all that.
You think the Chief of Defense Staff doesn't need to be there, or the IGP? This is
why would the IGP go there? Why? Minister for Defense, that is his area now, to keep the whole nation secured. IGP, whatever they are under him. So he has first-hand information of everything that is going on. So he can go there and do it. He just maybe one person, if he's not bold enough to speak, he can take one person with him. But I believe he is capable of doing it. Minister for Defense and maybe Minister for Foreign Affairs. Those two people are okay, And then what you need to do is discuss those ones that follow them. The meeting is being held in Nigeria. It's just a stone throw. You can even go there and come back. And I started the IG to have gone to America for something like that when we were trying to, have a blueprint of our own state police. He is supposed to have gone to maybe United States of America, go to UK, go to Germany, go to China, whatever, and see how their own, internal
security. I think there was a study group. I think there was a study group that visited US in the heat of the moment for that security.
Did the IG go with them?
I can't recall, but I think there was a study group that went to.
And they went there.
Now, apart from holding this security summit, United States also complained about what some people have called fiscal irresponsibility. Our budgeting system, income and expenditure, not balancing, and all of that. And so Nigerians are asking, why should it be the business of United States about our own budgeting? It's our money. Okay. What is their problem?
So are we happy about it?
Some people say, well, it's an infringement on our sovereignty.
No, that is
why should America be talking about our budget?
That is people who are myopic when it comes to governance. That is why you have embassy. They should have asked, why do you have embassy, Nigerian embassy in America?
No, that's the concept of, because it's international relations.
That's the point. International relations. Why do you need to relate with another country? As you are a sovereign now. Because you can't do it alone. You need them.
There is a concept of extraterritoriality. You don't. In the U.S. embassy here, Nigeria cannot walk in there to make arrests. We are not concerned about whatever they do there. So Nigerians are saying, why should America be telling us, to put our budget papers out there for them to see? Okay. And they're saying, is it because, World Bank is lending us money and all of that? And the last time they checked, America might have overriding shares and power in the World Bank, but that's business. We borrowed money. Why do you look into our books?
Okay, so if
I'm asking.
Yes, if somebody wants to borrow money, do you know that we also get donations from America? And somebody donating to you, and you can't see what you...
But that's not part of our budget.
What
very specific. Your budget, income and revenue.
If you have enough, and somebody wants to assist you, he knows you have enough. He knows that what you are using the money you have, or what you have, you are using it judiciously. He can assist you because he sees you to be somebody who is responsible and serious. If what you have, you generate inside what you have, you are irresponsible with it. You are not transparent.
Okay, so
how will it be
Mr.
easy for somebody to assist?
You like the fact that America is looking into our books.
Why not?
You like it.
Why not?
All right, probably this might be the last time I'll see you before the Osun election. So what do you want to tell the Osun people briefly in 30 seconds?
Don't be intimidated. Don't divert your attention. Vote your conscience. Vote for the right leader you know can put you in the right position. That is the state. Because the moment you collect inducements and you vote the wrong candidate, you suffer it for the next 4 years. And the meaning suffering means that you are going to suffer massively. You are going to complain and complain and complain. So for you to avoid that complaint whatsoever, the best thing is for you to vote the right candidate. Don't vote because they give you money or give you material inducing you. Please avoid that. Vote for your conscience.
All right.
Vote for the right leader.
Vote for the right leader, according to Mr. Lawal Ekundaya, who appeared here on Political Lens with me. Well, this would be a good place to anchor this conversation. I've been speaking with Mr. Lawal Ekundaya, educationist, farmer, but he appeared here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. I must say a very big thank you to you, sir, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, Abbas manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena and Demduto. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 talk, please the sport.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is our responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter.
Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime.
Good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, we'll begin with a calls for action against inflammatory statements by former Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, urging authorities to arrest those whose comments could threaten national peace. Also, we examine developments in respect to the Osula governorship election as fresh concerns over inflammatory rhetoric, alleged threat, and the possibility of violence ahead of the poll, with Amnesty International saying it will use the controversy surrounding Senator Fada Hunsi as an example in its campaign to name and shame those who promote electoral violence. In a related development, the political battle in Osula gets more personal as claims about Governor Demola Adeleke's administration, his public persona, and even his family connections become part of the campaign conversation. Finally, we look at a growing challenge of vandalism of public infrastructure as Minister of Works David Umahi vehemently condemns the destruction of road infrastructure. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Let's go away.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Issues and Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Former Chief of Defense Staff General Lucky Irabo, retired, has called for the arrest of Islamic clerics Sani Jenge and Ahmed Gumi, and also Senator Fada Hunsi, over what he described as inciting comments capable of worsening the country's security situation. Reacting to recent comments by some political and religious leaders, the former military chief said individuals who make statements capable of inciting violence should be immediately subjected to investigation and, where necessary, arrested. Irabo said authorities must take firm action against inflammatory statements to discourage rhetoric that could undermine peace and security, adding that such measures would also boost the morale of the country's defense and security personnel. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by three distinguished guests, really, not two. Here in the studio, we have Mayor John Echefu. He is a political analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Also joining us virtually, we have Sunny Dada, a development professional and the chairman of the Civil Liberties Organization, River State. Glad to have you join us, Sunny.
Thank you for having me, Nina. Good evening.
Good evening. Also, we have joined us later on in the show. We have Excellent Abdul Karim, who is also a political analyst. Glad to have you join us, Excellent. Okay, while we'll wait for Excellent to... Excellent, you can unmute your device, please, and speak with us if you can hear me. Okay, while we sort out the audio from Excellence's end, let me come to you first, Mayor. I'm sure you've been following the statement by the Sheikh, the cleric, even this recent one by Father Hunsi, who seems to have, he has looked for a way to paint his words. He said it's been AI generated, and there was a part that was purported by AI. And on another hand, again, he said that some people who don't really understand Yoruba have actually misunderstood. He gave different reasons, but the bottom line is he has actually denied his statement. And here we see the former chief of defense staff saying or calling for arrest over inciting comments. What do you agree with him?
First of all, I would like to say a very big thank you to Irabo. Also, use this opportunity to let Nigerians know that we still have men who have good conscience in this country, who can see evil and call it evil face to face. You see, what is going on today, before this kind of people will come out to make such statements, who knows what they have been doing in secret? They said out of abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So that sheikh is a bad example of an Islamic leader and should be well punished for such unguided speech, because he have shown, we keep people. Christians are suffering every day. Christians are being killed in the north. Christians are being molested. They are being dealt in a way that shouldn't be. But you see, people who call themselves, I don't know how he gets to the stage of being a sheikh. I don't know. And it shows that this man have committed so many crimes against Christians in the north before now. So I really thank former chief of defense staff, that Ayabo. He have shown what is called to be a real elderly statesman. At this particular time, the Nigerian need to be healed. And that's when this man is coming out to bring another. It shows that, I don't know what is wrong with some of these President Tinubu supporters. They will always, their actions and everything they are doing have not helped the country. He said that because he's supporting Muslim ticket. Father Osi said this one because he's a Yoruba man. So what is wrong with these people? They must be brought to book. They can't just ensure that they have been committing crime against Christians before now that nobody knows. For that sheikh to come out openly, what is he teaching in the mosque? All this why? These are the people who are secretly sponsoring insecurity in the north. And these are the men who are secretly sponsoring killings of Christians and destruction of churches in the north. His matter will not be swept under the carpet. So I'm using the opportunity to also talk to other meaningful Nigerians to raise their voice. I will also call on the international community to look into this matter and investigate this man, because I've committed a lot of crime against Christians before now.
And I'm also calling on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to do something urgently, immediately. This man must be arrested and brought to book. He cannot continue to do the same thing every time. It's very, very bad. Very, very bad. So I thank Rabo for coming out at a time like this to speak out. You know, it shows that he's an elderly statesman who is interested in the progress of Nigeria.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Let me come to you, Sunny. You know, when you look at the statement by Father Hunsi, and one would wonder if that kind of statement, that kind of inciting statement, we saw that the police called him for questioning, and then I think after 2 hours, they allowed him go. But we see someone like El Rufai, when you put side by side the statements both of them made, they are both inciting statements. But we see that one was questioned for 2 hours and let go, and the other one has been in prison for more than some months now. And you begin to wonder what should really determine whether someone who makes a controversial statement is investigated, arrested, prosecuted, or simply warned.
Good evening again, and I say good evening to your guests in the studio and to your listeners. Just to put it in proper context, Rufai's case borders on espionage. It borders directly on the presidency. So here I'm talking about not just the president, but the National Security Advisor, the NSA. You know, to the extent that he alluded that the opposition is listening, you know, to their conversations, thus saying or indicating that their phones are hacked and many other things. But Fadunsi's statement directly borders on the Osun State governorship election. And like I mentioned yesterday, we keep hearing or seeing these things because we're a country that does not show consequences for bad behavior. Because this is not the first time people are making extreme comments, you know, in our electoral process. In the pre-election window, that's when you hear this type of extreme comments. The Rufai himself, that is incarcerated today, also made similar extreme comments, you know, in time past, in 2023, where he even went, you know, as far as, you know, stopping the candidate of the Labour Party then, His Excellency Peter Obi, from coming to Kaduna, from visiting Kaduna State, you know, and where he also threatened the election observers that they will not return alive, that they will return in body bags. During the 2015 election, the current FCT minister serving in this administration also made similar comments in Port Harcourt. You know, as a matter of fact, he directly threatened INEC officials. You know, so either they threaten the EMB, that is the election management body, or they threaten the opposition, or they threaten election observers. They get away with these things, you know, and there has not been any serious consequence. And that is why we have not even started campaigning, you know. When the 2027 campaigns will start proper, be prepared that you hear more very, very extreme and insensitive comments that could plunge this country into serious anarchy. And that's because, like I told you yesterday, nothing will come out of that police invitation. And that's because the police itself is culpable as an institution. The police, according to them, they grilled him for 2 hours. Do you know what that means? Perhaps maybe they invited him, he went to the station, they asked him a few questions, and they told him, stay here till, let it just waste more time, let it look like we're doing a serious work. And if you're not careful, he was entertained. You know, because we have heard how, you know, they receive high-profile visitors, even in prison, even in DSS cells. We have received several reports how they keep, you know, these high-profile suspects, you know. So they have released him 2 hours. What is the statement of the police? In Sena crimes, before even they release him, the police will come out and give updates on the matter. After releasing him, the police will give clarification, will tell us whether he needs to come back again, or whether they are taking it to the next level, or whether they are going to prosecute him after their preliminary findings. The police will issue statements, give updates. But did you hear anything? So that is to confirm what I told you yesterday, that Nigerians, we should not expect any, including the cleric that said that all infidels should be killed, nothing will come out. We will only shout. And that's because Nigerians are too forgiving. We are too forgiving. Was it not Amechi, former Governor Rotimi Amechi of Rivers State, that said it, that politicians do a lot of things and get away with a lot of things in this country because we forgive them a lot. We are too forgetful. We will shout for 1 week and 2 weeks, and everywhere will become quiet. Perhaps the matter is still on the front burner now because the election is on this Saturday. After the election, nobody will talk about what's that his name. Nobody will talk about him again, and we'll sweep everything under the carpet. And when the real election window, what are we even saying? The Oba of Lagos, did he not say that the Igbos should be thrown into the lagoon? What are we saying? What came out of that? The chairman of NURTW. What's that his name? What did we not see multiple videos in the pre-election window towards the 2023 election where they openly threatened the Igbos, where they openly threatened to kill people, cause mayhem, and what came out of it? So we are just shouting. And as long as the ruling party and the president benefits from such extreme comments, nothing will come out of it. And that is why, as Nigerians, we should now begin to look elsewhere. How can we hold these people accountable? And that is why it is so unfortunate that we can now look at a country like US and begin to invite them to interfere in our domestic affairs, in our electoral process. Why? Because we have lost our confidence in the institutions that are supposed to hold these persons accountable. And it is even more shameful that the person that made this statement is a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that tells you the kind of law that explains why we have very poor quality of laws that they make in that institution, in that red chambers. These are some of the reasons that explains why the National Assembly is a very, very rigid rubber stamp of the presidency. When you have this kind of people, representing you, what kind of laws, quality laws, do you expect them to make? So the summary of the point I'm making is that this is now the time for statesmen to rise up. And that is why I'm happy that people like Erabo has heeded the call, as if he listened to our conversation yesterday and as if he listened to my plea, that this is now the time for statesmen to rise up. And that if the president and his vice are statesmen, this is the time for them to rise up and distance themselves. And if the APC is serious about convincing us that they are indeed a responsible party, this is also the time to issue an official rebuke to that cleric.
Okay, thank you very much. While you were speaking, you made mention of the fact that Nigerians seem to be very, very forgiving. But let me come to, I don't know if Excellence is with us. Excellence, are you with us? Okay, let me come to you. Before I come back to you. Good evening. Oh, good evening, Excellence. Okay, let me come to you. I'm sure you listened while Sonny Dada was speaking. And one of the things he said was the fact that Nigerians are forgiven, are very forgiving. But is this really the case? Or is it the fact that, do you think it's the fact that Nigerians, maybe our hands are tied really, because we'll think that like he mentioned, people who are statesmen of the presidency, the security agencies, the DSS should actually do the needful. Is that really the problem? Or do you also agree that Nigerians are really forgiving and that's why things like this get to fly over time without repercussions?
Yeah, thank you. Nigerians are not really forgiving. The issue is that when it comes to citizenship, Nigeria is not up to what it takes. Let's not deceive ourselves. And these are the reasons, these are the advantage our politicians are taking on Nigerians today, because they know whatever may happen, Nigeria shows I don't care. We only pray, we vow, we agitate for better Nigeria, but nobody is willing to go for better Nigeria. It is very shameful. There is a sitting senator. Although it shows how desperate these men are into this political business. Are you telling me somebody who is making such entrance in the public is after the masses or is after the progress of our people? This is a democracy, and another word are we saying? My own question is this: do we really believe Nigeria is right for this democracy idea we are talking about? Do we think throughout this democracy, Nigeria will be okay? Because if we can recall since 1999 to date, let's just assess ourselves. Are we this democracy? Are we sure it will lead Nigeria to a promised land? Because these men call senator, the upper chamber, the lower chamber, the Federal House of Rep and the Senate are supposed to be the people who are to stabilize Nigeria leadership, the government when it comes to their character. But check fact them. You see how they turn themselves to tall boy to the executive. So with that, what are we expecting? All this noise, whatever we are saying, is just the matter trending right now. After 1 week, this thing will go down. Nothing will happen. And I will bet you the Osula election, we all know it. All of us are smelling it. Whoever, whatever the outcome will be, will know who they will announce as a winner. You will see come back, and I will see say this to you. Nigerians themselves are, to me, at this point, I'm not blaming our leader anymore. No, I'm not this point. If we are over 200 million population, and the number of people who are turning Nigeria to a playground are not up to 300,000 people, then Nigerians are quiet. They are okay. Whatever may happen in this country, Nigeria are just okay with their situation. Look at what a former CBN governor did to the issue of currency or whatever. Look at the hardship that guy brought to Nigerians are then. Today, where is Emefiele? Can you tell me what is going on with Emefiele? We know what happened to former governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello, where 800 million were paid ahead of a children that have not moved up to any school. What happened to Yaya Bello today? EFCC came out and vowed and said, if the Abelo is not brought to book, he will. So, for me, Nigeria is just a joke country. All this thing we are agitating, we are saying, it's just like.
Okay, we seem to be having network issues.
No, it's good. We must have a channel whereby if you check it. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You can round off your thought. Yes,
yeah.
Round off on your thought.
Yeah. When you check it, you see that there's no regularity in Nigeria whereby if you have your way, you can commit any offense and go away with it. Even by the religion body, the Christians, the Muslim, whatever they call themselves, today, anybody who is in high rank of, they misuse power drunk people are much in this country.
Okay.
Today, to me, the process we are having electing leader can never give us good leader in this country.
Thank you.
Because from the ruling party and from another person, I will little bit deviate from your question. Why I'm saying this because of the problem of Nigeria today is just, for me, I keep hitting it. Not until Nigerians are ready to make this country a great country. If they're hoping for our leader to make this country be okay, that is a pure lie. And that is why I will agree with ACC presidential candidate. I think Nigeria needs revolution now. That is the only situation. That is the only solution we can solve this country. Because we all know Nigeria is a forced marriage country, whereby tribalism, whatever have taken place, man, of people where some certain group of people can never allow to be president. There's some group of people seeing themselves superior over other. Is it the country we dream of? So if this should be the case, I think to me, revolution should start now. That should be the only solution that will solve it. Because Nigerian politicians have so much, they have so much in store, much wealth, money, resources to punish Nigeria. So they know when you organize 2 or 3 youth today to protest, if they see that protest is going to somewhere else, Nigerian leader will know how to get 1 or 2 youth, bribe them up and turn that protest against you. So today, for me, whatever anybody is saying today, all these senators, and I was very, very surprised because I recall when this senator under Buhari was one of the best senators who was so vocal under Buhari, especially he was a custom DG general before. He was emphasizing on the issue of the way custom was busting Lagos and they cannot go to Kano or Kaduna. And the kind of leader we have in this country
thank you.
Too funny. It's too funny.
Okay, thank you for your response there. Let me come to you, Mayor. I heard you when you were nodding your head to what Excellence was saying. But I'm going to ask you while you respond to react to that. But let's look at it. Are we really dealing with the symptoms when you look at, statements such as this, or are we failing to address, the deeper political, economic, ethnic, and religious tensions that make such statements dangerous? Like he already said, he talked about the forced marriage and all of that, and how Nigeria seems not to be on the right foundation. But are those the bigger problems, or is it just on the face value, which is just a controversial statement?
See, when you look at these things, it will look small, but they are the core bigger issues. Thank God he said it right now. Nigeria was established in a forced marriage. And up till now, we have never gone back to think, this forced marriage, how can we do? What should we do to make it work? You see, look at the problem Nigerians are having. The main problem we are facing is tribalism and religion.
Yeah.
Look at a senator of Federal Republic of Nigeria. The type of statement he was making. That is to tell you the kind of people that make our electoral law. Someone has said the other time that President Buhari wanted to sign real electoral law into law. Somebody told him not to. It shows that these people don't want Nigeria to move forward. They are just going to grab power and they grab whatever that they see and they mess up the system. Today, you see what is happening between political parties' primaries. We have people who win primary and the leadership of the parties will subject them to so many things. Use it as to be collecting money from other people who did not win the primary. The day Nigeria will get it right and will have free and fair election, that day we reduce bad leadership from 85%. Because some of these leaders, if I go see what causes them, knows that free and fair election can take him out of that Senate position. He cannot come out and make such a statement. The other say it is here, talking about Muslim ticket, talking about, you see that these people, they don't care. They don't care. And listen, I have said it before. If Nigeria did not kill corruption, corruption will kill Nigeria. Because the senators, they have turned themselves to lawyer boys to the president. To the extent that they are singing on your mandate, we shall stand in the Senate. Is it not disgraceful? What are we learning from other European countries? They will see them, they go vacation here, go vacation here. Come back, they become worse. Goodluck was a president in this country. Abachanger was a president in this country. We see how the Senate functioned during their tenure. Now we have seen the worst politicians who have turned our senators to Hallelujah boys and House of Rep members to Hallelujah boys. And when they collect those money from Senate, they will use it to go to their political parties. When they did not win primary, they use the money and they force themselves to the INEC and the leadership of the party to have their ticket and have their way. Today, parties cannot have free and fair election. Other political parties cannot even give us free and fair election. Even the people that won the election, they will change their names and they say this is supreme leader, this is national champion. They keep changing people's name up to this moment. And people who won the election primary, people who are popular, that they are people who have voted into power to go and represent them, that will do well. Maybe they don't have 100 million, 70 million, 50 million to give to party chairman, to give to this, to give to that. They will deny them their tickets. And the same thing will keep happening in the Senate and not continue to happen in this House of Reps. Because you see, Akpabio has become the worst Senate president ever in the history of Nigeria. This particular Senate we are seeing today is the worst Senate ever we have seen in it. We have not seen any issue. That what they are there, the president wants to borrow, they don't even know what they are borrowing for. It shows that this country has a long way to go. And I'm talking to my fellow youth, the upcoming politics. We should do something. We cannot continue like this and expect a different result. If we continue like this, our pregnant women will keep dying in the hospitals. Corruption will continue. We must stand up and say, now is now. We must stop this corruption now. And that's one thing I also like to say concerning the revolution. Even if we have revolution and we did not look at the foundation, the same thing will repeat again. We need to visit the foundation so that Nigeria will not continue this way. I said it yesterday on Les, that if Nigeria is a country that has real rule of law, like China, after the tenure of some of these governors, 70% of them, they will hang them. Because they cannot give account of the money that they have collected to you. They are just embezzling money, you know. No governor, I tell you, 70% of the governors in Nigeria today cannot give account of their security votes. So who are they deceiving? From the presidency down to the councillor. Corruption everywhere. It's quite appalling. Let men of goodwill. I thank God for what the other statement in Rabo have come out to say. Let other statements, let other people who have goodwill, who have conscience, to come up and speak up. The time is now. If you don't save Nigeria now, there's no time again. 2027 election will define Nigeria. Just because of Osula, governorship election. That is, if I tell the level of killings going on there now, you will shout. And they know the people doing these things. Because they want to take power from Adeleke. It's very bad. It's very bad. If you believe that you are popular, come to the polling booth. Let your people vote for you based on what you have done before. If Adeleke have not done well, some people will not vote for him. But I believe the man have done so well in Osula State. The only thing they are campaigning against him is a dancer. Yes, I support him. He must give himself joy. Let his enemies hug Trafama.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll get to that that will show in a bit. But before we move on, let me come to you, Sani Dada. You know, you mentioned a little bit about this while you were speaking, but let me ask you in a broader sense, what responsibility should political parties take when their members make statements capable of escalating violence? Because many times these people are members of a political party, and it looks like the political party just folds their hands and allow the statements slide.
I don't I don't want us to deceive ourselves. I want us to be real here. We do not have political parties that are capable of controlling members. And that's because we do not have political parties that are entrenched in ideologies. When a political party is entrenched in ideology, that political party will be strong. But when a political party lacks ideology, the best you have in such political parties are strong men, people who are stronger than the political parties, which is to say that even the officials of the political parties are errand boys to these politicians. So, for instance, excuse me, what would you expect to call Fadonsi and ask him to shut up that he's talking nonsense? Is it the Osula State APC chairman who is an errand boy, who is a PA to former Governor Oyetola? You know, is he that one that will challenge him and tell him that you said rubbish, you're going to retract what you said? You know, so political parties, we do not even have political parties. They are only called political parties in name, but in actual practice, they're only vehicles that convey politicians to elected offices. And that is why the moment the man becomes a senator, he becomes a governor or a president, he does not rate the political party anymore. So all the party officials become errand boys, apply to visit him in his office to beg for arms, So we do not have political parties, and that is why they cannot hold these people to account for their actions or their inactions. Unlike in the US, where you have the Democratic Party, you have the Republican Party, parties that are rooted in ideologies, and if they say this particular politician will not come back, and he's not going to come back, But that's not the case here. So, and that is why I said our democracy is still evolving. We're not there yet, but my annoyance is that we're too slow. We're too slow. And that is why well-meaning individuals, leaders of thought, should not begin to see politics as a serious business that should not be left in the hands of charlatans that we have seen today. And the mistake we made was in 1999 when we chased out the military and we thought that we had concluded, we had won the battle, our work was done, and so we left the scene and we did not bother to entrench ourselves in the political parties and build the kind of ideology that we preached against the military, and we left the political parties in the hands of thieves, charlatans, people that or illiterate, uneducated people, as we have seen today, who have now taken over the soul of our electoral process and are now entrenching themselves and giving birth to their kinds. While they're in office, they prepare the ground for their children. They send their children abroad to study, and just as they are leaving office, their children have finished their study. They have returned to take over from where their fathers stopped. So we are, after serving the parents, we are preparing to serve the children and their great-grandchildren and all of that. So and that is why I'm using the opportunity to call on citizens to now begin to do what I call self-organize. Don't wait for any APC or PDP or what do they call NDC and any party to help you to bring sanity to the country. No, we need to now self-organize, to ask ourselves, what do we really want? Are we going to come together as citizens and form our own political party? Because by the law, by the rules of the land, for you to become anything, you have to join a political party. So as citizens, can't we come together, self-organize, and also form our own political party, and become a formidable third force against these people? And don't be deceived. Whether we are talking about APC or PDP or NDC, they are all the same people. They are all the same people. Show me a politician in ADC that was not in PDP before, or that was not in APC before. Show me a politician in NDC that was not in PDP or in APC. So they are all the same. They just, move around, look for vehicles. And that is why they are not there. We are not supposed to call them political parties. They are vehicles. They are vehicles. So to answer your question straight, they do not have the foundation or the structure to hold their members accountable. That is just the truth. Otherwise, in saner climes, this senator would have been suspended by his political party.
Thank you. They do not have the capability of holding their politicians or those who have been elected or elected as officials under them, and they cannot hold them to account. That's what you're saying. But let's move on to to matters of development in the Osun election. The rhetoric ahead of the Osun governorship election is becoming increasingly heated. Amnesty International says it will use Senator Francis Fadahunsi as an example in its campaign to expose individuals it considers advocates of electoral violence. This follows controversy over a viral video allegedly showing the senator making comments interpreted by opponents as threatening violence against members of the Accord Party. Fadahunsi has denied inciting violence, while the police have invited him for questioning. Meanwhile, the Accord Party has written to the European Union seeking intervention to help guarantee what it describes as a free, fair and peaceful election. Also, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has warned against the militarization of the election, arguing that the deployment and conduct of security personnel must not undermine the freedom of voters. Let me come to you first, Excellence. Amnesty International, still on the issue of Fadahunsi, says it intends to use the Fadahunsi's case as an example and name and shame advocates of election violence. What do you make of this, really?
It's a laughing matter. Let's wait and see what the amnesty will do, because this is a country where everybody wants to make headline. If I should respond further, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is part of the process we are in this country today. So whatever is happening today against his party or whatever, I think people like him should keep their mouth shut in the society. Because if they laid a better foundation when himself and Obasanjo was there, today we will not be in this state of this level we are today. We remember what former INEC President Maurice Iwu did, where election result will be like. I recall then when Edo election result, when they declared Professor Remi Osubo as the winner of then we know where this result were composed, not even in Benin City or in Edo State. So today, like whatever the amnesty program, whatever they are saying or shouting, to me in Benin there's something we call a mababa, children's play, where children will say they are building house, whatever. I see it as a child play. So when they are ready, if they hold Senator Fashion Abiwa's name, so if they can hold him and brought him to the book, I think by then we can debate better or assess their own a vow to as example they claim they want to make him to be. But Nigeria today is concerned, to me, we are still far from the system. Nigeria should wake up. In that video, when this man was making that statement, you will see where youth were saying, hey, Akare Baba, like, yes, this is what we are waiting for. You understand? Are they not Nigerians? So if our leaders are not taking the right step, must we follow our leader foolishly or blindly? This is the issue. If Nigeria wants to be okay, Nigeria should wake up. Nigeria should wake up. All this issue, all this story we are talking about, by next week, to be another topic again.
Okay.
And this is how we'll drag it. But in one word, for me, I want to use this medium to say this out. Not until Nigeria is reconstructed before we can get it right. When President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was coming and said renew hope, renew mandate, I was like, okay, I want to hear the first thing. Let's change a Nigeria constitution. With that constitution, there will never be any peace in this country. With that constitution, there will never be law in this country, law abiding in this country. In that constitution, stability can never be in this country. We recall where somebody was saying something back 2015. He said, Nigeria is a playground, not until Nigeria constitution is changed. For me, in a simple words, we like it or not, Oshun will come back and hear report. We just got some flashing news where they say some people have been arrested as a fake police, whatever. Today, this is the story we keep hearing. This is the same system. This is because the system, people have already abided to it. People have accepted that this country can never be okay. So whichever way that our youth wants to evolve themselves, make their money, they will. But I want to use this medium. I want to deviate from your question.
Please, so we don't, because of time, I need to get to other guests. So I might need to, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll come back to you. Mayor, one of the things that Atiku Abubakar pointed out, he has warned against the militarization of the election. And oftentimes we see that whenever we have elections, we see how security agencies flood those states or those areas. Could excessive security intervention become, a threat to democracy if voters begin to, associate election day with fear, arrest, and confrontation?
It's quite unfortunate that this is where APC is taking us.
But it's not really about APC. It has always been like that. Don't you think so?
APC leadership of the national, this is where they are taking us. This is, when you talk about federal government, led by APC. APC is the party that brought President Tinubu.
Okay, but what? Sorry. So
listen, all they want to do, they want to use military to scare away Accord Party voters. And that is not a good thing for a great democratic settings. It's not good. The only thing that Amnesty International, they should be involved in this election on Saturday. Other observers groups, international observers groups, should be really involved. And I'm also urging our youths to also be involved with your camera. See, if all those security personnel that are committing crimes against Nigerian citizens, if they got their camera, got their name, let the world know. Not calling them security personnel. They will go, but let us know those people by their name. Video them. If you are afraid, hide somewhere. Osula State governor governor should do something. Fix cameras almost everywhere to make sure that every polling booth at least have like 2 or 3 cameras as surveillance. At least to monitor whatever that is going on with it. Because if they did not do these things, APC, their target is to rig Osun State election. But I tell you, it will not happen. Because I know that Osun youths are ready. And other meaningful citizens of Osun State, they are ready. And I tell you, let me be the first man to congratulate the governor. He will win the election.
Okay,
the challenges will come and go.
Okay,
because listen, let me tell you something. From the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, APC have failed Nigerians. And no state that APC will have their candidate in Nigeria and that election will be conducted free and fair that APC will win. That is the truth. There's no foul play about it. They have not done well. Look at the economy. Look at the security. Look at, there's nothing we have not seen in this country of recent. I tell you, NSC should be serious about what they are saying. We want to see results. Let them show all results. They should deal with this fagosi of a man so that others will learn from him.
Okay.
Because I've seen that what will solve Nigerian problem is taking cases of this nature beyond Nigeria.
Well, really, when you talk about that, I think I'm going to let you speak, Sunny Dada, because I was going to ask you something about the militarization that the one in Atiku has done. But I want to ask you in line with his last statement, because also Accord has sought international intervention. And Mayor here is saying that what would help us is really taking things beyond the shores of Nigeria. Is that where we have come to, really? What does this say about, public confidence in domestic institutions when any little thing we begin to, talk about the foreign, the international community coming to help us, coming to take charge? What does this speak, about our confidence, basically, in our institutions?
We do not, to answer your question straight, we do not have a functional institution currently as a country. Is it the judiciary? Ordinarily, when things like this happen, you can say, okay, at the end of the day, I'm going to challenge a process in court. But the man you want to take to court is already telling you to go to court. So why is he the one suggesting to you that you should go to court? And that's because he knows that institution is compromised. You can't get any results there. Is it the police that is culpable in this matter, that has shamefully, shown that they are partisan? Which institution in this country is working? And that is why you see Nigerians, even when it has to do with the husband and wife issue, they want to bring in Donald Trump. They want to bring in the West and all of that because our institutions have failed us. But quickly, talking about the militarization that Atiku is talking about, sometimes I laugh, and that is why I say Nigerians, we also forget too easily who introduced do or die politics into our electoral process in Nigeria. Is it not the administration of Obasanjo and Atiku? Obasanjo was president, Atiku was his vice president. Is it a selective amnesia that is disturbing us or what? In fact, the harvest we are having today, the seeds of this harvest were sown, planted by the PDP, led by Obasanjo and this same Atiku, who is now the ADC candidate. They're only serving him the food that he cooked. They're only serving him from his farm. So he's talking about militarization of the electoral process and all of that. In his time, see, are we children? We know how PDP militarized the electoral process from 2003. In fact, under the PDP, we recorded the worst electoral process in this country by Morisi Wu, 2007, to the extent that the winner of that process admitted and said that he was going to reform the electoral process. Some of the things that we saw Jonathan did, that even eventually led to his own loss. So I think he should not come out. We are not children. He shouldn't come and then Adeleke, the Accord Party inviting the EU.
We're out of time already, Sunny.
out of time, but let me quickly say this. Adeleke is inviting the EU because he knows the investment the EU is making in our electoral process. But even at that, I don't see anything that will come out of it because the West has consistently interfered with our electoral process, and at the end of that is why the loss of Goodluck Jonathan can be attributed to the interference of the West in our electoral process. So inviting them to intervene and all of that is to even make matters worse.
Okay.
Nothing will happen. Maybe inviting them on the premise on the fact that he knows that they are making serious investment in our electoral process. And
we have to go. Thank you. We have to go. I know I could allow you gentlemen to go on and on. Excellent. Sunny and of course Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your, for your analysis. Thank you so much. And for joining us and being a part of the issues tonight. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdieto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Oshodi is a vibrant, bustling district in Lagos, Nigeria, known for its energetic mix of commerce, culture, and resilience. It is a place where opportunity and chaos thrive together, reflecting the city's dynamic spirit. Before Oshodi became a symbol of Lagos hustle, it was a quiet settlement occupied by the Awori people, one of the earliest Yoruba subgroups in the region. The name Oshodi is believed to have been derived from Balogun Oshodi Tapa, a war captain under the famous Yoruba warrior Oba Kosoko. With Lagos' rapid development, Oshodi became a key transportation hub connecting different parts of the city. By 1970 and 1980s, it had become a bustling marketplace and a major stop for people traveling through Lagos. Today, Oshodi is a lively and busy place full of people, market stalls, and activities from morning to night. It is known for being the energetic heart of Lagos and a challenging area due to the crowd and traffic. Despite the chaos, Oshodi shows the strength and determination of the people who live and work there. In recent years, Oshodi underwent one of the most ambitious urban transformations in Lagos history, the birth of Oshodi Transport Interchange. This multi-terminal megastructure was designed to tame the chaos, bringing a modern transport system to one of Africa's busiest cities. Beneath the modern facade, the original Oshodi also lives on. Traders still line the side streets, food vendors still serve steaming plates of jollof rice, and thousands still rely on this place as the start or end of their daily journey. To the outsider, Oshodi might look like the unfiltered chaos, but to those who know its streets, it is an ecosystem, a place where the rule of survival, negotiation, and community are learned on the go. From sunrise to moonlight, Oshodi is a reminder of Lagos' unyielding energy, a place where the city's past, present, and future collide all in 1 square mile of unstoppable motion. Oshodi isn't just a place on the map, it is a testament to the Nigerian will to thrive no matter the odds. Welcome to Oshodi, the hustle capital of Lagos.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface. exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret.
Welcome aboard. It is hashtag on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguchi, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. And if this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us. Because the whole team working together, that this is a flawless production. That said, let's get this show on the road. We begin with hashtag bail is free. It sounds strange, yeah? But hey, this particular case has really stirred up a lot of dust on and offline today. And this is not the first time. It's a recurrent issue. Now, not to jump the gun. Now, in Nigeria, you are supposed to go on bail free of charge when you're arrested by the police and you are allowed to go home. But most people complain of being extorted, of being made to pay payments illegally and all of that. So today, the Nigerian police force, through its spokesperson, has come out to say that no, it is illegal for any policeman to demand any kind of money from you if you're granted bail. That in Nigeria, bail is free. And netizens are saying, hey, you guys, walk the talk, is what they're saying. So I'm going to take you to X now, so you take a look at the very first post. It is hashtag bail is free. Let's do it. So, Nigerian police, bail is free. Report demands to IGP. What this means is if any policeman demands any kind of any amount of money from you, report that policeman immediately to the IGP being the Inspector General of Police. The Nigerian police was reminded everyone that bail for bailable offenses is free by law at stations nationwide. A spokesperson in a widely shared video urged people to quietly leave if asked for payment and contact Inspector General via these numbers. I'm just going to read them out. Yeah, 08057 00001 or 08057 00002 for calls, or 08057 00003 for texts and WhatsApp. CSP Anyete Okonkwo Iniedu issued the statement to tackle extortion complaints, part of repeated efforts to enforce the no-fee policy. Online reactions make support with doubts about real-world practice, plus jokes linking it to the elephant on the police badge. Like one user quipping it explains the animal's road blocking antics. That one is deep. Well, there's a video. Let's take a listen to the police spokesperson.
People attention to something. When you collect person on bail, you read the form where you sign. Plenty of them know they read the form where they sign.
It dey inside the form.
It dey inside the form say this bail where I collect, so I no pay 1 naira for this bail, so they give you sign. Plenty of them will carry the thing, just sign.
Because you just want commodity.
Because you just want commodity. If you read them, it shows that you no pay 1 naira. The law no allow any person to pay money for bail for any police station. And I won't tell you now from my mind, if you enter any police station, they say make you come on money pay for bail. Very simple. No? Just come on your phone. Tell the officer, say I won't call IGO. Come on your phone. Dial the numbers. Make I roll the number out.
Yes.
080 57 0 into 5 places. That is 00000 and 1. The second one na still the same thing, but the end with 2. Make I call them 080 57 00000 and 2. That's 08057 00000 and 2. Then the third one, that one we dey collect text message or WhatsApp
alone.
Yes, so if you don't want to talk too much, you just want to send voice note, you want to send video, you want to send picture, 080.
Well, we've already ruled out the numbers for you. So there you go. You heard him say it all over again. That was the police spokesperson, the Nigerian Police Force spokesperson, CSP Okonkwo, alongside on-air personality Nedu. You heard them speaking in Pidgin, right? No wonder this has gone really viral with so many company requests, or should I say responses, and requests as well accompanying this particular one. But let's leave the requests aside and tackle the responses first. So this is D7, and D7 says, why do people pay bail regardless? Because they are scared to go to court. And reporting may also get them into problems because of the crimes they committed or their partial awareness to the law. So, D7 Plus is in support of what the police has said, and is saying it is whoever pays bill that is complicit. But Christopher Williams says that law never applies to ordinary Nigerians, except you want to spend extra days in a cell than the days you envisaged. And then I Have a Dream says, no be all those money them they use buy fuel for gen and patrol vehicles. This one is talking as if there is provisions for basic things in the station. Aha! This particular gist is taking a totally different tangent now. But this is not all. I got more reactions or more responses to this particular hashtag. Let's take a look at the next one. This is Joe B on the Beats. Joe B on the Beats says, the money you are paying is not for bill. It is for light when there is no NEPA. And then Mai says, them go talk for social media, come do another thing for real life. No risk more. But you see, even though netizens are laughing about this, they keep saying that the monies people pay when they are released, it's not for bill, but for electricity light. Why do Nigerians say this, or why are they making a joke out of this? It is really a serious topic right now, because it's because of the lack of power supply, even in institutions like, distribution companies themselves. So it is big deal. And this is one of the stories that is trending like mad and spreading like wildfire. But hey, please be put on notice that in Nigeria, bail is free. That said, we move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Lawal Daura. So Lawal Daura used to be once upon a time a DSS Director General until he was fired by then acting President Yemi Osinbajo. Yeah, you know him, the same person, the same Professor Osinbajo. So Professor Osinbajo became acting president when his principal, President Muhammadu Buhari, had to travel out of the country for some days, and then he transmitted power to his vice. So Yemi Osinbajo became Nigeria's president in an acting capacity for a while. And one of the casualties, one of the very first ones, was Lawal Daura. But that is not the bone of contention right now. Lawal Daura has emerged as the APM's vice presidential candidate. It is huge. It is breaking news right now. So I take you to the very first post now. It is hashtag Lawal Daura. Let's take a look at the first post. So, Nigerian Affairs Journal says Governor Seyi Makinde has unveiled Lawal Daura, the former DSS DG, as his running mate for the 2027 presidential election during the APM National Convention in Bauchi State. Lawal replaces Ibrahim Adamu Bala, who was earlier announced as Makinde's running mate, but was intended to be a placeholder. The former DSS DG joined the APM a few days ago. Guys, are you listening? He joined this party a few days ago after resigning from the ADC due to losing the Katsina ADC governorship ticket. So it looked like the APM was waiting with a bated breath for someone to come running from one of the main opposition parties to be made, their vice presidential candidate. Well, this is it. There's a video, and of course, there are responses to this particular one. It is breaking news, like I said. Let's take a listen to Seyi Makinde. Seyi Makinde, by the way, is the governor of Oyo State and the presidential candidate of the APM. Take a listen, guys.
I just gave it to my deputy.
Your Excellency, Senator, on your when your house is shake, Rex, and my senator name, present to the Senate. Yes, sir.
In that video, you will see personalities like the Bauchi State Governor, the sitting Bauchi State Governor, who once upon a time really stirred controversy because He was supposed to have defected to the NDC, but something happened. That didn't happen. He was supposed to have defected to the ADC before Peter Obi and Kwankwaso split and left the ADC for the NDC. Why did Bala Mohammed, the Bauchi State governor who is in that video, he's actually in the APM now, right? And he looks like one of the people spearheading this whole coalition. So why did he not decamp to the ADC? Well, shortly after he made an announcement that he intended to leave the PDP, because he was actually the chairman of the PDP Governors Forum. When he made announcements that he was going to decamp to the ADC, remember this was before Peter Obi and Kwankwaso defected to the NDC, immediately he made that announcement, we heard that the ADC had been slammed by INEC and that they had no leadership. So that kind of threw some wrench into Governor Bala's moves from the PDP to the ADC. Shortly after that, the APC came to lobby, and woo him, but that thing fell apart because the agreement between the two parties just did not work. And so Governor Bala decided to go to the APM. It was shortly after his defection to the APM that Seyi Makinde also announced his candidacy as the presidential candidate of that same party, the APM. Even though Seyi Makinde at the onset said it was a coalition between the PDP and the APM, but of course we know that is not what it is anymore. The PDP, at least the faction led by Wike, has submitted the name of the presidential candidate of the PDP to INEC, and INEC has accepted. The Turaki-backed faction of the PDP tried submitting the name of former President Goodluck Jonathan, but that backfired because INEC said they did not do the submission electronically, even though that faction said INEC refused to give them the codes to do it electronically. Now, this is me just giving you context. So, after a few days of being denied a ticket in the ADC, a former DG, SSS DG, Lawal Daura, now comes to the APM and automatically becomes the running mate of Seyi Makinde. You saw them. So in that video, Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed, the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, as well as former DSS DG, Lawal Daura. So there are responses to this one. And in a short while, I've got another video of what's happening in the APM National Convention as we speak right now. But let me show you the responses. Netizens are responding to this very one. Some are saying that Seyi Makinde is not in the race to win, that he's just a spoiler, that he's just in this race to take some votes from President Tinubu, especially in the Southwest. Do you think so? Well, let me take you back to X now so we'll take a look at the responses. So this is Sarav. Sarav says, I thought that's supposed to be G100 and not G1000. I thought the G100 coalition are meeting to adopt a sole candidate. Let's talk about that a little bit before we come to Walex's statement regarding this whole matter. Sarav is talking about the G100, which is a pressure group in Nigeria as we speak. It is new. It's an influential group. And the group says it is here, I should say, to get leaders to listen to the yearnings of Nigeria. This same G100 group is trying to bring all of the opposition parties together and get them to present just one candidate, a sole candidate representing all the opposition parties. Now, the person who tried to do this once upon a time was Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, and he organized something called, very popular now in Nigeria, the Oyo Summit, or the Ibadan Summit. And he had people like Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, David Mark, Aregbesola, and all of them, just name it, all the main opposition leaders except Omoyele Sowore. Now, they all converged on Ibadan for this summit. And one of the things Makinde said was that from that particular summit, one sole candidate would have emerged. That didn't happen. Shortly after that meeting, Peter Obi and Kwankwaso split, and they actually decamped to the NDC because of so many litigations that the ADC was engulfed in. At least that's what Peter Obi said. He said that was one of the reasons why he decamped. So the G100 is saying, look, do not shelve that plan. You have to bring one sole candidate in order to defeat the APC in 2027. So that's what that netizen is talking about. This was just giving you context. Let's go back to X now as I show you what Walex is saying, because we have another comment beneath what the person that talked about the G100 said. Let's take a look at that. So Walex says Makinde's agenda isn't about winning, but to be a spoiler in the Southwest. There you go. So many people are thinking the same thing, I should say. But there's one more comment I'd like for us to take a look at. Let's see it. Now, May the Buck says, the notorious Daura that was fired by Oshibajo is now in bed with Seyi Makinde. What do they have in common in terms of principles and ideologies? The Buhari era appointees are so stinkingly rich. They are all willing to spend hugely and senselessly just to return to office. Well, Lawal Daura, who has become Seyi Makinde's running mate, of course, was the late PMB's appointee, then appointee. And that's what May the Buck is saying. He's asking, what does this man have in common with Seyi Makinde, who is called Mr. Integrity? And then he referred to the sack when Oshibajo was in the saddle. Let me take you to the next post now so that you can understand, in case you missed this particular saga involving then President Professor Yemi Oshibajo and Lawal Daura. Let's take a look at the next post. So, on August 7, 2018, Acting President Yemi Oshibajo summarily dismissed Department of State Services Director General Lawal Daura following an unauthorized mass DSS siege on the National Assembly, condemning the blockade as a gross, unacceptable violation of constitutional order carried out without presidential knowledge. The National Assembly siege, let's remind you a little bit or refresh your memory. Masked and armed DSS operatives blockaded the National Assembly complex in Abuja on the morning of August 7, 2018. Lawmakers, staff, and journalists were initially barred from entering the premises, fueling widespread political tension. Let's take a look at the concluding part of that post now. This is refreshing your memory so that you can understand why netizens are linking Daura to Oshibajo. The action was widely perceived as an attempt to orchestrate an illegal leadership change in the Senate. And people actually thought Daura was being used to orchestrate this change in the Senate. Well, the presidential summons an immediate dismissal. Acting President Yemi Oshibajo quickly summoned Lawal Daura and Inspector General of Police Ibrahim Idris to the presidential villa. Oshibajo openly condemned the blockade as a gross violation of constitutional order, done without the presidency's knowledge. Through his spokesperson, Laolo Akonde, Oshibajo announced the immediate termination of Daura's appointment while the security chief was still at the villa. Daura was ordered to hand over control immediately to the most senior officer in the service, Massive, and was subsequently taken into custody by security forces. This is mind-boggling. Prior to Oshibajo doing this, we really had not seen stuff like this in Nigeria. When it happened, people began to call Professor Oshibajo Starboy and all of that, Mr. Integrity and all. But we heard, according to the grapevine, that when his principal, Buhari, arrived or came back into the country, he wasn't very happy with the situation. But hey, those were just buzzes we heard in the grapevine, because Buhari did not ask Daura to return and all of that. So this is me taking you down memory lane so that you can understand where some netizens are coming from regarding Seyi Makinde picking Daura as his running mate. But we'll see how this pairing works out. Yeah, fingers crossed to see how it goes. Let's move on now to something else that's on the front burner. We've been taking you through this particular hashtag since the story broke. It is hashtag Senator Fadahunsi. It's all linked to the Osun Guba, right? This time around, it looks like fire relays on the mountain. Now, in case you missed it, Senator Fadahunsi, Senator representing Osun East at the center, had said, according to Davido and a video that Davido uploaded on X that has crossed over 1.7 million views, we heard the senator saying in Yoruba that kill our CORD members if you see them. He was talking to his constituents. Now, the senator has come out to say, though, that that was an AI-generated video and that Davido orchestrated it. Davido, by the way, David Adeleke, is a nephew of Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, who also is running in Osun this Saturday. He wants a re-election. So He's in the Accord Party, and Senator Fadahunsi is in the APC, and his own candidate is probably known as Ambo. So he was saying, look, this thing is not about Oshun, it's a federal one. So he gave that order. He came out to say that, no, it was AI generated. On the other hand, he said Davido just didn't understand Yoruba, so he misinterpreted. He was also with Seun Okinbaloye on Channels Television, and he told Seun that Seun really does not understand Yoruba because Seun reiterated what he has said, the kill order. And Seun told him that, no, I understand Yoruba very well. Actually was a news anchor, and I read the news in Yoruba. I know how to write and all of that. That kind of shut him up. So this story is on the front burner, as I tell you, as we speak about it right now. At some point, Amnesty International is jumping on it, and they're saying they're going to make a scapegoat out of the senator. Remember, the police invited him yesterday? We've not heard the outcome of that particular invitation. Fingers crossed. So let's take a look at the first post now. It is hashtag Senator Fadahunsi. Davido slams senator over alleged incitement ahead of Osun election. Senator Francis Fadahunsi faces backlash for a video from an Elisha campaign event where he's accused of urging supporters to kill Accord Party opponents ahead of the August 15 Osun governorship election. He insists he meant kill them with our votes and claims his Yoruba words or his words in Yoruba were twisted while meeting police and planning to sue over the claim. Osun State has sued to force a police probe. And then Amnesty International Nigeria vows to expose him globally and calls for calm amidst growing tensions just days before the poll. Now, on a personality, Rufai Oseni actually told the senator that he was wrong publicly on X. And so Davido responded to Rufai Oseni and said, if this was in a sane climb, the senator would have been in jail by now. Let's take a look at that post now. It's still hashtag Senator Fadahunsi. We'll take a look at that post by Davido now. Let's do it. So that's it. So Rufai Oseni Rufai, says, Senator Fadahunsi, you are wrong. And Davido says in response to Rufai Oseni, Davido says in a working democracy, he would be in jail. There are responses to this one. Now let's begin to take a look at them one after the other. So Aminu Audu says, where can we see a working democracy today? Hypocrisy destroys integrity. And then he goes on to talk about genocide being normalized. There are more reactions. Let's continue to take a look at them. This is Mustafa Jimoh. Mustafa Jimoh says, let people say whatever they like. We vote Governor Ademola Adeleke once again in Osun State. And he goes on to say, on Saturday, now, Otaifun, I day. The next one. Mashari says, at Davido, relax. Have you been talking since, have you been talking about other issues concerning Nigeria? Is it not because your uncle is involved? That is why you are now talking. So many netizens as well are saying, look, celebrities should begin to talk. That it shouldn't be only when the shoe pinches that they speak up. It's one of the talking points as well. But there is more. Let's take a look at the next one. This is Amnesty International now, and Channels Television has this one. Quote, we are going to use him as an example, end of quote. And that statement is credited to Issa Sanusi, Country Director, Amnesty International Nigeria. And he says the senator representing Osun East, Francis Fadahunsi, will be named and shamed in the 150 countries where Amnesty International operates for inciting electoral violence ahead of the 2026 Osun governorship election. This is no surprise because Davido put up a tweet a couple of days ago and tagged the US President Donald Trump. He said after that, 4 embassies, including the US, contacted him and said they were interested in investigating this particular matter. Davido said he's going to be revealing, developments regarding that particular issue as it unfolds, because he said he actually had a dinner with someone from the White House a couple of nights ago regarding this particular matter. Now, there's a video. Let's listen to the Amnesty International spokesperson talking about this particular issue. Credit goes to Channels for this one.
whereby somebody came out on television, on record, saying that kill them wherever you find them, I believe that that person does not deserve any peace again, because advocacy of hatred is a crime under international law as well as Nigerian laws. Therefore, we are going to use this man as an example to show that the impunity by Nigerian politicians cannot continue, and we cannot tolerate it again. The people have to hold them to account if the government could not do that.
There you go. So Amnesty International is backing, really backing. But at some point you hear one of the netizens say, are you guys sure you're not like a toothless bulldog? You know, but hey, we'll get to that and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's take a look at the responses to this comment that Amnesty International has made regarding a senator, Fadaunsi. They're saying they're going to make him the scapegoat. This is John Bosco. Wow. John Bosco says the truth is, why hasn't President Tinubu, why has he not imposed a state of emergency in Osun with all the crisis going on in the state? When he rushed to impose a state of emergency in Rivers, when Rivers wasn't even facing any political crisis. Let's talk about that a little bit. This was one of the things that really rocked Nigeria some months ago now, when the President Tinubu imposed a state of emergency in Rivers State, a 6 months state of emergency, and removed a governor who was elected by the people, not just the governor, his deputy, and of course, the House of Reps members in the Rivers State House of Assembly. Wow. I mean, this was huge. Okay, let me not toe that line. So people said it wasn't really necessary. Why was the state of emergency imposed on Rivers State? There were vandalization of pipelines, you know. This was right in the middle of the saga between Nyesom Wike, the FCT minister, and Nyesom Fubara, Siminalayi Fubara, who once upon a time was Nyesom Wike's godfather. Looks like they've mended the fences, though. They were quarreling then, and things weren't going so well. So pipelines were vandalized in Rivers State by vandals, and they said that was to show the federal government that if they didn't sort this thing out, Rivers was going to go on fire. So some people said President Tinubu was justified to have done what he did. Others were saying, no, you don't do this in a democracy, especially when you call yourself a Democrat. You remember how President Tinubu has always been at the forefront of fighting for democracy, talking about Nadeko and all of that. So it is what that particular netizen is referring to. He's saying, look, Osun State is practically going up in smoke, and the president has not said anything that, hey, impose a state of emergency. Is that going to happen? Fingers crossed, because the election is going to happen this Saturday. It's just days away, a couple of days away. We'll see how that goes. Let me take you back to those responses now. It is hashtag Senator Fadaunsi. Let's go back. So I just talked about why John Bosco talked about imposing a state of emergency. And now this is Joey Zaza Swift. Joey Zaza Swift says, please, let it be done ASAP to warn others that trying to stop Nigeria from developing is not going to work. So Zoe is saying that Amnesty International should actually make a scapegoat out of Senator Fadaunsi for making such insightful statements. And Joey, by the way, not Zoe. Joey goes on to say, including that Malam that is talking about infidels and all of that. Well, I don't know if it is the next hashtag that we're going to be talking about in a short while that Joey is talking about. But hey, this is not all. There's another person now who is saying Amnesty International cannot do anything. Let's take a look at that post now. It is still responses to hashtag Senator Fadaunsi. Let's take a look at it. So, Olu says empty words and empty threats. And he goes on to ask, who funds your organization? He's talking to Amnesty International. So let's show you who funds Amnesty International. Always, if you are watching, take a listen. The next post. Amnesty International is funded primarily by individual member dues and public donations, raising hundreds of millions globally while stating it does not accept direct government funding for human rights research. Co-funding sources. Individual members. More than 1.7 million private individual donors provide the vast majority of operational income through small monthly or annual contributions. Public donations. Public fundraising appeals and membership fees support global campaigns. But that's not all. They also benefit from grants, which takes me to the next post now. Let's take a look at it. Trusts and foundations. Select grants from philanthropic foundations such as the Ford Foundation or Rockefeller Foundation are occasionally accepted, strictly restricted to non-research areas like human rights education, which is what Amnesty International is doing right now in Nigeria regarding the Osun Guba election. Let's take you now to the next hashtag, which is actually Osun Guba. It is tied to what we just listened to, hashtag Senator Fadausi, because this whole thing is going down in Osun State. Like I said earlier on, the gubernatorial election is going to take place this Saturday, the 15th of August, and all eyes are on Osun State. All hands are also on deck. So we'll take a look at the very first post now as we discuss this one swiftly and try to tackle two more hashtags before we wrap it up today. The first post, hashtag Osun Guba. So, videos show APC woman handing salt and cash to Osun voters before election. The clips, shared widely just days before the August 15, 2026 governorship election, show her distributing the items while others line up nearby. Commentators call it vote inducement, noting the shift from rice to salt and the low value, around 1,200 naira total amid economic pressures. Reactions mix frustration over poverty with demands for enforcement, both major parties face similar accusations in the race. So netizens are saying the pendulum swings both ways, both that ACARD, APC, ADC, and all of that are involved. But hey, there's a video. Our credit goes to Instablog Nigeria for this one. Take a look.
Gama, àwọn oníkẹ́ búra owó òdùn la fún wa láfíà. Àmín.
Here the people calling Ambo over and over again. Ambo, by the way, is really the name most people know him by, talking about the APC gubernatorial candidate in Osun State, Oyebamiji. He's just popularly known as Ambo. So lots of people are talking about this and saying, look, INEC, what are you doing, for crying out loud? Remember, I keep saying this over and over again, how Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the DG, Director General of the World Trade Organization, WTO, had come out to say once upon a time that politicians have weaponized poverty. And so many people have talked about stomach infrastructure, like what you just saw. Are people going to sell their conscience and vote for salt and monies? Just a couple of days ago, we brought you videos of a woman just giving out 2 bags of rice to each person. And that too caught attention, lots of attention online. It looks like this is something that's ongoing. Well, we are hoping to see what the electoral umpire or the anti-graft agencies like the EFCC and the ICPC, what they're going to do about this. That said, we move on to something else. You know how people have been saying Senator Fadausi should be brought to book because of the insightful statements he made, kill our court members? Well, there is something else or someone else that says something that people have described as being very insightful. So that you can really understand what I'm talking about, this is hashtag Kwankwaso, and he is criticizing a cleric who over the